you want to be at home in Arrowhead. And you want to win the division, which everybody expects you to do, then it helps to have Kelsey being productive. But you're right. Get to the playoffs, and as long as you've got Mahomes and Kelsey, then you're probably in a pretty good spot.
Oh, absolutely. They deserve, I think, a little bit of trust after all the Super Bowls. And it feels like the Chiefs Invitational that is the AFC Championship game. All right, so I saw a little bit of news come across my timeline yesterday involving you, Chris Mack. So apparently the rumor mill is churning about the wide receiver market for the Steelers. We know Aaron Rodgers probably wants more targets because the receiving core is a little thin in Pittsburgh. And you guys talked about this on your podcast, Kaboli and Mack show. Here's what it entailed, and you should be familiar with this because you're on the show.
Scary Terry to Pittsburgh? Question mark.
Well, put it this way: you're in the ballpark, but you're on the wrong section.
In the ballpark, but on the wrong section.
You're in the wrong section. You're actually went to thinking your seats were in the box seats on the first base side above the dugout when you probably should be looking more towards like the upper outfield deck.
Odell Beckham Jr.
No.
Close.
I'm just saying
Amari Cooper
right now. I'll put it this way: I would not be shocked within the next 10 to 12 days that they add a receiver.
All right, so let's take the metaphors out of the equation. Like, spell it out to us. What are the Steelers going to do? Are they signing somebody?
Yeah, let me run this through the Kabali translator for those of you that recognize him from the Pat McAfee show. Yeah, it could be tough sometimes, but I consider myself the Kabali whisperer at this point. Mark's been covering the team for almost 25 years. He's plugged in. He knows what's going on. He's got some high-level sources and contacts there. What he's saying is they're going to seriously look at picking up another wide receiver over the next couple of weeks. They want to see how the Calvin Austin injury progresses or maybe doesn't progress. He hasn't practiced in over a week. They were counting on him coming into training camp to maybe solidify himself as the wide receiver 2 opposite DK Metcalf. On the other side of the field, they think he can make big plays, especially running after the catch. Great kick returner. He's got special teams touchdowns in his past at the NFL level. But I think they'd like to have more depth there because once you get beyond DK Metcalf and Calvin Austin, we're talking about Robert Woods. We're talking about just a really thin receiving core. Roman Wilson, who has really yet to play at the NFL level after being dinged up a lot of his rookie year, and then like Ben Skoranek and Scotty Miller. So it's not going to be a Terry McLaurin deal. People have been talking, but Terry McLaurin's not leaving Washington. I said that yesterday here on Daily Tip. He's not going anywhere. That's all negotiation by him. I firmly believe he'll still be a Commander come week 1. Odell Beckham Jr., I know there's the rumors about retirement, but he said via social media and a couple podcast appearances, he's still interested in playing. Likes the idea of playing with Aaron Rodgers. Everybody loves playing for Mike Tomlin. If you saw some of the things Jalen Ramsey has had to say at training camp about playing for Mike Tomlin and what it's like, got to believe Beckham would be interested in that. Don't know how interested the Steelers would be in Beckham other than as a depth receiver. The names I would keep a closer eye on would be Amari Cooper, who's probably been sitting around waiting for a spot that makes sense for him, and maybe Gabe Davis, who the Steelers visited with way back in the spring, but who has some injury concerns coming off, I believe it's a knee injury last year. So those are the names I would keep an eye on, Cooper and Davis. I'll be clear, neither one of those names takes the Steelers from wild card team to division favorite in the AFC North. It just gives them the added depth I think a lot of people, if not everyone, would agree they need behind DK Metcalf in that receiver room.
Right, especially when you have an older quarterback like Rodgers. I feel like those type of quarterbacks do well when they have a lot of pieces around them. We saw that with Tom Brady. Like, he played on a great Bucs team in his final few years in the NFL. But going back to Amari Cooper, because for a second, like, Square Chelsea entered the chat. And, Amari Cooper, that's a big name. Should be noted that he has not had super productive seasons over the last couple, only playing 8. He played 14 games last year, but with 2 teams. Went from the Browns to Buffalo, but only combined for 547 yards in that season. So I am trying to separate like the big name from what it actually brings to the table, because I think the same goes for Odell Beckham Jr. Like, I need to look up how old he is. Like, can he really be a productive part of this offense, or is he one of those pieces where you design packages for him and you say, okay, maybe he's not going to play every down, and that's fine, but you have these special plays drawn up for him, and we've seen it. You know, I think there were a lot of people who doubted him when he went to the Rams, and he ended up having a great season with them. I know it was a smaller sample size, he didn't play the whole season, but in the Super Bowl, he had an incredible first half before getting hurt. So he is 32 years old. Say you had both of these names. Does it make a difference? Or like you said, is it just a depth thing?
I think if we're talking about the Cooper or Beckham, like you said, Beckham's
Or
coming
both.
up on. If you had both, well, that's a different conversation. Now you can really slot Beckham into a spot that more suits him at the age of almost 33, where he is just maybe on the field on third downs. Cooper, I think, makes more sense because you're right. Wasn't very productive last year. Went to Buffalo. There were some hopes that maybe he'd be a red zone target for Josh Allen. Didn't really come up with much in the way of that. But I think, again, what's important for the Steelers is you have to think about what happens if DK has to miss a week or two. And if you're down to Calvin Austin and Roman Wilson and Scotty Miller and Robert Woods, you're in trouble. If you get a guy like Amari Cooper, again, it doesn't replace DK Metcalf, but I think it would give Aaron Rodgers one of those possession-type receivers that you can trust to come up with the ball in the middle of the field in traffic and maybe make something happen after the catch, not to the level of Metcalf, but maybe a little more confidence in a veteran receiver to be there and be available.
Okay, so my prop mind wheels are turning. So it feels like we have established a connection between DK Metcalf and Aaron Rodgers. Like, they did their like workouts even before he announced he was going with the team. And you also say that the Steelers don't have a ton of receiver depth. Does this mean we should be playing DK Metcalf props either for the season or for individual games?
I would watch it week to week, especially early in the season, because, again, it's an Arthur Smith offense, so they're going to lean on the tight ends, Pat Freiermuth, Jonnu Smith, Darnell Washington, third-year guy out of Georgia who's had a fantastic training camp, had a touchdown in the first preseason game. But, yeah, DK Metcalf is going to get a ton of targets in this offense, especially with the chemistry that he's building with Rodgers throughout training camp. So early in the season, I'd see what some of those Metcalf props, especially for receptions, are listed at. And I think you're talking about a 100 reception kind of year for Metcalf. Does he actually get to that number? I don't know, but he'll be in the neighborhood.
Yeah, because usually that's the recipe for success, is if the quarterback likes somebody and there's not a lot of depth. Who else are you going to throw to? All right, coming up next, time to switch gears to college football. We bring in Brandon Marcello, national college football writer for CBS Sports, to break the season down and who you should be betting on to win it all. Next on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, time to talk some college football because I think we're single digits away from the start of the college football season. It is August 14th here on the show. So to get you prepped, we are bringing in Brandon Marcello, national college football writer for CBS Sports, to get us plugged into what's going on. Chris Mack filling in for Jenks today. Mac, let's get right to it. Let's bring Brandon on because we have a lot of questions when it comes to college football. And let me start by asking you this, Brandon. It feels like there are two really big narratives going into the season. Number one, James Franklin can't win the big game. Number two, Arch Manning should have already been handed the Heisman. Which of these narratives do you believe to be more true?
James Franklin, by far. He's 1-15 at Penn State against top 5 teams. 1-18 throughout his career, which is the second worst record ever in college football against top 5 teams. And that's a big thing. Last year he made some progress, obviously, making the playoff for the first time, making to the semifinals, which I think was a gigantic step forward. Now the most difficult step is getting to that championship game and then, of course, winning it. And if they're going to win it, this is the year to do it. They went all in on bringing back a lot of veterans back to that roster, and much like Ohio State last year, this is the type of roster that's been built to win, and to win now, win a championship. I mean, they went and they stole away Jim Knowles, the defensive coordinator of Ohio State, right after winning a national championship as well. So, to me, the biggest narrative out there is James Franklin at Penn State.
Brandon, without getting too deep in the weeds on Penn State, as a Nittany Lion alum, I got to ask, the biggest concern over the last few years, year to year, has been, do they have enough at receiver? Did they do enough at that position? I know that James Franklin is high on Trevor Pena, the transfer from Syracuse, but do they have the ability to stretch the field?
Oh, I think so. I mean, you just mentioned it. Trevor Pena is the number one guy to me that's going to be able to stretch the field for them. I thought that was the biggest pickup, among receivers in the portal by any team this past off season. That was gigantic. I know a lot of teams wanted him. I personally thought that he might end up going to Miami, but ends up going to Penn State because he believes they're primed to win a national championship this year. My question is with Drew Aller, I mean, listen, he's got a lot of talent, but he's inconsistent. I mean, he'll throw, at the knees of a running back on a wheel route. It just, at times, it just seems like you're scratching your head going, what was that throw? And then he'll make some tremendous throws later down the stretch. He's just got to be more consistent. He can't make small mistakes here and there that end up costing them down the road.
All right, Brandon. So your employer, CBS Sports, which this is not an article that you wrote, I checked, but CBS Sports has the Big Ten sweeping the preseason awards, at least the big ones. James Franklin, Coach of the Year, Jeremiah Smith, Player of the Year, and then I think the Freshman of the Year coming from Michigan, and the freshman quarterback in Bryce Underwood. So let me ask you, is the reign of dominance for the SEC over? It's crazy to me that now the question is the Big Ten getting too much hype?
I'm kind of on board with it. Yeah, I mean, it's the SEC is much deeper, I think, than the Big Ten as far as from top to bottom. It's just, they're beating up on each other, and then once they get to the postseason, no one's really primed to make that type of run now, especially in a deeper playoff where you're going to have to play 2-3 games. Now, that doesn't mean the SEC is not going to win a national championship, maybe even this season, but when we talk about programs that are probably in a better position going into the playoff to be able to win a national championship, it's definitely the Big Ten right now. Because in the Big Ten, it's 3 to 4 programs every year, whereas in the SEC, you could argue it's upwards to, 6, 7 teams competing that you think could maybe get into the SEC championship game and then also into the playoff. And, that deepness of the league kind of maybe hurts the SEC now in this new era where, man, you've got to be fresh near the end of the season to be able to make a run in the playoff.
Brandon, since we're in the SEC, let's talk about the biggest story of the last couple of days in college football. John Mateer. Is there any chance that he misses any time for an Oklahoma team, that it feels like a lot of us have pinned the bulk of our hopes on Oklahoma, maybe being a bit of a surprise this year, certainly better than the last couple of seasons, plus 525 to make the playoff at one point earlier this summer. I think they're down to an even 5-1 now. Is there any chance that John Mateer misses any time?
I don't think so. You got to show proof for any of these accusations about sports gambling, and certainly a description on a Venmo payment is not necessarily proof. I've spoken to people out there that don't believe that a lot of this is going to come into anything. I spoke to a source the other day with U.S. Integrity, a sports gambling group that helps monitor weird patterns with gambling and all that stuff for all these conferences. And I was told that they never really heard John Mateer's name come up several years ago. So this is a situation where unless there's like something else that comes up from all of this, I don't see him missing any time or getting into any deeper problems.
We're talking with Brandon Marcello, national college reporter for CBS Sports. I wanted to ask this next because college football always feels super top heavy, but now that we have the college football playoff, maybe we get somebody who is a bit of a dark horse, who at least enters the conversation. Who are those dark horse teams for you this year?
Well, that's a great question. I still think that in these preseason polls in the top 10, I think our national champion's probably still going to be in that top 10 this year. Because, there is a little bit more parity in college football, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be those elite teams, those blue blood type teams that are especially well built in the trenches that's going to end up winning a national championship. But when I look at teams maybe that are either in the top 10 or just outside the top 10 that I think could maybe make a run to the national championship, I look at a program like, say, I don't know if they would even make all that much noise in the playoff, but teams that could be wild cards, or maybe like an Illinois or an Indiana, both Big Ten teams. I think they might fight to get like that third spot out of the Big Ten into the college football playoff this year. I love how Illinois is built in the trenches, especially along the offensive line. They return everybody from last season. Most of their starters are back on the offense as well. And, in this day and age when everybody's throwing the ball a little bit more and spreading things out, doing a lot of RPO, Illinois plays a little bit differently. They like to run the ball heavily, and, that different type of matchup could be a problem for some teams when we get into playoff time. And Illinois was right there last year. They were one win away from getting into the playoff. And, you look at their schedule, if they're able to kind of break through this year with a lot of those same pieces, maybe that's a team that could make some noise down the stretch.
With the playoff being dominated by the Big Ten and SEC, Brandon, the Big 12 and the ACC, I don't want to say get lost in the shuffle sometimes because the ACC has an obvious national championship contender in Clemson. But we were just talking about the composition by conference of what the playoff may look like down the line. It feels like the Big 12 is another classic Big 12 year where they may cannibalize each other and only the conference champ gets in to the playoff. But in the ACC, there is an interesting second tier there behind Clemson. Florida State, maybe it was a blip on the radar last year. SMU is back with their quarterback. Miami obviously has Carson Beck coming in. Georgia Tech even bringing back Haynes King and having the depth in the backfield. Who's an interesting team for you in the ACC as far as being that second team from the ACC, or is there a way they somehow sneak three in?
Right the way it goes right now, I think to me, at least on paper right now, it'll be Clemson and Miami. Miami's actually my pick to end up winning the ACC title this year, which is a bit of a stretch, a lot of faith in that. But I love the way they've built that team, the roster, the offensive line. I was told by a source down there just this past week that they believe that it's elite based off of what they're seeing at camp. You know, Carson Beck, they got that veteran presence. My question is just how good can they be at receiver? Defensively, their secondary was an absolute mess last year. It was terrible. They went out and got a lot of new guys. They hired a new defensive coordinator in Corey Heatherman from Minnesota. So a lot of question marks there, but, man, they are really super talented. They still have a lot of depth. And to me, I think maybe this is the year they finally kind of break through. You know, outside of Clemson and Miami, I really like Louisville and Jeff Brom and what he does year in and year out. I think that's a team that can end up surprising and maybe being in that ACC championship race down the stretch with the potential to get into the playoff.
Okay, so I understand it's August, but I'm already looking forward to some of these rivalry matchups. And a lot of these big rivalries in college football have huge implications for the college football playoff. You know, normally it's Ohio State, Michigan, Auburn, Alabama sometimes. But I think there's a really interesting game in the Palmetto State. South Carolina and Clemson. Which of those two teams you think has the better season?
I think Clemson. I think South Carolina, it's going to be very difficult to replicate the success they had last year, especially against that schedule. And now with quarterback Lenora Sellers kind of having a target on his back. I mean, he's phenomenal. He's fun to watch, but he kind of came out of nowhere last season, jumped up on some teams. And, you know, South Carolina's really not going to be able to do that this year. And the schedule is so freaking tough still going into this year. And I do wonder – just about the consistency in the run game, if they can keep that going. And, you know, listen, Lenora Sellers ended up getting injured last season as well and missing some time. And when that happened, Carolina just looked inept offensively at times. So I think Clemson is going to end up having the better season because they're going to feast on an easier schedule. They're going to be able to win some games. They got a veteran quarterback in Cade Klubnik, a lot of veterans that have actually returned to that roster. But South Carolina is one of those teams that probably has the lowest floor and one of the highest ceilings in the SEC just because Lenora Sellers is such a great quarterback that could take over a game with his feet. We saw it last year. Heck, Clemson saw it last year on the road when South Carolina went in there and he ended up picking a first down. They ended up leading to a touchdown and to win that game. He's someone that could take a game over.
Only got about a minute here, Brandon, but I wanted to ask you about the team that Clemson opens up against, actually, LSU. Brian Kelly has this history now, and it's not a good one, of falling short in season openers, and they go on the road to Death Valley for their opener, but they've got a Heisman hopeful and Garrett Nussmeier being talked about as a possible first-round draft pick. What's the ceiling for LSU, and just how much pressure is on Kelly this year?
Yeah, he better win like 10 games or somehow get into the playoff even as a 9-3 team. And they've got the talent to do so, as you mentioned, with Garrett Nussmeier. They got one of the best classes out of the transfer portal. They are absolutely stacked. They've got a lot of depth. That's a program that needs to be back in the playoff to kind of quiet down the fans down at LSU. You know, Brian Kelly went into last year with the longest active winning streak of 10-win seasons at 7, fell short once again last year for the first time. And I think this year they're absolutely equipped to win 10 games, but again, it's just can they beat Alabama on the road, for example? They've got a very difficult schedule, and as you mentioned, it starts right off week 1 going to Death Valley and Clemson, and they're 0-5 in their last 5 season openers, and I would argue this is their toughest season opener during that stretch. So they got a lot to figure out, and they better figure it out if they want to win a championship this year, and for that matter, even get into the playoff.
Yeah, I feel like that's what the difference is in the SEC is that there is so much pressure. I feel like there are so many teams that believe they should be national championship contenders every single season. So it just adds another dynamic to the SEC where it just means more. He is Brandon Marcello. He is a national college reporter for CBS Sports. We know it's a busy time of year. So Brandon, thanks for waking up early. Thanks for stopping by.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. So a lot to digest there. And I think for me, it was kind of jarring to hear him talk about South Carolina, how he's not super high on them. because that was one of my teams I was kind of rooting for. And maybe it's because they've been featured on that, like the SEC show on Netflix.
Yeah.
And plus, I kind of root for like the second tier SEC teams because like you just want like a balance of power, right? Like you want to see somebody else rise to, greatness. So we'll see
and I think
if South Carolina.
I think there's that feeling too, like, hey, you have a potential first-round quarterback, and you were a borderline playoff team last year. That close, people making the argument you should have been in. Why shouldn't you take a step forward?
Yeah. All right. Coming up next, we've saved our best for last. Our best bets come your way after the break here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, so we're back. Time to land the plane. Final segment of the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network starts now. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Chris Mack filling in for Jenks. Coming up on Bet Sweats, it's Kate Constable and Sean Little. I don't think I know Sean Little. He's not in the normal rotation of utility players. And Chris Mack, I think you're one of the tops on the list. Like, it's you, PJ Glasser, Kate Constable. Like, you guys are the best. Like, you can fill in on any show. Have you completed the Grand Slam of BetMGM shows?
What's the grand? I've definitely, obviously, I'm doing the Daily Tip today. I've definitely done Bet Sweats.
Bet Sweats?
I have done
BetMGM Tonight.
I haven't done BetMGM Tonight, but I have done You Better You Bet. So 3
Still
for 4.
Need one more
Ain't
for the
bad.
Grand Slam.
Yeah, to hit for the cycle.
Even though I don't know if I'd want to do the late show, I always think this. It's like, what if I took the other path? But I don't think I'd want to work late at night. Like, as much as I hate waking up early, it's so nice to like have the whole day ahead of you, and not work until 11 o'clock at night. Like,
Yeah, that's
really
got to
late.
be doing that every single night. Like, it is a fun environment to be sitting there watching the games and the live betting and everything that Brad and Horvey do. But that's just, and you don't instantly come down from that when you're done. Like, you're done at 11. It's not like you're comfy, cozy, tucked in and asleep by 11:15. No, you're watching the rest of those bets that you placed ride out. You're, coming down from the adrenaline rush of maybe doing a show. And it's like, okay, I look up, it's 2 a.m. Now maybe I'll get to sleep. I couldn't do that on the reg.
No, it's from a broadcasting perspective. It's almost like, handicapping some of the majors, like in tennis, where they're like, oh, this is clay court. Oh, this is grass court. Like, each, I feel like, time slot has its benefits and its maybe drawbacks or ways that it is difficult. But let me say this. I feel like the show right after us, Bet Sweats, they have the best time slot. Like, I've been rooting for them to be like, hey, go ahead and give us your time slot. You don't want it, right?
No, it's perfect. You get up at a normal time. You do the show. You're done around lunchtime. You got the rest of your afternoon to you. Yeah, that is the perfect time slot.
Well, and also, I think that the night shows are each an hour longer than ours, right? Aren't they each 4 hours?
Yeah.
Ugh. Ain't nobody want to hear me talk for 4 hours. I know my husband doesn't. But instead I talk for 3 hours. And sporadically, because at least it's not a one-person show.
Which tennis major, since you made that analogy, would each of the shows be? I feel like You Better You Bet is definitely the U.S. Open. The You Better You Bet is no, it's just got the New York vibe, right? You got Costos talking a million miles an hour and yelling at you. Like, that's your U.S. Open, okay? I think, let's see.
Do you know enough about tennis to do this? Can we do a golf version of this? Because I feel like that would be easier for me.
Now. We're locked in now. BetMGM Tonight would be the French Open because Brad likes to talk in accents and speak a foreign language a lot. This would be the Australian Open because it's in the upside down. You wake up in the middle of the night and you have to go to sleep sometimes while the sun is still up. And
is that even a major? I don't even know the major.
The Australian Open? Yes. Yes, that's the first big major.
I said I didn't know tennis. I wasn't lying.
And that would make Bet Sweats Wimbledon, which I don't know if that really fits.
Oh.
Joe and Sammy really fit in at Wimbledon.
Get off your high horse. You're not at Wimbledon. Get out of here. All right. So I think I've slung everybody through the mud enough for one show.
Good job by you. Back up the bus and run them over again, Chelsea.
Well, I mean, true to form. That is my character here on the network. All right. So how about we serve up some best bets? I don't know if your card is as big as it was yesterday, but how about we tell you who we have the most faith in today?
Time to place your bets.
All right, so we have a smallish slate in baseball, so it's going to be one bet and one bet only for this girl. And what a matchup for somebody who goes to church. We have Jesus versus the Lord. Jesus Luzardo versus Brad Lord is your starting pitching matchup, and I'm backing the youngest. I'm going with Jesus here. Jesus Luzardo in the field is going to take him on the run line. Hopefully I don't go to hell after this segment. Going to church on Sunday. All right, so Phillies on the run line, minus 135 here. I feel like this is a good bounce back spot for the Phils. Just got boat raced yesterday, 8-0 by the Reds. But I like this matchup here on the road for the Phillies because Jesus Luzardo is kind of up and down. But over his last 3, he's been really good. Quality starts in each of his last 3, going at least 6 innings in all 3 of those. And plus, he gets a Nationals offense that's trending in the wrong direction. Over the last month in baseball, had the second worst WRC plus of any team in the big leagues. Then you get the Phillies, who sit in the top 5, top 6 of just about every statistical metric over the last month and over the course of the season as well. So let's bank on the Phils to win big here. Let's take the Phillies on the run line at minus 135. All right, Chris Mack, it's your turn.
I feel like going to church every Sunday is the religious equivalent of saying with all due respect, because then you can do or say whatever you want after that.
I don't remember it saying that in like Ephesians. But like, listen, if you go to church, you can do what you want. Like, I don't think that's like the 11th commandment. It's like, listen, none of this matters if you go to church. Like, I'm pretty sure you still have to like follow the teachings.
No, it's right there. Corinthians 3:19. If thou shalt say with all due respect, thou can then say whatever thou wants after the fact.
Oh, I'm pretty sure Jesus said that. You're right. Or my favorite is when people wear the shirts of, remember was it Stone Cold, Steve Austin 3:16?
Austin 3:16, yeah.
Austin 3:16. You gotta love the Bible references or the lack thereof. All right, give us a bet.
All right, I got a couple for you. I mentioned the Marlins at the Guardians later. Edward Cabrera has been on fire lately for Miami. 1.40 ERA in his last 4 starts, 28 strikeouts and 25 2/3 innings. He's only got 1 start since April where he's given up more than 3 earned runs. So I like Miami first 5 money line at plus 110. And then we're going all in on Skubal. Not all in on the Tigers necessarily, but all in on Skubal to have a big bounce back. I mentioned earlier, only 2 times this year has he had consecutive starts where he gave up at least 3 earned runs in each of them. First time it happened were actually his first 2 starts of the year, and then he bounced back with 14 consecutive scoreless innings. Then he had a couple of what you would call by Skubal standards, which are a lot higher than anybody else's, rough starts in the middle of May against Boston and St. Louis, where he gave up 5 and 3 earned runs respectively. He bounced back with 21 consecutive scoreless innings. So we're going with Skubal and a K prop ladder. 9+ Ks, you can find it at plus 105, 10+ at plus 190, 11+ at plus 370. If you want to keep it in Haas at BetMGM, you can go over 18.5 outs at minus 105. I think Skubal goes deep and gets a lot of whiffs today for the Tigers.
So how many of those are you playing? Like, are you playing like 6 Skubal bets?
I'm just playing the K-prop ladder, the 9, 10, and 11.
Okay. Whew. You are braver than us here on the show. I feel like we turn towards like conservative. Like me and Jenks are pretty conservative on the show. Not politically speaking, but I'm talking about like our bets. We want to depend on people. We're not swinging for the fences. We're not fun like you are. But best of luck to you on your bets. All right, coming up next on Bet Sweats, we have Kate Constable and with Sean Little. I see she's doing her makeup. We'll give her a little bit extra time. All right, so we have a couple minutes to play with here, and I feel like to offset the Taylor Swift conversation, can I ask something about wrestling? Because I feel like everybody on the show has like follows wrestling. Is it just me, or is it like all the old names are popular again? Like I saw something with like Goldberg. Like what are we doing? Yeah. Aren't these guys old? Like do they have
Goldberg's
nothing
old.
else?
Goldberg's old, so he came back for a retirement match. That was it. That was all. But the classics are always the classics. Like, I mean, when you can get a guy when you can get The Rock to show up, I mean, you get The Rock to show up, you know, and he does the eyebrow thing and everybody goes crazy.
So is John Cena still a wrestler, or is he too big for wrestling now?
No, this is his last year. He's on his retirement tour as well. He'll be done in December.
So do they give him presents along the way like they do in baseball? Like
No.
when they go to cities,
No.
they're like, here's a bowl of chili.
Their present to John Cena was that they turned him into a bad guy for like 6 months, and he would just come out and berate the crowd and tell them what a bunch of losers they were. But he's a good guy again. Just don't ask questions, Chelsea. It's wrestling.
Well, I'm trying to get into it. Listen, like, that was your man minute of the show. The rest of it, like, we got to talk about Taylor Swift. So I thought that you deserved a minute. Back to Taylor Swift. All right, let's bring in Kate now. Kate Constable hosting Bet Sweats after us. So, Kate, let me ask you. I feel like you're similar to me in that we know pop culture, but we're not doing deep dives. So, how much have you followed this Taylor Swift story? Have you listened to the New Heights podcast featuring T Swizzle?
Chelsea, Chris, you guys are probably going to be so impressed by me. I not only listened last night, I watched.
Wow.
Ooh.
I forewent any other TV shows, any games last night. I watched, and it started to drag on by the end. By the end, I was doing other stuff and just like had it on. But I was interested to see what it was all about. So yeah, I thought it was fine, good, like cool. But like that's the extent of it for me. I'm not freaking out. Like, cool, great episode.
You weren't sitting there breaking down the
Swift
track
standards.
listing as she was going over the songs.
I learned a lot last night. I didn't know a whole lot about her. I know the basics, but I learned a little bit more in depth. She's very smart. Like how she kind of plants little, she calls them Easter eggs. That was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. She's very smart, and she's definitely a wordsmith, which shouldn't be like a shock because she is a songwriter. But the dynamic between her and Travis Kelce, it's like 90% Taylor, 10% Travis. But
I wanted
it was
them to
a good
stop
watch.
touching during it. They were holding hands the whole time.
Weird.
Weird.
Barf. All right, show's ending. We'll see Kate on Sweats. It's been a great show for me, for Chris Mack, for the entire crew. Have a great Thursday.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
motion. Minshew looking, throws intercepted by Surtain. Pat Surtain on the run. Nobody's going to catch him. Surtain going all the way for a Denver touchdown.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Pat Surtain, pretty good season last year. I think you could say Defensive Player of the Year award. Broncos win 10 games last year. Not a bad season. We'll get some insight into what their season, what we can expect this year from Zach By here in just seconds. But coming up 20 minutes from now, we play a little game of nickel or dime and then wrap things up with some lightning bets. Interested to see where Sean goes with some of his bets this afternoon. I'll have a couple in the W, maybe a Major League Baseball bet as well. But for now, it's back to the Denver Broncos as we continue our countdown to kickoff series. Sean and I broke down our thoughts on Denver a little earlier in the season, and now we bring in Zach By to get his thoughts. He is the host of The Drive on Denver Sports Station 1043 The Fan. Zach, appreciate you taking the time to join us. I know you are fresh off a Broncos practice this morning. Any major takeaways from this morning's practice that you saw?
So actually, I'm getting ready to actually go to practice, which today is a unique day because the Arizona Cardinals are coming into town. It's the only joint practice that will happen in Denver. Broncos were in Santa Clara last week, locking horns with the San Francisco 49ers. Today, Jonathan Gannon's group comes in, and lots of storylines all around. Vance Joseph's defensive coordinator for the Broncos, used to be the head coach for the Broncos. His stop in between was Arizona. Pass rusher for the Broncos last year, who was a starter, Baron Browning, now plays for Arizona. So we got some fun storylines. Pat Surtain against Marvin Harrison Jr. should be a fun watch later this afternoon as well.
Mr. By, is the Denver Broncos Kool-Aid a little too sweet? I haven't heard too many negative things coming out of Denver across the country, Kate Constable included. A lot of people are extremely high on the Denver Broncos. Where are you at? Are you tempering expectations, or should we continue to run wild with Bo Nix in his second year under the helm?
Well, you want to know what's so funny, guys, is that one of the leaders that is driving the Broncos hype train is Sean Payton himself. There are not many coaches in the National Football League that will go on the record and say, hey, I think this team can win a Super Bowl. I felt like this 6 other times in my career. One won the Super Bowl. Others were in championship games, but this is the 7th time. Oh, and by the way, guys, I think Bo Nix could be a top 5 quarterback in the next 2 years. It's like, wait, what the heck? Like, John Harbaugh doesn't talk like this. Mike Tomlin doesn't talk like this. Andy Reid doesn't talk like this. Sean McDermott doesn't talk like this. And there Sean is. And so last week when everyone's having conversations about the Denver Broncos coast to coast, a lot of it, the genesis of it was Sean Payton's comments to 3 or 4 different national outlets. He's just kind of a wild one with his mouth. He's just different that way. In terms of like an actual Super Bowl contender, I want to see it first, guys. I mean, there is substance to draw from that would lead you to believe that the Broncos could maybe, win a playoff game. All right, this is a really good defense and the best Broncos offense that we've seen basically in 10 years. Last season, you would think it would grow with the additions at the running back and the tight end position. But in terms of like big boy Super Bowl contender, big boy, okay, they played Baltimore last year. They got beat 41-10. They made it to the playoffs for the first time since winning Super Bowl 50 and got boat raced 31-7. They were 1-8 against teams with a winning record. So 2 things can be true at the same time. It could be the best Broncos team we've seen since Super Bowl 50, but also not ready to maybe step up at the highest level that the NFL has to offer. But I will say this, if they are in those conversations 4 months from now, it'll be because of the defense. This defense doesn't really, at least on paper, doesn't have a weakness. Now, the games are played on grass, not on paper, so we'll see what it looks like. But it's a year ago, guys, 63 sacks from this Broncos defense. Think about this. There's 32 teams in the NFL. The largest gap between any of the 2 slottings when it came to team sacks, number 1 to number 2, Denver to Baltimore. 63 sacks is 9 sacks away from the all-time NFL record. So this is a defense that is extremely sticky on the back end. Their front 7 are flat out elite. They have the defensive player of the year. upgrades you would think at safety with Talanoa Hufanga coming from San Francisco, former All-Pro. Dre Greenlaw coming from San Francisco, former All-Pro. So, I mean, they have dudes all over that side of the ball. So if they reach that level that you're talking about, bro, it'll be because of that side of the ball.
Yeah, and then PS2, that's the special thing about PS2 coming off the DPOY is that he shuts down one side of the field. And if you don't have to worry about that, Advantage doesn't have to game plan for that side. There's a lot of different things they can pull out of the bag. I think Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw are going to be great additions to an already really good D. All right, Zach, we know about Bo Nix. We know about Cortland Sutton. We know about Mims. We talked about Evan Ingram coming over, and we just talked about Hufanga and Greenlaw. Anybody else that people aren't talking about enough that we should look out potentially in the preseason here or early in the year that by the end of the season or maybe week 8, we'll know a lot more about that people in Denver know a little bit more than maybe the country does?
That's a good question. I'll give you a couple names. One, a season ago, there was a wide receiver by the name of Devon Vele, a 27-year-old rookie out of Utah, who they picked in the 7th round. It was a flyer pick. But based on his rookie season, of any 7th round pick in the last 25 years, he had the second most production of any wideout picked in the 7th round in the last 2.5 decades. I think he's like Mr. Reliable. I don't know if he'll ever be an all-pro, but like if he were like an Uber driver and we were going on like reliability rating and he's coming to pick me up, I know I'm going to get to the airport in time. Another guy is Pat Bryant, a wide receiver out of Illinois. And a lot of these draft experts said, man, the Broncos overdrafted Pat Bryant. Maybe you could have got him in the 4th or 5th round. Well, Sean Payton said, based on his own evaluation, the player comp that he gave for Pat Bryant was a young Michael Thomas. All right, now Sean can get excited. I already talked about that. He can get excited and say stuff, like this. But being out at camp, you're seeing a really, really high floor for this young wide receiver, Pat Bryant. And then R.J. Harvey as well out of Central Florida, who they took in the 2nd round, is involved in so much stuff out at training camp. And this is like for maybe fantasy football players or prop bettors from your guys' side of things. Like R.J. Harvey is going to get a lot of touches, okay? I believe that John Gruden and Sean Payton have a good relationship. And this past week, John Gruden said R.J. Harvey's going to get the football 300 times this year. Now, we know he's not going to get the ball actually 300 times, but when someone has a relationship with the coach and they've spoken recently, like Gruden hasn't been at practice, right? He's not seeing that. He's hearing that from Sean. And if that's Sean's vision for a young player, you could be sure he's going to try to manifest that vision on game days. So those are 3 names offensively that I would definitely keep an eye on. And then I'll throw you one defensively. This is someone who we didn't talk about at all in the pre-draft process. I'm talking about 3 months of pre-draft conversations on our radio station. We're live local, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day. His name never came up, and there the Broncos were taking him in the 1st round. It's cornerback from Texas, Jahdae Barron. This young man is one of the smartest players on the team as a rookie. He flies around, and the reason I think it could be important for your audience is this young man is going to have an opportunity to make plays on the ball. You just referenced it in a previous setup to a question. Pat Surtain's side of the field doesn't get a lot of action. So, like for example, last year they played Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow didn't throw Pat Surtain one time, all right? So that means you got to throw it to some other places. That could be an opportunity for a young rookie to make plays on the ball right out of the gate.
We're talking with Zach Bye, host of The Drive on Denver Sports Station 104.3 The Fan. Zach, I mentioned earlier to these guys when we were talking Broncos that I like R.J. Harvey to go over 700.5 rushing yards on this season. And it sounds like, based on what Sean Payton has said, what you just told us, that might be a fairly good bet. Now, right now, J.K. Dobbins, depth chart-wise, is ahead of him. Do you think at some point R.J. Harvey becomes RB1 and Dobbins takes a back seat to him?
Yeah, and I don't even think it has to be like, hey, Dobbins, he's playing better than you. He's now the starter. It's like, oh, Dobbins is once again hurt. Dobbins has never finished a season. Dobbins has never played a full season ever in his career. So based off that, unless you're banking on something that has literally never happened, the chances are RJ Harvey is going to get a ton of action, even with a healthy Dobbins. But eventually, if his bones prove to be peanut brittle the way that they have for the last half decade, Harvey's going to be your guy. And you're seeing a different layer of explosion and burst out at camp. Like if an alien came down and didn't know who was who, didn't know who was getting what amount of money, what your draft status was, that alien would be like, hey, there's something to that guy. What's his name? Oh, that's RJ Harvey. Yeah, he looks a little bit different. We saw him in the first preseason game, try to run it up the middle. There's nothing there. He bounces it to the outside for an 11-yard gain. It's stuff like that that's like, man, there's something to this kid. So 700.5 on the season total, I'd be going screaming over for RJ Harvey based on the starter in front of him and his historical inability to stay on the field and the vision for the young man taking him in the second round.
I do like peanut brittle, but it does fall apart when you eat it. It is all over the place. It's definitely in your lap. So
yes.
I know exactly what you mean when we talk about JK, who's been a really good back, but just can't stay healthy. It's tough to stay healthy as a running back in the NFL. Also, RJ Harvey is a smaller dude. Tough to see. So, yeah, I mean, I think one of the most underrated things in betting is if you listen to some of these press conferences, some coaches will come out and tell you exactly the game plan or what they want to lean to and guys that'll get the volume. So over on the betting side, Zach, the win total, I'm going to put you on the spot right now. Do the Broncos win 10 games, yes or no?
Yes, I think that they do. And it's based off what my eyes told me a year ago, getting to 10-7. But this is a team that also started 0-2 and lost to two teams that they really, if they played them a month later, they would have beat the Steelers and the Seattle Seahawks. The Broncos were a better team than both of those teams a year ago. The problem was Sean Payton, the way he did that quarterback competition a year ago, he actually had a three-way quarterback competition between Jarrett Stidham, Zach Wilson, and Bo Nix. One of the stupidest things I've ever seen. I mean, it occupied the entire summer when we knew the first rounder, Bo Nix, was going to play. I'm mentioning that because Bo was not ready to play. He was in the silly competition, and in fact, he was the last named starter in the entire NFL. So he was not getting the lion's share of reps coming into the first month of the season. And what did the first month of the season look like? He was the worst quarterback in the entire NFL. He had 1/4 of his interception total thrown in the first 4 games of the year. He did not throw a single touchdown in the first 3 games of the year. Now you fast forward to the wintertime, and he's in the Rookie of the Year conversation with Jaden Daniels. He threw Bo Nix last year threw more touchdown passes than John Elway ever did in any season. Let that sink in. Bo Nix threw the second most touchdown passes for any rookie quarterback in NFL history, second to only Justin Herbert. So I'm mentioning that because he started so slow. But when you fast forward, he was one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL 2 months later. Now you're here this season. He's getting every rep with the first team. He should be much better out of the gate. You probably win those 2 games that you lost to the Steelers and Seattle a year ago. Don't forget, they had Kansas City beat in Arrowhead. Bo Nix converts on a third down. They're setting up a game-winning chip shot field goal, and it gets blocked with no time left, and Mahomes is running around like Jimmy Valvano winning the national championship. So there was plenty of games that you look back upon and say, wow, I can't believe the Broncos lost that game. This year, again, it's the NFL. They'll lose a 1 or 2 fluky games like that, but I think they'll make up more on the positive end and get to that a 10-game benchmark and hit that season over. In fact, I'd probably sprinkle on an alternate, and go over 10.5 as well.
Zach, I like what you're saying here. I mean, confirmation bias is a sometimes can be a scary thing, but you've just confirmed everything that I felt like I knew about the Broncos coming into this season. Sounds like they are going to have an awesome year. We appreciate you stopping by, taking the time. And if you noticed my reaction a couple minutes ago where I kind of freaked out on camera, the Aaron Waters show practice here in Chicago is going on. So a fighter jet just flew by my window. Freaked me out a little bit. It wasn't because you were talking about how good Bo Nix was. But, Zach, we appreciate you taking the time. Thanks for joining us. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Zach.
Hey, cheers, you guys. Enjoy football season.
You as well. That is Zach By on the Denver Broncos, host of The Drive on Denver Sports Station 104.3 The Fan. Sean, this is going to be a tough 40 minutes left of the show. I've got fighter jets outside my window right now.
They haven't come to my. I'm a little west in Bucktown, so I haven't heard any yet. But this is my favorite weekend of the year, by the way. It doesn't get old.
No, it really doesn't. It really doesn't. I've been muting myself when they fly by, but we may be hearing them a little bit the rest of the show. Coming up on the other side, we play a little nickel or dime, and then we'll wrap things up 40 minutes from now with lightning bets here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Because Sean, it's basically Top Gun outside my window right now in Chicago here, a staple every summer, the Air and Water Show. And we've got, I don't know what kind of planes they are because the shades in my office are down, but they are going right past my window. And I feel like I need to throw on my aviators and leather jacket and be a little Tom Cruise right now.
Yeah, where are you at? You in River North or what? What part of town?
I'm in Lincoln Park.
Okay, so yeah, I'm a little west of you, so I'm getting a little lighter. But yeah, I mean, it's extremely loud. If you've never been to Chicago and are looking for a weekend to pick and you don't want to do Lollapalooza or something like that, the Air and Water Show is a great time to come. It's a spectacle on the water every single year. It's towards the back end of the summer too, so it's nice and warm. You don't have to worry about too much stuff in the fall with the weather changing and stuff. So yeah, Air and Water Show is awesome. But yes, it's extremely loud. It can get a little spooky, especially if you have a dog. I heard a lot of people's dogs don't love it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I can imagine the dogs don't love it. Most dogs don't love thunderstorms. This is a little bit louder than the thunderstorm, and this is just practice today. They'll practice today, tomorrow. The show's on Saturday. So, Sean, you may have to put up with me and some loud noises here, both for the remainder of the show and tomorrow a little. But it's one of the cooler things that Chicago does. I'm sure there's other cities that do it as well, but I'm only familiar with Chicago's, and it gets packed. Like my building kind of looks out on Lake Michigan, the water. It's near that, and the beaches are just filled. The playpen, all the boats out there on Saturday afternoon watching the Air and Water Show. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's just something you don't see very often. So to see fighter jets and them put on a little bit of a show and do flyovers. You'll be able to catch any piece of it throughout the city if you're up high enough, or just look up if you're walking down the street running errands. So yeah, it's a special weekend. I enjoy it a lot.
It's pretty fun. You want to know what else is pretty fun? Lightning bet's coming up in about 20 minutes, but now a little game of nickel or dime. Who doesn't love that? So to play this wonderful game, we bring in our wonderful producer, Paul Aspen.
I love this though. I love that's on me. That's totally on me. So this is a Jake thing, but Jake gets so offended when he gets stepped over.
No. Dude, I don't get offended. I do not put in the papers that I get
Jake,
offended. Okay.
Did I just hurt your feelings, Jake? I'm sorry.
Nah.
The feels, the Thursday feels. God, you did this to him on his kickball championship day, Kate. This is bad.
I know. I'm throwing him off. The routine today thrown off. All right, well, then we bring in our favorite board operator, Jake Hassan.
Listen, lucky for you guys, I have way too much going on today to be offended by a accidental Wally Pip situation. Listen, I was with our friends on Just the Daily Tip. I've been up since 4. I got to host You Better You Bet later with Femi Abebefe. I got kickball later. I'm dialed, okay? We are triple duty here and then going right into kickball, okay? So, and then I got to plan tomorrow's show after this too. So, listen, the nickel or dime being, not given to me today accidentally by Kate Constable is the least of my concerns right now.
You know what this
Jake,
sounds
you've
like?
been throwing... Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
It sounds like pre-workout Jake is back.
Oh, God. No.
Have we been dry scooping?
No. I'm not allowed to dry scoop anymore because my therapist told me it's probably not great for my mental well-being. Which was true.
Okay, well, good. We want you to be sharp and healthy. So do you just no pre-workout at all or no dry scoop? Like you got to sip it slowly?
We just crush a Celsius throughout the day instead. It's just the post pre-workout dry scoop crash was to not get worth it, and it just started to make my heart feel a little too sticky too. So we decided to go away from that.
All right,
it is what it is. Be what it be.
Good to know. So no pre-workout before the game tonight. Other substances likely used for the ankle. But let's.
I would never say that. Just saying.
You literally at the top of the show said, "I've got a bunch of PEDs sitting right next to me."
I didn't
here.
say. Listen. I didn't say. Listen. It's ambiguous.
Balco Jake.
Ambiguous.
Balco Jake.
It's hard to say. It's all.
All right, let's do a little nickel or dime, shall we?
Sure, why not? Everybody's favorite game show that everybody looks forward to, whether it's hosted by me or Paul Espen. Again, it's hard to say. But we've talked about the Broncos a lot today, so we will start there. Let's go. Would you rather spend the nickel, $500, theoretically, of course, on the Broncos to have exactly 3 wins in their first 5 games? That's plus 195. Or the dime, $1,000, again, hypothetical, monopoly money, nothing's real, on the Broncos over 9.5, minus 110. Kate, we'll start with you.
I mean, listening to Zach Bye talk about the Broncos in that last segment got me even more fired up. Like, pour another pitcher of Kool-Aid. I'm all in on the Broncos. So, that being said, he also talked about Bo Nix having a slower start to the season last year. And yes, that was his rookie season. So, you would expect that. I'm going to go a dime on the Broncos over 9.5 wins. I know it's minus 110 versus the value plus 195, but I think this is a team that, based on the personnel, everything Zach Bye just laid out, he even said, maybe look at some alt win totals. I will put the dime on over 9.5 wins for the Broncos at minus 110, Sean.
I'm going to go with the nickel on 3 wins in the first 5 weeks. Jay, what was it? Plus what?
195.
That was plus 195.
Yeah, that seems mispriced to me. I love the week 1 matchup versus Cam Ward and a rookie quarterback getting his first start. At Indianapolis, that defense against whoever ends up playing quarterback for the Colts, if that's Anthony Richardson, I love that matchup. They're 2-0, and they have to win one more game between at LA Chargers, at home against the Bengals, and then at Philly. At LA and at Philly is tough. We just heard Zach Bye say Burrow didn't throw at PS2, Patrick Surtain, once in that matchup. I'm going to take that defense against Burrow in a situation where the Broncos know Burrow's going to have to throw it damn near every down. I think plus 195 is mispriced on that. I think they pick up 3 wins. If we're as high on the Broncos about them getting to 10, 11 wins, potentially, they have to win 3 games in that first 5 window to get off and rolling. So I like that at plus 195. I turn my 500 into a dime, essentially.
Well, then we'll roll that over into the second question. Also, PS2 being Patrick Surtain's nickname, as somebody that grew up playing a PlayStation 2, is just a wild curveball that it's scrambling my brain, which probably says more about me as a person. We don't have to get into that. Next question. Would you rather go the nickel, $500 on the Padres to reach the National League Championship Series? Brain's working really good. That's 2-1. Or would you rather go the Okay. Baseball question. Would you rather go the nickel, $500 on the Padres to make the NLCS 2-1, or the dime, $1,000 on the Brewers to make it to the NLCS plus 120? Sean, if you were able to follow any of that, we'll start with you.
Do we need to bring Paul in?
I don't know what just happened to my brain. That was really, for me, I'm sure it was hard to watch. For me to experience, like, that was embarrassing. Paul needs to be warming up in the bullpen right now, apparently. Really awesome. Good thing I definitely don't have to host another show on this network later. Anywho, Sean, would you rather go the nickel on the Padres to make it to the NLCS or the dime on the Brewers to make it to the NLCS?
I'll take the dime on the Brewers at plus 120 to make the NLCS. Hopefully they get a favorable road, depending on the bracket, as you mentioned earlier, Jake, how that lines up for them. But they're playing too well and seem to be too of a together unit that maybe they could overcome some of that lack of superstar that you talked about earlier and could get to the ALCS or NLCS, excuse me.
This is a tough one. I'll go the dime on the Brewers as well. I mean, for as hot as they are right now, and as much as we talked about maybe them peaking a little too soon, this is a team that's proven they can win plenty of games, and they can win games in different ways. The Padres, there always seems to be a lot of hype on them going into the postseason, and then everything kind of crumbles a little bit. So I'll take a flyer on the Brewers to reach the NLCS.
All right, Jake, honestly, this question was for you because you were down on both of them. So if it's Padres, Brewers, NLDS, who you got?
All right, look who's trotting out of the bullpen. I would have to go Padres because I do think I know I ragged on them earlier that they're mentally soft, and I also ragged on the Brewers that they don't have a true superstar. I think the Padres' problems are also with teams that have superstars and that are ultra talented. See the Dodgers the last couple of years. So if it was Brewer.
Holy cow.
Right.
If it was Brewers versus Padres,
brother. You got a long day. Yeah.
It's not great. If it was Brewers versus Padres, I lean Padres. I would probably bet the Padres game to game. If you gave me a nice price on like Brewers plus 1.5, especially in a short series, a 5-game series, which would be the division series, obviously. I guess not obviously because I can't even speak, so who knows? Nothing's real. But I would think the Brewers could make it a close series. I would ultimately go Padres to win that series, though, and then lose to likely the Dodgers, or honestly even the Mets in the championship series.
Like League of Their Own, where Tom Hanks has to fireman carry the one pitcher into the shower and just like turn on a cold shower to like get her to snap out of it. That's where I feel like I'm at with Jake right now.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
Man.
What time did you get up this morning, Jake?
The alarm hit like a dump truck at 4:10 a.m. And then the worst part is then because like I'm not trusting the CTA at 4 a.m. Sorry, as much as I would love to, ain't happening. So I took an Uber instead, which was fine because it was only $10, so actually not terrible. But this guy, like the shocks in his car, gone. Just nothing. I felt every single pothole. And as somebody that is famously not great right now, felt every jolt through that too. So it's just, it wasn't awesome, but we're here. Love my life, live, laugh, love.
Got the pre-workout in the background? Maybe you could just fire one
regular
down.
protein. See, the thing is, Sean, sometimes when you're in a windowless beige room, you got to decorate yourself. And when you've been hearing that there's going to be a banner for the last 3 months, including when there was a show that won't be named, and it's just, you got to decorate your own background sometimes. So we make do with what we got. This is a Jake Hassan. It's definitely a segment of all time right now that is happening.
Really is.
Last couple questions for Nickel or Dime before I get taken out back behind the barn, never to be seen again. Would you rather go the Nickel 500 on Iowa to make the playoff 9-1, or the Dime $1,000 on Penn State to win the Big Ten plus 240? Kate, as our Iowa alum, we will start with you.
I mean, I think it's obvious. Not even because I'm an Iowa alum. Penn State can't win the big game. It's not that obvious. Penn State could easily make the win the Big Ten, but I'm going Iowa. I honestly think this is a team that could that could potentially maybe make the playoffs. I like I was going to say Mizorowski, but that's the Brewers. Gronowski, the new quarterback, coming over from South Dakota State. He's won 2 FCS titles. Like, if the offense can be any sort of offense whatsoever, this Iowa defense can win them enough games. You have your tough opponents in Kinnick, night game. We've already talked about the tailgate scene at Iowa. The parking lots are phenomenal. This is a team that's ready to go to the playoffs. Give me a nickel on 9-1 Iowa to make the playoffs. And yes, this is a bias. I graduated from Iowa. I will back them every time I can get and fade Penn State, Sean.
Yeah, I get it. But the play is the dime on Penn State because they don't play. They play one road game versus a ranked opponent. That's Ohio State, and that's week 8. So they'll have some time to be oiled up and ready to go. Drew Aller has been very good since being the highly touted recruit coming in, but now it's year 3. He should be about as pro ready as you can get. They get Oregon at home. That's week 4, but they get them at home in their building in a night game. That should be in their favor. James Franklin, as much as I don't like him personally, he does set the culture there. It's very, very clear, and it's a strong culture. I think it has to be the dime on Penn State to finally get it done. You beat Ohio State in their building. You have 8 weeks to prep for it and start getting that rolling. You should win the Big Ten. So I'm going to go with Penn State.
Oiled up was an insane choice of words there.
I loved that too. Drew Eller's
Oiled
getting
up and
oiled
ready
up
to
for
go,
the season.
baby.
We're
Convenient
oiled
at
up
7
and
p.m.
ready to
Central.
go for lightning bets. Coming up on the other side. You like that one, Jake? We'll tell you where we're putting our money in about 3 minutes. Coming up, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Wrapping things up here on Bet Sweats. Kate Constable, Sean Little in today and tomorrow for Joe and Sam. We're off for this week. We will give you our lightning bets here in just moments, tell you where we're putting our money. Sean, before we do that, I mean, we started off the show leading with Shedeur Sanders. I think we have to finish the show talking about Taylor Swift. She was on the New Heights podcast last night. Did you listen?
What does Shedeur Sanders have to do with Taylor Swift, by the way? Or were you just talking about the...
That's a great question. I didn't really flush out that thought in my mind. Yeah. It's that we could have led the show with either Taylor or Shedeur, both topics that shouldn't be the lead of a sports betting network show, but like are so in the news right now that they kind of have to be mentioned at some point. So we started the show with one of those topics, and we're going to cap the show with the other. Now do you see where I'm going?
You know what? That's my mistake. Starting with Shedeur and ending with Taylor Swift is not something we thought we should probably be doing, but here we are.
Right. Here we are. I actually watched the whole episode last night. I don't know why. Like, I'm not a New Heights. I listened to New Heights when it first came out, a couple episodes. I'm not a Swiftie. I don't not like Taylor Swift. I just don't really care. Like, I'll listen to her music, but I'm not following her every move. But I was kind of interested to see what that whole episode was going to be like. And it was just a Taylor Swift episode. Like, they talked about her the entire time. But they also mentioned, like, she talked about how she's learned to love football. She didn't know anything about it. Sean, she thought that football was, she said, she thought that like Josh Allen and Jared Goff, if those two teams were playing each other, they both are out there at the same time. They're both on offense. So she was like, I literally had no idea how football worked, but now she's getting into it more and she's learning coverages. That's kind of impressive.
Yeah, that's a lie. I don't believe that. I don't believe that whatsoever. She's lucky that her boyfriend plays a position where you just have to watch him and hope he gets the ball. I think if that's a good place to learning coverages. Please stop. Why would she lie? So she said that out loud.
Yeah, she said now we're talking about cover 2, cover 3. You know, we're getting more into the nitty gritty of all of that. When Xavier Worthy got drafted by the Chiefs, she broke the news to Travis. She went screaming through the house. We just drafted Xavier Worthy. She doesn't know who Xavier Worthy is, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, please cut it out, Taylor. It's unnecessary. You don't need to do this. You just say your day, you hang out with one of the best tight ends we've ever seen, and continue to smile in the press box and drop great music for all the people. We don't need you to learn cover 0 and cover 2 and quarters and the rest of it. So yeah, that's it's hilarious she said that. I will say, we were talking about her being calculated. We mentioned that the Kingdom comes out. It's no surprise she shows up on Kelsey's podcast right before that drops, gives it a little extra buzz. And that's what you do when you're a power couple, Kate, you know. You just support each other's endeavors, multiply it on your platform, and try to get as many people to tune in as possible. I will say this. I would fade Travis Kelce at every turn. I think that the days we know Travis Kelce are completely over. I think Noah Gray gets a lot of looks, and I expect him to have, if not a better year, just as good as year as Travis Kelce. I think a guy that is accomplished as much as him, that is into the limelight and into the extracurriculars like he is, I just can't trust him if I'm looking to back a player when it comes to props, fantasy, and the rest of it.
Well, Sean, there was an article that came out where Travis admitted that he hasn't been, his attention to detail or focus on the field, it could have possibly taken a dip because of all the entertainment endeavors off the field for him. So if he's willing to admit that publicly, one, I don't think I would admit that. And two, like now going into this year, how are we supposed to trust that doing podcasts with your girlfriend now to get the Kingdom show hyped up? Like that is almost, that's telling me that he didn't learn much last year. So I'm with you. I think it's probably smart to fade him this year.
You can't admit it when you're as solidified as him. The Super Bowl rings are there. The numbers are there. Like, it's now time to live life and date superstars and play football alongside. It's not the sole priority and focus. And those are the guys you wanna back. The quarterback, your franchise quarterback, you want to be married with kids and sleeping by 10 o'clock. Those are the guys you want running your franchise. And the guys you want to put your hard-earned dollars on are not guys in the middle of the week traveling to Buenos Aires to catch their girlfriend's concert backstage. That's the type of stuff I'm talking about. So jokes aside, if you're actually looking to wager real dollars, I would be weary. But yeah, I mean, Travis Kelce talked about the upcoming season and how he wasn't focused in the same article that he was doing a photo shoot and going about doing all this stuff throughout the summer where everybody else is getting ready to go. So I love Travis, one of the best of all time. I just couldn't back him this year. If he turns back the clock, I would be shocked.
This is his last year playing, right? Like, you have to imagine he's done after this season.
Yeah, I would say so. I think Diana Rossini mentioned that after they won 2, he on the way off the field, he whispered to her that, like, let's go for 3 in a row. They end up pushing to the Super Bowl and losing. But yeah, even the way his body looked last year, he just wasn't in tip-top shape. He didn't look like himself. And another year older, deeper in a relationship with Taylor Swift, I don't see how that improves.
We got to get this show over. Can you hear those planes? Did you hear that one? They keep freaking me out. I know they're out there, and I jump every single time one goes by my window.
If you're hearing it now, I'm going to be hearing it in a second, so I'll be on the lookout.
All right, let's turn our attention to lightning bets. Where are we putting our money today? Sean, you want to start us off with a couple of your favorite plays?
Yeah, I mentioned the Cubs at minus 110 earlier. When we talk about how well Matthew Bird has been all year, exit velo is low towards the top of the year. Hard hit rate is only 37.5%. He doesn't walk anybody. 5.4 BB rate throughout the entire year. And this is over now a large sample size. Max Scherzer is one of the greatest we've ever seen, but he's still trying to get acclimated, still getting rolling. It's only his 5th start of the year. I think with the Cubs coming off a W, I think they could stack another one here. The offense can potentially turn back the clock. I hate to say that because it's in the same calendar couple months, but if they can pick up a couple early runs, I think Matt Bird can lead the way.
All right, I am going to go over to baseball as well. I'm going to go the under 7.5 in Tigers and Twins. You have Skubal going on the mound for the Tigers today. I also just need to victory lap yesterday when I said I think the Twins with Joe Ryan maybe could get the win over the Yankees. And everyone was like, no, we'd never bet the Twins against the Yankees. You're an idiot. They didn't actually say that, but and the Twins won yesterday. So I don't think the Twins are having that same type of success today against Skubal. So I will take the under 7.5 there. And then I'm going to go over to the W, and I'm going to play Paige Becker's unders. Her points prop keeps going up, and for very good reason. She's been phenomenal this season, but I think it's crept up just a little too high. We're sitting at 19.5. I'll take under 19.5 for Paige tonight against the Los Angeles Sparks. Paul and Jake, would you like to come in and get in on some lightning bets?
I don't have much to add on the lightning bets front. I would just like to say I'm also a fan of Joe Ryan. I think he's a great. So, Jake, why don't you take it from here?
Yeah, I will hand up, say that I was one of the people, not saying but implying that Kate was an idiot for betting the Twins against the Yankees. Hand up.
For the record, Kate got very lucky. She didn't know what she was talking about. She just threw it out.
No.
But I will take a win. A win is a win.
Major League Baseball sharp Kate Constable. So we're going to do, as somebody who is planning tomorrow's edition of Bet Sweats, can't wait. I will make sure we have a whole hour for Major League Baseball just for Kate Constable. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah,
Don't
thank
worry,
you.
Kate.
That stress levels will be skyrocketing this afternoon.
Game by game with Kate Constable.
I'm going to run back. Friday.
Oh, we are. Football Friday, Baseball Friday. 2 words that start with F. I'm I'm going to run back the home run play from yesterday. Jacob Marcy at plus 950 came through on the Marlins. That was pretty awesome. Not to pat myself on the back too much, but I'm going to run that back today. It's still plus 870 is the best price. He's going against Tanner Bybee, who likes to serve him up. So I'm going to run that back. I'm also going to play the over 1.5 total bases at plus 180. I'm also going to run back the Orioles too. Tomoyuki Sugano has actually been pretty decent. Doesn't get a lot of run support, but the Orioles have been showing signs of life. Had the walk-off yesterday. I'll play the Orioles on the first 5 again, just like we did yesterday. And listen, great. The Cubs won 2 in a row. Woohoo! This is going to be such a regression spot. Matthew Boyd on the mound. He's been great, but this Blue Jays team has played awesome for the last couple of months straight. I'm going to take the Blue Jays as dogs at home gladly on the money line with Toronto.
All right. Now that we are 3 hours closer to kickoff tonight, Jake, kickball. We still feeling good? Are we still probable? Have we had any setbacks?
No setbacks that I can mention right now that are of note. I think we're good. We are on track. Treatment is going well through the morning. It's so far so good. I think we're on pace. We're on pace to be on the field in about 8 hours.
I'm a little worried about the mentals. I got to be honest. I think this is like Jake is going to run off the field with like 2 outs. Yeah, we'll see.
It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
You'll be just ready to get out all of your energy. You don't have to use the mentals a whole lot once you hit the field after 3 straight shows today. I have faith in you, Jake, but I will be
what could possibly
extremely
go wrong?
Disappointed if you come back tomorrow and don't have a championship trophy in hand.
Oh, good. So no pressure. Cool. Awesome.
Where is this? What park is this going to be? Can I come watch? I might slide.
Why
with
does
the
everyone
sunglasses?
keep trying to get me to dox myself on these airwaves? Sean, we'll talk. You can come if you want. We'll talk. But I'm not putting it out there for the people who listen to this network.
Done. Deal.
All Jake's fans show up. You got people in the bleachers. Gotta love it. Best of luck tonight, Jake. Best of luck on all of our lightning bets today. Thank you to Zach Bye for stopping by and talking Denver Broncos. Sean and I will be back with you same time tomorrow. Have a great afternoon. This has been Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
motion. Minshew looking, throws intercepted by Surtain. Pat Surtain on the run. Nobody's going to catch him. Surtain going all the way for a Denver touchdown.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Pat Surtain, pretty good season last year. I think he could say Defensive Player of the Year award. Broncos win 10 games last year. Not a bad season. We'll get some insight into what their season, what we can expect this year from Zach Bye here in just seconds. But coming up 20 minutes from now, we play a little game of nickel or dime and then wrap things up with some lightning bets. Interested to see where Sean goes with some of his bets this afternoon. I'll have a couple in the W, maybe a Major League Baseball bet as well. But for now, it's back to the Denver Broncos as we continue our countdown to kickoff series. Sean and I broke down our thoughts on Denver a little earlier in the season, and now we bring in Zach Bye to get his thoughts. He is the host of The Drive on Denver Sports Station 1043 The Fan. Zach, appreciate you taking the time to join us. I know you are fresh off a Broncos practice this morning. Any major takeaways from this morning's practice that you saw?
So actually, I'm getting ready to actually go to practice, which today is a unique day because the Arizona Cardinals are coming into town. It's the only joint practice that will happen in Denver. Broncos were in Santa Clara last week, locking horns with the San Francisco 49ers. Today, Jonathan Gannon's group comes in, and lots of storylines all around. Vance Joseph's defensive coordinator for the Broncos, used to be the head coach for the Broncos. His stop in between was Arizona. Pass rusher for the Broncos last year, who was a starter, Baron Browning, now plays for Arizona. So we got some fun storylines. Pat Surtain against Marvin Harrison Jr. should be a fun watch later this afternoon as well.
Mr. Bye, is the Denver Broncos Kool-Aid a little too sweet? I haven't heard too many negative things coming out of Denver across the country, Kate Constable included. A lot of people are extremely high on the Denver Broncos. Where are you at? Are you tempering expectations, or should we continue to run wild with Bo Nix in his second year under the helm?
Well, you want to know what's so funny, guys, is that one of the leaders that is driving the Broncos hype train is Sean Payton himself. There are not many coaches in the National Football League that will go on the record and say, hey, I think this team can win a Super Bowl. I felt like this 6 other times in my career. One, won the Super Bowl. Others were in championship games, but this is the 7th time. Oh, and by the way, guys, I think Bo Nix could be a top 5 quarterback in the next 2 years. It's like, wait, what the heck? Like, John Harbaugh doesn't talk like this. Mike Tomlin doesn't talk like this. Andy Reid doesn't talk like this. Sean McDermott doesn't talk like this. And there Sean is. And so last week when everyone's having conversations about the Denver Broncos coast to coast, a lot of it, the genesis of it was Sean Payton's comments to 3 or 4 different national outlets. He's just kind of a wild one with his mouth. He's just different that way. In terms of like an actual Super Bowl contender, I want to see it first, guys. I mean, there is substance to draw from that would lead you to believe that the Broncos could maybe, win a playoff game. All right, this is a really good defense and the best Broncos offense that we've seen basically in 10 years. Last season, you would think it would grow with the additions at the running back and the tight end position. But in terms of like big boy Super Bowl contender, big boy, okay, they played Baltimore last year. They got beat 41-10. They made it to the playoffs for the first time since winning Super Bowl 50 and got boat raced 31-7. They were 1-8 against teams with a winning record. So 2 things can be true at the same time. It could be the best Broncos team we've seen since Super Bowl 50, but also not ready to maybe step up at the highest level that the NFL has to offer. But I will say this, if they are in those conversations 4 months from now, it'll be because of the defense. This defense doesn't really, at least on paper, doesn't have a weakness. Now, the games are played on grass, not on paper, so we'll see what it looks like. But it's a year ago, guys, 63 sacks from this Broncos defense. Think about this. There's 32 teams in the NFL. The largest gap between any of the 2 slottings when it came to team sacks, number 1 to number 2, Denver to Baltimore. 63 sacks is 9 sacks away from the all-time NFL record. So this is a defense that is extremely sticky on the back end. Their front 7 are flat out elite. They have the defensive player of the year. upgrades you would think at safety with a Talanoa Hufanga coming from San Francisco, former All-Pro. Dre Greenlaw coming from San Francisco, former All-Pro. So, I mean, they have dudes all over that side of the ball. So if they reach that level that you're talking about, bro, it'll be because of that side of the ball.
Yeah, and then PS2, that's the special thing about PS2 coming off the DPOY is that he shuts down one side of the field. And if you don't have to worry about that, Advantage doesn't have to game plan for that side. There's a lot of different things they can pull out of the bag. I think Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw are going to be great additions to an already really good D. All right, Zach, we know about Bo Nix. We know about Cortland Sutton. We know about Mims. We talked about Evan Ingram coming over, and we just talked about Hufanga and Greenlaw. Anybody else that people aren't talking about enough that we should look out potentially in the preseason here or early in the year that by the end of the season or maybe week 8, we'll know a lot more about that people in Denver know a little bit more than maybe the country does?
That's a good question. I'll give you a couple names. One, a season ago, there was a wide receiver by the name of Devon Vele, a 27-year-old rookie out of Utah, who they picked in the 7th round. It was a flyer pick. But based on his rookie season, of any 7th round pick in the last 25 years, he had the second most production of any wideout picked in the 7th round in the last 2.5 decades. I think he's like Mr. Reliable. I don't know if he'll ever be an all-pro, but like if he were like an Uber driver and we were going on like reliability rating and he's coming to pick me up, I know I'm going to get to the airport in time. Another guy is Pat Bryant, a wide receiver out of Illinois. And a lot of these draft experts said, man, the Broncos overdrafted Pat Bryant. Maybe you could have got him in the 4th or 5th round. Well, Sean Payton said, based on his own evaluation, the player comp that he gave for Pat Bryant was a young Michael Thomas. All right, now Sean can get excited. I already talked about that. He can get excited and say stuff, like this. But being out at camp, you're seeing a really, really high floor for this young wide receiver, Pat Bryant. And then R.J. Harvey as well out of Central Florida, who they took in the 2nd round, is involved in so much stuff out at training camp. And this is like for maybe fantasy football players or prop bettors from your guys' side of things. Like R.J. Harvey is going to get a lot of touches, okay? I believe that John Gruden and Sean Payton have a good relationship. And this past week, John Gruden said R.J. Harvey's going to get the football 300 times this year. Now, we know he's not going to get the ball actually 300 times, but when someone has a relationship with the coach and they've spoken recently, like Gruden hasn't been at practice, right? He's not seeing that. He's hearing that from Sean. And if that's Sean's vision for a young player, you could be sure he's going to try to manifest that vision on game days. So those are 3 names offensively that I would definitely keep an eye on. And then I'll throw you one defensively. This is someone who we didn't talk about at all in the pre-draft process. I'm talking about 3 months of pre-draft conversations on our radio station. We're live local, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day. His name never came up, and there the Broncos were taking him in the 1st round. It's cornerback from Texas, Jahdae Barron. This young man is one of the smartest players on the team as a rookie. He flies around, and the reason I think it could be important for your audience is this young man is going to have an opportunity to make plays on the ball. You just referenced it in a previous setup to a question. Pat Surtain's side of the field doesn't get a lot of action. So, like for example, last year they played Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow didn't throw Pat Surtain one time, all right? So that means you got to throw it to some other places. That could be an opportunity for a young rookie to make plays on the ball right out of the gate.
We're talking with Zach Bye, host of The Drive on Denver Sports Station 104.3 The Fan. Zach, I mentioned earlier to these guys when we were talking Broncos that I like R.J. Harvey to go over 700.5 rushing yards on this season. And it sounds like, based on what Sean Payton has said, what you just told us, that might be a fairly good bet. Now, right now, J.K. Dobbins, depth chart-wise, is ahead of him. Do you think at some point R.J. Harvey becomes RB1 and Dobbins takes a back seat to him?
Yeah, and I don't even think it has to be like, hey, Dobbins, he's playing better than you. He's now the starter. It's like, oh, Dobbins is once again hurt. Dobbins has never finished a season. Dobbins has never played a full season ever in his career. So based off that, unless you're banking on something that has literally never happened, the chances are RJ Harvey is going to get a ton of action, even with a healthy Dobbins. But eventually, if his bones prove to be peanut brittle the way that they have for the last half decade, Harvey's going to be your guy. And you're seeing a different layer of explosion and burst out at camp. Like if an alien came down and didn't know who was who, didn't know who was getting what amount of money, what your draft status was, that alien would be like, hey, there's something to that guy. What's his name? Oh, that's RJ Harvey. Yeah, he looks a little bit different. We saw him in the first preseason game, try to, run it up the middle. There's nothing there. He bounces it to the outside for an 11-yard gain. It's stuff like that that's like, man, there's something to this kid. So 700.5 on the season total, I'd be going screaming over for RJ Harvey based on the starter in front of him and his historical inability to stay on the field and the vision for the young man taking him in the second round.
I do like peanut brittle, but it does fall apart when you eat it. It is all over the place. It's definitely in your lap. So
yeah,
I know exactly what you mean when we talk about JK, who's been a really good back, but just can't stay healthy. It's tough to stay healthy as a running back in the NFL. Also, RJ Harvey is a smaller dude, tough to see. So yeah, I mean, I think one of the most underrated things in betting is if you listen to some of these press conferences, some coaches will come out and tell you exactly the game plan or what they want to lean to and guys that'll get the volume. So over on the betting side, Zach, the win total, I'm going to put you on the spot right now. Do the Broncos win 10 games, yes or no?
Yes, I think that they do. And it's based off what my eyes told me a year ago, getting to 10-7. But this is a team that also started 0-2 and lost to two teams that they really, if they played them a month later, they would have beat the Steelers and the Seattle Seahawks. The Broncos were a better team than both of those teams a year ago. The problem was Sean Payton, the way he did that quarterback competition a year ago, he actually had a three-way quarterback competition between Jarrett Stidham, Zach Wilson, and Bo Nix. One of the stupidest things I've ever seen. I mean, it occupied the entire summer when we knew the first rounder, Bo Nix, was going to play. I'm mentioning that because Bo was not ready to play. He was in the silly competition, and in fact, he was the last named starter in the entire NFL. So he was not getting the lion's share of reps coming into the first month of the season. And what did the first month of the season look like? He was the worst quarterback in the entire NFL. He had 1/4 of his interception total thrown in the first 4 games of the year. He did not throw a single touchdown in the first 3 games of the year. Now you fast forward to the wintertime, and he's in the Rookie of the Year conversation with Jaden Daniels. He threw Bo Nix last year threw more touchdown passes than John Elway ever did in any season. Let that sink in. Bo Nix threw the second most touchdown passes for any rookie quarterback in NFL history, second to only Justin Herbert. So I'm mentioning that because he started so slow. But when you fast forward, he was one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL 2 months later. Now you're here this season. He's getting every rep with the first team. He should be much better out of the gate. You probably win those 2 games that you lost to the Steelers and Seattle a year ago. Don't forget, they had Kansas City beat in Arrowhead. Bo Nix converts on a third down. They're setting up a game-winning chip shot field goal, and it gets blocked with no time left, and Mahomes is running around like Jimmy Valvano winning the national championship. So there was plenty of games that you look back upon and say, wow, I can't believe the Broncos lost that game. This year, again, it's the NFL. They'll lose a 1 or 2 fluky games like that, but I think they'll make up more on the positive end and get to that a 10-game benchmark and hit that season over. In fact, I'd probably sprinkle on an alternate, and go over 10.5 as well.
Zach, I like what you're saying here. I mean, confirmation bias is a sometimes can be a scary thing, but you've just confirmed everything that I felt like I knew about the Broncos coming into this season. Sounds like they are going to have an awesome year. We appreciate you stopping by, taking the time. And if you noticed my reaction a couple minutes ago where I kind of freaked out on camera, the Aaron Waters show practice here in Chicago is going on. So a fighter jet just flew by my window. Freaked me out a little bit. It wasn't because you were talking about how good Bo Nix was. But, Zach, we appreciate you taking the time. Thanks for joining us. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Zach.
Hey, cheers, you guys. Enjoy football season.
You as well. That is Zach By on the Denver Broncos, host of The Drive on Denver Sports Station 104.3 The Fan. Sean, this is going to be a tough 40 minutes left of the show. I've got fighter jets outside my window right now.
They haven't come to my. I'm a little west in Bucktown, so I haven't heard any yet. But this is my favorite weekend of the year, by the way. It doesn't get old.
No, it really doesn't. It really doesn't. I've been muting myself when they fly by, but we may be hearing them a little bit the rest of the show. Coming up on the other side, we play a little nickel or dime, and then we'll wrap things up 40 minutes from now with lightning bets here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
because Sean, it's basically Top Gun outside my window right now in Chicago here, a staple every summer, the Air and Water Show. And we've got, I don't know what kind of planes they are because the shades in my office are down, but they are going right past my window. And I feel like I need to throw on my aviators and leather jacket and be a little Tom Cruise right now.
Yeah, where are you at? You in River North or what? What part of town?
I'm in Lincoln Park.
Okay, so yeah, I'm a little west of you, so I'm getting a little lighter. But yeah, I mean, it's extremely loud. If you've never been to Chicago and are looking for a weekend to pick, and you don't want to do Lollapalooza or something like that, the Air and Water Show is a great time to come. It's a spectacle on the water every single year. It's towards the back end of the summer too, so it's nice and warm. You don't have to worry about too much stuff in the fall with the weather changing and stuff. So yeah, Air and Water Show is awesome. But yes, it's extremely loud. It can get a little spooky, especially if you have a dog. I heard a lot of people's dogs don't love it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I can imagine the dogs don't love it. Most dogs don't love thunderstorms. This is a little bit louder than the thunderstorm, and this is just practice today. They'll practice today, tomorrow. The show's on Saturday. So, Sean, you may have to put up with me and some loud noises here, both for the remainder of the show and tomorrow a little. But it's one of the cooler things that Chicago does. I'm sure there's other cities that do it as well, but I'm only familiar with Chicago's, and it gets packed. Like my building kind of looks out on Lake Michigan, the water. It's near that, and the beaches are just filled. The playpen, all the boats out there on Saturday afternoon watching the Air and Water Show. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's just something you don't see very often. So to see fighter jets and them put on a little bit of a show and do flyovers. You'll be able to catch any piece of it throughout the city if you're up high enough, or just look up if you're walking down the street running errands. So yeah, it's a special weekend. I enjoy it a lot.
It's pretty fun. You want to know what else is pretty fun? Lightning bet's coming up in about 20 minutes, but now a little game of nickel or dime. Who doesn't love that? So to play this wonderful game, we bring in our wonderful producer, Paul Aspen.
I love this though. I love that. That's on me. That's totally on me. So this is a Jake thing, but Jake gets so offended when he gets stepped over.
No. Dude, I don't get offended. I do not put in the papers that I get
Jake,
offended. Okay.
Did I just hurt your feelings, Jake? I'm sorry.
Nah.
The Thursday feels. God, you did this to him on his kickball championship day, Kate. This is bad.
I know. I'm throwing him off. The routine today thrown off. All right, well, then we bring in our favorite board operator, Jake Hassan.
Listen, lucky for you guys, I have way too much going on today to be offended by a accidental Wally Pip situation. Listen, I was with our friends on Just the Daily Tip. I've been up since 4. I got to host You Better You Bet later with Femi Abebefe. I got kickball later. I'm dialed, okay? We are triple duty here and then going right into kickball, okay? So, and then I got a plan tomorrow show after this too. So, listen, the nickel or dime being, not given to me today accidentally by Kate Constable is the least of my concerns right now.
You know what this
Jake,
sounds
you've
like?
been throwing... Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
It sounds like pre-workout Jake is back.
Oh, God. No.
Have we been dry scooping?
No. I'm not allowed to dry scoop anymore because my therapist told me it's probably not great for my mental well-being. Which was true.
Okay, well, good. We want you to be sharp and healthy. So do you just no pre-workout at all or no dry scoop? Like you got to sip it slowly?
We just crush a Celsius throughout the day instead. It was just the post pre-workout dry scoop crash was to not get worth it, and it just started to make my heart feel a little too sticky too. So we decided to go away from that.
All right,
what it is. Be what it be.
Good to know. So no pre-workout before the game tonight. Other substances likely used for the ankle. But
listen, I would never say that. Just saying.
You literally at the top of the show said, "I've got a bunch of PEDs sitting right next to me."
I didn't
here.
say. Listen, I didn't say. Listen, it's ambiguous.
Balco Jake.
Ambiguous.
Balco Jake.
It's hard to say. It's all.
All right, let's do a little nickel or dime, shall we?
Sure, why not? Everybody's favorite game show that everybody looks forward to, whether it's hosted by me or Paul Espen. Again, it's hard to say. But we've talked about the Broncos a lot today, so we will start there. Let's go. Would you rather spend the nickel, $500, theoretically, of course, on the Broncos to have exactly 3 wins in their first 5 games? That's plus 195. Or the dime, $1,000, again, hypothetical, monopoly money, nothing's real, on the Broncos over 9.5, minus 110. Kate, we'll start with you.
I mean, listening to Zach Bye talk about the Broncos in that last segment got me even more fired up. Like, pour another pitcher of Kool-Aid. I'm all in on the Broncos. So, that being said, he also talked about Bo Nix having a slower start to the season last year. And yes, that was his rookie season. So, you would expect that. I'm going to go a dime on the Broncos over 9.5 wins. I know it's minus 110 versus the value plus 195, but I think this is a team that, based on the personnel, everything Zach Bye just laid out, he even said, maybe look at some alt win totals. I will put the dime on over 9.5 wins for the Broncos at minus 110, Sean.
I'm going to go with the nickel on 3 wins in the first 5 weeks. Jay, what was it? Plus what?
195.
That was plus 195.
Yeah, that seems mispriced to me. I love the week 1 matchup versus Cam Ward and a rookie quarterback getting his first start. At Indianapolis, that defense against whoever ends up playing quarterback for the Colts, if that's Anthony Richardson, I love that matchup. They're 2-0, and they have to win one more game between at LA Chargers, at home against the Bengals, and then at Philly. At LA and at Philly is tough. We just heard Zach Bye say Burrow didn't throw at PS2, Patrick Surtain, once in that matchup. I'm going to take that defense against Burrow in a situation where the Broncos know Burrow's going to have to throw it damn near every down. I think plus 195 is mispriced on that. I think they pick up 3 wins. If we're as high on the Broncos about them getting to 10, 11 wins potentially, they have to win 3 games in that first 5 window to get off and rolling. So I like that at plus 195. I turn my 500 into a dime, essentially.
Well, then we'll roll that over into the second question. Also, PS2 being Patrick Surtain's nickname, as somebody that grew up playing a PlayStation 2, is just a wild curveball that it's scrambling my brain, which probably says more about me as a person. We don't have to get into that. Next question. Would you rather go the nickel, $500 on the Padres to reach the National League Championship Series? Brain's working really good. That's 2-1. Or would you rather go the nick? Okay. Baseball question. Would you rather go the nickel, $500 on the Padres to make the NLCS 2-1, or the dime, $1,000 on the Brewers to make it to the NLCS plus 120? Sean, if you were able to follow any of that, we'll start with you.
Do we need to bring Paul in?
Jake,
that was, okay?
I don't know what just happened to my brain. That was really, for me, I'm sure it was hard to watch. For me to experience like that was embarrassing. Paul needs to be warming up in the bullpen right now, apparently. Really awesome. Good thing I definitely don't have to host another show on this network later. Anywho, Sean, would you rather go the nickel on the Padres to make it to the NLCS or the dime on the Brewers to make it to the NLCS?
I'll take the dime on the Brewers at plus 120 to make the NLCS. Hopefully they get a favorable road, depending on the bracket, as you mentioned earlier, Jake, how that lines up for them. But they're playing too well and seem to be too of a together unit that maybe they could overcome some of that lack of superstar that you talked about earlier and could get to the ALCS or NLCS, excuse me.
This is a tough one. I'll go the dime on the Brewers as well. I mean, for as hot as they are right now, and as much as we talked about maybe them peaking a little too soon, this is a team that's proven they can win plenty of games and they can win games in different ways. The Padres, there always seems to be a lot of hype on them going into the postseason, and then everything kind of crumbles a little bit. So I'll take a flyer on the Brewers to reach the NLCS.
All right, Jake, honestly, this question was for you because you were down on both of them. So if it's Padres, Brewers, NLDS, who you got?
All right, look who's trotting out of the bullpen. I I would have to go Padres because I do think I know I ragged on them earlier that they're mentally soft, and I also ragged on the Brewers that they don't have a true superstar. I think the Padres' problems are also with teams that have superstars and that are ultra talented. See the Dodgers the last couple of years. So if it was
Holy cow!
Right.
If it was Brewers versus
showers,
Padres,
brother. You got a long day. Yeah,
it's not great. If it was Brewers versus Padres, I lean Padres. I would probably bet the Padres game to game. If you gave me a nice price on like Brewers plus 1.5, especially in a short series, a 5-game series, which would be the division series, obviously. I guess not obviously because I can't even speak, so who knows? Nothing's real. But I would think the Brewers could make it a close series. I would ultimately go Padres to win that series, though, and then lose to likely the Dodgers, or honestly even the Mets in the championship series.
Like League of Their Own, where Tom Hanks has to fireman carry the one pitcher into the shower and just like turn on a cold shower to like get her to snap out of it. That's where I feel like I'm at with Jake right now.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
Man.
What time did you get up this morning, Jake?
The alarm hit like a dump truck at 4:10 a.m. And then the worst part is then because like I'm not trusting the CTA at 4 a.m. Sorry, as much as I would love to, ain't happening. So I took an Uber instead, which was fine because it was only $10, so actually not terrible. But this guy, like the shocks in his car, gone. Just nothing. I felt every single pothole. And as somebody that is famously not great right now, felt every jolt through that too. So it's just, it wasn't awesome, but we're here. Love my life, live, laugh, love.
Is that the pre-workout in the background? Maybe you could just fire one
regular
down.
protein. See, the thing is, Sean, sometimes when you're in a windowless beige room, you got to decorate yourself. And when you've been hearing that there's going to be a banner for the last 3 months, including when there was a show that won't be named, and it's just, you got to decorate your own background sometimes. So we make do with what we got. This is a Jake Hassan. It's definitely a segment of all time right now that is happening. Last couple questions for nickel or dime before I get taken out back behind the barn, never to be seen again. Would you rather go the nickel 500 on Iowa to make the playoff 9-1, or the dime $1,000 on Penn State to win the Big Ten plus 240? Kate, as our Iowa alum, we will start with you.
I mean, I think it's obvious. Not even because I'm an Iowa alum. Penn State can't win the big game. It's not that obvious. Penn State could easily make the win the Big Ten, but I'm going Iowa. I honestly think this is a team that could that could potentially maybe make the playoffs. I like I was going to say Mizorowski, but that's the Brewers. Gronowski, the new quarterback, coming over from South Dakota State. He's won 2 FCS titles. Like, if the offense can be any sort of offense whatsoever, this Iowa defense can win them enough games. You have your tough opponents in Kinnick, night game. We've already talked about the tailgate scene at Iowa. The parking lots are phenomenal. This is a team that's ready to go to the playoffs. Give me a nickel on 9-1 Iowa to make the playoffs. And yes, this is a bias. I graduated from Iowa. I will back them every time I can get and fade Penn State, Sean.
Yeah, I get it. But the play is the dime on Penn State because they don't play. They play one road game versus a ranked opponent. That's Ohio State, and that's week 8. So they'll have some time to be oiled up and ready to go. Drew Aller has been very good since being the highly touted recruit coming in. But now it's year 3. He should be about as pro-ready as you can get. They get Oregon at home. That's week 4, but they get them at home in their building in a night game. That should be in their favor. James Franklin, as much as I don't like him personally, he does set the culture there. It's very, very clear, and it's a strong culture. I think it has to be the dime on Penn State to finally get it done. You beat Ohio State in their building. You have 8 weeks to prep for it and start getting that rolling. You should win the Big Ten. So I'm going to go with Penn State.
Oiled up was an insane choice of words there.
I loved that too. Drew Eller's
Oiled
getting
up and
oiled
ready
up
to
for
go,
the season.
baby.
We're
Convenient
oiled up
7
and
p.m.
ready to
Central.
go for lightning bets. Coming up on the other side. You like that one, Jake? We'll tell you where we're putting our money in about 3 minutes. Coming up, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Wrapping things up here on Bet Sweats. Kate Constable, Sean Little in today and tomorrow for Joe and Sam. We're off for this week. We will give you our lighting bets here in just moments, tell you where we're putting our money. Sean, before we do that, I mean, we started off the show leading with Shedeur Sanders. I think we have to finish the show talking about Taylor Swift. She was on the New Heights podcast last night. Did you listen?
What does Shedeur Sanders have to do with Taylor Swift, by the way? Or were you just talking about the?
That's a great question. I didn't really flush out that thought in my mind. Yeah, it's that we could have led the show with either Taylor or Shedeur, both topics that shouldn't be the lead of a sports betting network show, but like are so in the news right now that they kind of have to be mentioned at some point. So we started the show with one of those topics, and we're going to cap the show with the other. Now do you see where I'm going?
You know what? That's my mistake. Starting with Shedeur and ending with Taylor Swift is not something we thought we should probably be doing, but here we are.
Right. Here we are. I actually watched the whole episode last night. I don't know why. Like, I'm not a New Heights. I listened to New Heights when it first came out, a couple episodes. I'm not a Swiftie. I don't not like Taylor Swift. I just don't really care. Like, I'll listen to her music, but I'm not following her every move. But I was kind of interested to see what that whole episode was going to be like. And it was just a Taylor Swift episode. Like, they talked about her the entire time. But they also mentioned, like, she talked about how she's learned to love football. She didn't know anything about it. Sean, she thought that football was, she said, she thought that like Josh Allen and Jared Goff, if those two teams were playing each other, they both are out there at the same time. They're both on offense. So she was like, I literally had no idea how football worked, but now she's getting into it more and she's learning coverages. That's kind of impressive.
Yeah, that's a lie. I don't believe that. I don't believe that whatsoever. She's lucky that her boyfriend plays a position where you just have to watch him and hope he gets the ball. I think if that's a good place to learning coverages. Please stop. Why would she lie? She said that out loud.
Yeah, she said now we're talking about cover 2, cover 3. You know, we're getting more into the nitty gritty of all of that. When Xavier Worthy got drafted by the Chiefs, she broke the news to Travis. She went screaming through the house. We just drafted Xavier Worthy. She doesn't know who Xavier Worthy is, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, please cut it out, Taylor. It's unnecessary. You don't need to do this. You just say your day, you hang out with one of the best tight ends we've ever seen, and continue to smile in the press box and drop great music for all the people. We don't need you to learn cover 0 and cover 2 and quarters and the rest of it. So. Yeah, that's it's hilarious she said that. I will say, we were talking about her being calculated. We mentioned that the Kingdom comes out. It's no surprise she shows up on Kelsey's podcast right before that drops. Gives it a little extra buzz. And that's what you do when you're a power couple, Kate, you know. You just support each other's endeavors, multiply it on your platform, and try to get as many people to tune in as possible. I will say this. I would fade Travis Kelce at every turn. I think the days we know Travis Kelce are completely over. I think Noah Gray gets a lot of looks, and I expect him to have, if not a better year, just as good as year as Travis Kelce. I think a guy that is accomplished as much as him, that is into the limelight and into the extracurriculars like he is, I just can't trust him if I'm looking to back a player when it comes to props, fantasy, and the rest of it.
Well, Sean, there was an article that came out where Travis admitted that he hasn't been his attention to detail or focus on the field. It could have possibly taken a dip because of all the entertainment endeavors off the field for him. So if he's willing to admit that publicly, one, I don't think I would admit that. And two, like now going into this year, how are we supposed to trust that doing podcasts with your girlfriend now to get the Kingdom show hyped up? Like that is that's telling me that he didn't learn much last year. So I'm with you. I think it's probably smart to fade him this year.
You can't admit it when you're as solidified as him. The Super Bowl rings are there. The numbers are there. Like, it's now time to live life and date superstars and play football alongside. It's not the sole priority and focus. And those are the guys you wanna back. The quarterback, your franchise quarterback, you want to be married with kids and sleeping by 10 o'clock. Those are the guys you want running your franchise. And the guys you want to put your hard-earned dollars on are not guys in the middle of the week traveling to Buenos Aires to catch their girlfriend's concert backstage. That's the type of stuff I'm talking about. So jokes aside, if you're actually looking to wager real dollars, I would be weary. But yeah, I mean, Travis Kelce talked about the upcoming season and how he wasn't focused in the same article that he was doing a photo shoot and going about doing all this stuff throughout the summer where everybody else is getting ready to go. So I love Travis, one of the best of all time. I just couldn't back him this year. If he turns back the clock, I would be shocked.
This is his last year playing, right? Like, you have to imagine he's done after this season.
Yeah, I would say so. I think Diana Rossini mentioned that after they won 2, he on the way off the field, he whispered to her that, like, let's go for 3 in a row. They end up pushing to the Super Bowl and losing. But yeah, even the way his body looked last year, he just wasn't in tip-top shape. He didn't look like himself. And another year older, deeper in a relationship with Taylor Swift, I don't see how that improves.
We got to get this show over. Can you hear those planes? Did you hear that one? They keep freaking me out. I know they're out there, and I jump every single time one goes by my window.
If you're hearing it now, I'm going to be hearing it in a second, so I'll be on the lookout.
All right, let's turn our attention to lightning bets. Where are we putting our money today? Sean, you want to start us off with a couple of your favorite plays?
Yeah, I mentioned the Cubs at -110 earlier. When we talk about how well Matthew Bird has been all year, exit velo is low towards the top of the year. Hard hit rate is only 37.5%. He doesn't walk anybody. 5.4 BB rate throughout the entire year. And this is over now a large sample size. Max Scherzer is one of the greatest we've ever seen, but he's still trying to get acclimated, still getting rolling. It's only his 5th start of the year. I think with the Cubs coming off a W, I think they could stack another one here. The offense can potentially turn back the clock. I hate to say that because it's in the same calendar couple months, but if they can pick up a couple early runs, I think Matt Bird can lead the way.
All right, I am going to go over to baseball as well. I'm going to go the under 7.5 in Tigers and Twins. You have Skubal going on the mound for the Tigers today. I also just need to victory lap yesterday when I said I think the Twins with Joe Ryan maybe could get the win over the Yankees, and everyone was like, no, we'd never bet the Twins against the Yankees. You're an idiot. They didn't actually say that, but and the Twins won yesterday. So I don't think the Twins are having that same type of success today against Skubal. So I will take the under 7.5 there. And then I'm going to go over to the W, and I'm going to play Paige Becker's unders. Her points prop keeps going up, and for very good reason. She's been phenomenal this season, but I think it's crept up just a little too high. We're sitting at 19.5. I'll take under 19.5 for Paige tonight against the Los Angeles Sparks. Paul and Jake, would you like to come in and get in on some lightning bets?
I don't have much to add on the lightning bets front. I would just like to say I'm also a fan of Joe Ryan. I think he's a great ability. So, Jake, why don't you take it from here?
Yeah, I will hand up, say that I was one of the people, not saying but implying that Kate was an idiot for betting the Twins against the Yankees. Hand up.
For the record,
wrong.
Kate got very lucky. She didn't know what she was talking about. She just threw it out.
No.
But I will take a win. A win is a win.
Major League Baseball sharp Kate Constable. So we're going to do, as somebody who is planning tomorrow's edition of Bet Sweats, can't wait. I will make sure we have a whole hour for Major League Baseball just for Kate Constable. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah,
Don't
thank
worry,
you.
Kate.
That stress levels will be skyrocketing this afternoon.
Game by game with Kate Constable.
I'm going to run back Friday.
We are Football Friday, Baseball Friday. 2 words that start with F. I'm going to run back the home run play from yesterday. Jacob Marcy at plus 950 came through on the Marlins. That was pretty awesome. Not to pat myself on the back too much, but I'm going to run that back today. It's still plus 870 is the best price. He's going against Tanner Bybee, who likes to serve him up. So I'm going to run that back. I'm also going to play the over 1.5 total bases at plus 180. I'm also going to run back the Orioles, too. Tomoyuki Sugino has actually been pretty decent. Doesn't get a lot of run support, but the Orioles have been showing signs of life. Had the walk-off yesterday. I'll play the Orioles on the first 5 again, just like we did yesterday. And listen, great. The Cubs won 2 in a row. Woohoo! This is going to be such a regression spot. Matthew Boyd on the mound. He's been great, but this Blue Jays team has played awesome for the last couple of months straight. I'm going to take the Blue Jays as dogs at home gladly on the money line with Toronto.
All right. Now that we are 3 hours closer to kickoff tonight, Jake, kickball. We still feeling good? Are we still probable? Have we had any setbacks?
No setbacks that I can mention right now that are of note. I think we're good. We are on track. Treatment is going well through the morning. It's so far so good. I think we're on pace. We're on pace to be on the field in about 8 hours.
I'm a little worried about the mentals. I got to be honest. I think this is like Jake is going to run off the field with like 2 outs. Yeah, we'll see.
It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
You'll be just ready to get out all of your energy. You don't have to use the mentals a whole lot once you hit the field after 3 straight shows today. I have faith in you, Jake, but I will be extremely disappointed if you come back tomorrow and don't have a championship trophy in hand.
Oh, good. So no pressure. Cool. Awesome.
Where is this? What park is this going to be? Can I come watch? I might slide.
Why
with
does
the
everyone
sunglasses?
keep trying to get me to dox myself on these airwaves? Sean, we'll talk. You can come if you want. We'll talk. But I'm not putting it out there for the people who listen to this network.
Done. Deal.
All Jake's fans show up. You got people in the bleachers. Gotta love it. Best of luck tonight, Jake. Best of luck on all of our lightning bets today. Thank you to Zach Bye for stopping by and talking Denver Broncos. Sean and I will be back with you same time tomorrow. Have a great afternoon. This has been Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours. where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And you can go ahead and listen to us live on Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, you know what to do by now, but I always want to let you guys know, throughout these 4 hours, hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. If you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends, once again, at BetMGM Network is where you can find the Wagertainment. We got a truncated crew hanging with us here on this Thursday, but a crew nonetheless. We have Jake Hassan hanging out with us, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Nick Costos, he's moving. Tyler Morales, he's down in Tampa, Florida, like having a golf weekend. But because Nick is out, we decided today the person to be filling in for Nick Costos, we're not going outside the family. It's one of our very own, the aforementioned Jake Hassan, who will be joining me in the next segment. But Jake Hassan filling in for Nick. You know how to find Jake on Twitter at Jake_Hassan is where you can hit him up on the app. But as always, if you miss anything throughout these 4 hours, make sure you check us out in podcast form. We're going to get to a lot of stuff. Obviously, the National Football League, a little bit of NBA discussion as well. We'll get to that coming up here momentarily. How about the Major League Baseball season? My Mariners getting slaughtered right now in the rain against the Baltimore Orioles. We're going to talk a lot of things over these next 4 hours. And if you miss any part of it, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, you might as well subscribe, rate, and review. I mean, we're putting the content on demand for you guys to consume. The least you can do is to throw us a bone. Subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcast. We have 3 guests who will be joining us throughout these 4 hours, starting at 4 o'clock, 1 hour from right now. Host of Sooner Sports Network. You can hear him on KREF in Norman. Chris Plank will join us here on You Better You Bet. We're going to talk about the Oklahoma Sooners, who, I don't know what they did to the SEC and Greg Sankey. I think this might literally be the hardest schedule I've ever seen a college football team have to navigate. OU will be facing an uphill battle. And also, maybe they're facing an uphill battle with their quarterback, John Mateer, who folks are calling him Moneyline Mateer. Now, there's been the sports gambling reference on his Venmo. He says it's all been cleared up. It was just an inside joke with the homies back in the day, but we'll talk John Mateer, we'll talk the OU Sooners, and we'll also talk all the biggest stories from throughout college football with Chris Plank 1 hour from right now. Then at 4:20 Eastern time, this is a real treat for us. Absolutely fired up to welcome this guy back to the program. NBA writer at the Action Network, host of the Buckets podcast. You know him, you love him. He's our buddy. Matt Moore returns to You Better You Bet, has his awesome Substack that he has, which you can find on his Twitter at HP Basketball. Matt's doing something really, really cool, and we're going to chat with him about it. It's a project that he's doing, trying to find out the best signature move in NBA history using a 32-move bracket. We love brackets. Who doesn't love brackets? You at home, you listening in the car, you also love brackets. 32 NBA signature moves, from Kareem Skyhook to the Dream Shake, MJ's post fadeaway, like LeBron's chase down blocks. We will break it down with Matt Moore, a really cool summer project that he's tackling. Bill was telling me about this before we started the show when we're doing our prep, and I was like, we have to have him on. Like, this is a fun topic. I want to geek out about this. So we'll talk NBA signature moves as well as NBA schedule release day, which is today, and some other news from around the association with Matt. But that's coming up at 4:20 Eastern time. And then during the Power Hour at 6:20 Eastern, NBC lead betting analyst, co-host of the Fantasy Football Happy Hour, Jay Croucher, will join us on You Better You Bet. We're going to get his thoughts on all things National Football League, talk some awards, because all throughout this week, we've been doing our awards breakdown. You guys know how I feel about the major awards. Next week, we're going to talk about Assistant Coach of the Year and Protector of the Year. Protector of the Year, the new award that we have now that we can bet on at various sports books across the country. But I've given you all of my thoughts on the 7 major awards, and we'll ask Jay about some of those awards. I know Jay's on a fantasy football show. Who does Jay think is going to win Offensive Player of the Year? What about Comeback Player of the Year? Very much documented my thoughts on Comeback Player of the Year in our conversation yesterday with Nick Costos. But we'll ask Jay about all the awards and get his thoughts on some of the news items from throughout the National Football League, including if his level of concern for Matthew Stafford has risen from last week when we spoke with Jay Croucher. But let's go ahead and let's talk about the big news of the day from the National Football League. And this is a story that we don't know the conclusion, but we got a little bit of clarity this morning with Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice. Now, Rashee Rice has been waiting for a suspension from the NFL or some kind of disciplinary action after the offseason accident that took place last year in Dallas. But ESPN's Adam Schefter this morning reported that Rice is expected to have a disciplinary hearing with the NFL on Tuesday, September 30th, in New York. Now, a moment ago, Schefter, actually an hour ago, Schefter added to that reporting saying that Sue L. Robinson, the former U.S. District Judge who served as the NFL and NFLPA's jointly appointed disciplinary officer, is scheduled to hear Rice's September 3rd hearing and the case. And Sue L. Robinson, if that name sounds familiar, she is the U.S. District Judge that was presiding over the Deshaun Watson disciplinary hearing. So Sue L. Robinson will be the one that's listening and some kind of combing through all the facts of this Rashee Rice case that has been kind of looming over the Kansas City Chiefs all throughout this offseason here. But I think it's very, very interesting just off the jump. Like, it sounds like, at least if this hearing is going to happen on September 30th, as is reported, it sounds like Rashee Rice should be good to go for the first 4 weeks of the season. You know, Kansas City's first 4 games in Brazil against the Chargers, at home against the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles in that rematch, on the road against the New York Giants Sunday Night Football, and then hosting the Baltimore Ravens in what is a very, very critical game once we start talking about tiebreakers for AFC playoff seeding. So if he's able to go for those games, I think that's a win for Kansas City. Now, we'll get into the rest of the schedule and the games that he could miss a little bit later on, but I wanted to play this clip from Wednesday's show. This was when we had on Mike Sando of The Athletic on to talk QB tiers, and Mike and Nick were kind of going back and forth on how they felt about the Kansas City Chiefs upon this 2025 NFL regular season.
Are you not among those who says, hey, look, Kansas City, 17 wins in a row in one-score games, 11-0 in one-score games? That's not going to go on forever. What makes you think?
No, I think it will. Do you think that the Chiefs' 53-man roster this year is better or worse than the roster last year that went 15-1 in the regular season in games they actually tried in?
Okay, whatever the answer to that is, it's not like standard deviations better, right? I mean, it could be a little bit better. You think it's way better?
I think that Josh Simmons has got the chance to change the calculus for this Chiefs offense, where they couldn't protect Mahomes, he couldn't get the ball down the field, and now if they can actually protect him, and Jalen Moore, Jawan Taylor, whoever's better can play on the right side, and Simmons can hold down the left. Like, now you can actually have a downfield passing attack. Like, Rice is going to get suspended, but when he's back now, you need Hollywood Brown to stay healthy, which is a big if. He's already hurt. But man, like with Xavier Worthy, I think we could have a throwback here, and this could be like Mahomes from a couple years ago, throwing 40 touchdowns.
So that was Wednesday's edition of You Better You Bet. Once again, we thank Mike Sando of The Athletic for joining us. Obviously, a busy time for him with his annual QB tiers dropping earlier this week, but a fun conversation between Mike and Nick yesterday about the Chiefs. And I think both guys brought up fair arguments. Nick bringing up the fact that Kansas City should have more explosive playmakers. And also Mike Sando talking about how, hey, like, look at how the Chiefs won last year. That's not sustainable. They need to elevate if they're going to once again be like a 13-14 win team that's going to be contending for the AFC #1 seed. And this Rashee Rice looming suspension, which is what we think is going to happen, is a big factor in what you might think of Kansas City. Because we just outlined the first 4 games. Sounds like he's going to play those. But the next 6, because it sounds like a lot of people think it's going to be between 4 and 6 games. I don't know if it would be beyond that. It sounds like the NFL, like 6 games is usually the max unless you're like a repeat offender. So it sounds like it's going to be between 4 and 6 games. So after the first month, here are the 6 games the Chiefs will play this season. So week 5, they're on the road against Jacksonville. Week 6, they host Detroit. Week 7, they host the Raiders. Week 8, they host the Commanders. Week 9, at the Buffalo Bills. Week 10 would be a bye week. And then week 11, it would be at the Denver Broncos. It's not an easy schedule if Rice is going to be out for 6 games. Now, if Rice is there for 4 games or whatever and only has to be suspended for 4, maybe they can manage it because the 2 tougher games are the ones at the end, at Buffalo and at Denver. But I think right now, where I stand on the Kansas City Chiefs, I think the Chiefs will win the AFC West, but that's as far as I'll go. I'm not going as far as saying they're going to win the AFC for a 4th consecutive year. I don't think they're going to win a Super Bowl for a 3rd time in 4 seasons. I think this is the year where Kansas City finally takes that step back. And this is a take that I guess I've been marinating on over the last 5-6 weeks or so, thinking about what do I want to do with the Chiefs? Because if you enter the AFC market, you have to answer that question first. What are you doing with Kansas City before you can even think about anyone else? Because if you think Kansas City is going to be really good and do what they always do, then why would you even entertain betting another team? They're just going to go ahead and win it again because they have the best coach and the best player. But the problem for me with Kansas City this year is I know Josh Simmons, all the reporting is really, really good. But that offensive line, I think it's going to take a little bit of time for this thing to gel. To depend on a rookie left tackle and to say, you must be great immediately, that's asking a lot. And a defense, too, that's getting a little bit longer in the tooth. Chris Jones, the guy that's been stirring the drink on that side of the ball, he's now a little bit older. What does he have left in the tank? The Chiefs kind of quietly, while being a great team and a great organization, there's some real questions here. I don't think we can just pencil this team into being the AFC representative. And also, too, my big thing here, and it's something that I said right after the Super Bowl, and I want to bring it back as we're approaching the season because it's really important to keep in mind. The history of Super Bowl losers is not good. And as somebody who likes to bet using historical data and somebody who likes to look at the past to see what we can predict in the future, you can't look at the historical data and just say, you know what, Kansas City is going to be the team. Now, the rebuttal might be, well, they have the best player in the sport, maybe the best player to ever play the sport when it's all said and done in Patrick Mahomes. And to that, there's no real pushback. But I'll give you these facts about Super Bowl losers and how they've played in the next season. We just lived it with the 49ers. They missed the playoffs. Philadelphia Eagles, they lost the Super Bowl to the Kansas City Chiefs, end up losing in the wild card round. The Bengals lost in the AFC title game. The Chiefs, last time they lost the Super Bowl, they ended up losing in the AFC title game in 2021. That was when Joe Burrow and the Bengals went in there and beat them. The Niners missed the playoffs in 2020. The Rams missed the playoffs in 2019. The Falcons lost in the divisional round in 17. The Panthers missed the playoffs in 16. The Seahawks lost in the divisional round in 15. Now you might say, well, Femi, why'd you skip 18? I skipped 18 because I wanted to highlight this team, that team being the New England Patriots, who went on to win the Super Bowl after losing the Super Bowl the year prior. I just don't know if that's what you want to do and saying, hey, it must be what New England was, because the last 10 teams, only one of them has been able to climb the mountain again. The other 9, we're talking about losing in the conference title game and only New England being the one that even made it back to the Super Bowl. Kansas City's played so many games, and if you have this Rashee Rice pending suspension in the middle of the season, which is not something right now, where it's okay, we can prepare for this, just the first 4 to 6 weeks, we'll get through it, and once we get him back, we're hitting the ground running. No, this is going to be, okay, we have him, And now he's taken away as if he were to be injured. And now all of a sudden we need to figure things out on the fly. It's a little bit of a different cadence. And also too, if it's the maximum 6, I continue to look at that week 9 game on the road at Buffalo. If they lose that game, and let's say they go to the Rocky Mountains and lose to the Denver Broncos, all of a sudden we're looking at a Chiefs team that is maybe a 3 seed or a 4 seed in the AFC. And now it's playing multiple road games, something that they did successfully 2 years ago. But now with that Super Bowl loser thing kind of hovering over them, I just would not be looking to back Kansas City, especially when you factor in the price, where right now the Chiefs plus 425 to be your AFC champion. I think there's other teams that you want to bet on, and I think this will be the year, the first time since 2021, that we will see another team represent the American Football Conference in Super Bowl 60 in Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California. Who will that team be? I'll let you know on the other side as we break down the AFC contenders here on a Thursday on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Boise State's going to win double-digit games, which right now is why you're seeing that win total over 9.5, greater than minus 200. They have to replace Ashton Genty, huge loss, obviously, but they have 13 starters back, and seven of them are on the offensive side of the ball. Last year, they averaged 37.3 points per game, and their starting quarterback's back. Maddox Madsen last year threw for over 3,000 yards, so it wasn't just the ground game. He also had 23 touchdowns, protects the football, only 6 picks. They have a Fresno State transfer, Malik Sherrod, coming in to replace Genty. They have their tight end, Matt Louderback. He had 7 touchdown receptions last year, 47 grabs. They have Caples, one of their top receivers, coming back. He had 38 receptions last year, over 400 yards, 5 touchdowns. So they're still going to be solid on the offensive side of the ball. They're going to average over 30 points per game, but it's going to be tough to replace 2,000 yards in your backfield and Ashton Genty. The defensive side of the ball is, I think, why they win double-digit games, though, man. Jaden Virgin Morgan had 10 sacks last year. As a team, they led the country with 55. He had 15.5 tackles for loss. They did have a huge loss right after the spring. Andrew Simpson, who had 11 tackles for loss, decided to transfer out, but their secondary's loaded. I mean, the schedule, October 4th, a road game against Notre Dame in the non-con, that's going to be a loss. But other than that, I don't see a for sure loss here for Boise State. So I think they win 10, 11 games, and I think that the over is the play.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Femi Abebefe hanging with you guys here on this Thursday. Jake Hassan will be joining me here shortly. Jake filling in for Nick Costos, and we're going to be rocking it all throughout these 4 hours. But started off the show talking about the Kansas City Chiefs. Once again, the story of the day. Rashee Rice will have his disciplinary hearing in New York on Tuesday, September 30th. So it seems like, at least, that he is clear to go for the first 4 weeks of the NFL season. Chiefs will be taking on the Chargers, Eagles, Giants, and the Ravens. That Chargers game once again in Brazil to start the season. After that, though, it's kind of a shrug emoji right now. Is it going to be 2 games, 4 games, 6 games? I think 6 would be the most. And in the last segment, I was breaking down why I think this suspension's not great, but just suspension aside, I am not amongst the people who think Kansas City is going to just go back to the Super Bowl and win the AFC. I actually think this is the year that we get another AFC representative, and I think the Chiefs will fall off. And fall off being relative. They're probably going to lose in the divisional round or maybe the AFC title game. For most teams, hey, you signed up for that in blood. But for Kansas City, given their expectations year in, year out with the best player in the sport, it's a little bit of a drop-off for a team that is expected to be in the Super Bowl each and every year. So let's talk about the teams that I think could represent the AFC. Now, there's 2 in particular that I think could represent the AFC, and 2 that I want to bet before the season and will bet before the season to win the AFC. And there's another team I kind of have off to the side that we'll have to discuss because I think it's definitely going to come up. But the first team, it has to be the team that I think right now is actually the favorite in the market. No, a co-favorite in the market. And it's the Buffalo Bills at plus 340 over at BetMGM. Buffalo, to me, it just sets up so well for them to have the inside track for the number 1 seed. I think this team has all the makings to be a juggernaut in the regular season this year. They play in a division that's not too daunting. There's some teams that are frisky, like New England can be frisky. I think the Jets can be a little bit frisky. Miami, I'm out on as a team. I think Miami ends up finishing in last place, actually. But the division is pretty manageable in comparison to the AFC North or the AFC West. Those are tough divisions. AFC East, a moderate difficulty level. And Buffalo has shown that they can navigate that division, even if they do have a lot of competition. The team, the roster, maybe you can nitpick here at wide receiver if you want to, but we just got done with a season where Josh Allen proved to all of us, whether it's bettors or just football fans or sports fans in general, he can get it done with a wide receiver by committee crew. And if Khalil Shakir is fine and kind of shake off this high ankle sprain, I think that he'll be fine. I think this team, there's no big time questions for me outside of their psyche in big moments. And it's even more specific than that. It's their psyche in big moments against Kansas City. To me, I feel like they can beat any team outside of Kansas City in the playoffs without question. Once we get to the playoffs and they have to face the Chiefs, hold on to your ass. Let's see how that one goes. We've seen it happen where Kansas City just dominates them, but that's the big bugaboo for the Buffalo Bills. But if there's a team that can take out Kansas City for them, and I actually think there is, that is when Buffalo can get to the playoffs and get to the Super Bowl, rather, and actually win the thing. It almost feels like the Green Bay Packers, for your football historians back in the mid-'90s, where Green Bay could never beat Dallas. It was like the 93 playoffs, the 94 playoffs, the 95 playoffs. They lost to the Cowboys in 3 straight years. And then come in 96, here comes the Carolina Panthers, who beat the Dallas Cowboys. And then all of a sudden, Green Bay's hosting Carolina in the NFC title game. That's the path for Buffalo. Somebody upsets the Kansas City Chiefs. Oh, look at that. We don't have to see Mahomes. And then the Bills can get to the Super Bowl. I think that's how this year ends up playing out. So Buffalo, for sure, to me, is a team that can do it and get to the AFC, and a team that you should be considering betting on to win the conference, or maybe putting in some Super Bowl exactas if you want to get a juicier price. The other team that I really, really am interested in, and this is a team that I identified early in the offseason. It's been a little bit of a weird free agency and draft period for them, but as we get closer, I've come back around to this team, and it's the Houston Texans. Houston is built specifically to beat elite quarterbacks and make their life a living hell. Now, Houston was not successful in this past playoffs. However, if you go back and watch that game, they gave Mahomes a lot of problems, and that was a much, much more competitive game than what the score suggests. The problem for Houston was their offensive line, which we'll touch here shortly. But defensively, I think this might be the best defense in the league. And they are built exactly how you want to beat a team like Kansas City. What do? They specialize in rushing the passer. Because that I will go to my grave and go down saying that the best way to beat an elite quarterback is to not outshoot them. It's to put that quarterback on their butt. That's the best way to do it. That's how the Giants beat Tom Brady. That's how other teams have beat elite quarterbacks, like the great of all time. It's to put them on their ass. And with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter and that pass rush they have in Houston, they are very capable of doing that. And it's not just the pass rush. It's also the secondary. Dodged a bullet earlier this week. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Sounds like he'll be fine. He'll be back at some point this regular season. That secondary, I think, can be elite, led by Derek Stingley, who's an all-pro cornerback. Houston's defense is so good, and they have a quarterback who is unafraid of the big moments. We've seen all the way back to college C.J. Stroud playing in big moments. We've seen him in the playoffs in his NFL career, although be it short, play well in the playoffs. Now, the game against Kansas City, he was much under duress, and that's the big issue for the Houston Texans. How do they fix the offensive line? They seem to buy into this new offensive system from Nick Caley. The O-line, hard for it to be worse than it was last year. I think if they could just get average play from the O-line, hell, even slightly below average, if they can be like the 19th best offensive line in the league or 20th best offensive line in the league, you sign up for that if you're the Houston Texans. And if they get that, that's the kind of team that beats Kansas City. I think Houston is squarely built to beat the Chiefs because of those corners and also because of the pass rush and a quarterback that's not going to blink in the biggest moments. I like Houston as well, like I do Buffalo, and in terms of betting. Like the Texans right now, their price at BetMGM, like it's further down the board. It's 15-1. I'll take my shot on Houston at 15-1 versus a Cincinnati at 10-1. That's for damn sure. So give me Buffalo, give me Houston. I think one of those two teams will be your representative. If you want to bet them as a pair, or maybe put Buffalo in some parlays or some Super Bowl exactas and maybe just bet Houston straight up, that's how I'm going to be attacking the AFC this year in the 2025 NFL regular season. Now, before we get to Jake, the team that I have off the list, it's the Baltimore Ravens, just because I have very, very bad trust issues with the Baltimore Ravens. I don't trust them at all. Last year was the final straw, man. It was the final straw. I bet them in the AFC title game 2 years ago against Kansas City. That didn't work out. Last year, the whole regular season, I'm telling myself, we're not doing it again with Baltimore. We're not doing it again with Baltimore. And then come December, here I am falling in love with the Ravens. And here I am saying they're going to go to the Super Bowl. And then here I was, AFC divisional weekend, watching them just blow the game to the Buffalo Bills. I can't do it. I've just seen way too many failures. They're probably the best team in the league on paper. I'm just going to let them prove it before I actually go ahead and bet money on this team to do anything big anymore. So if they beat me, they beat me. And I'm well within my right to just go ahead and say, you know what? That's totally fine. But I'm not going to be the guy that falls for the banana in the tailpipe again. Not me. Not happening anymore. So it's Buffalo, it's Houston. Baltimore capable from a talent standpoint, but I don't think they can actually do it because I don't trust them to actually get it done based on their previous history in the postseason. But let's go ahead and welcome in our co-host on You Better You Bet today. It's our guy, the guy you know and love. Also running the board, our engineer, the one and only Jake Hassan, who's got a new background, it looks like. Jake, what's happening, man? We got BetMGM Network in the background. I mean, of course, we got the whey protein as well as a staple there. But, like, tell us about the setup. You got a little bit of a new digs out there in Chicago.
Femi, after months, and I wish that was an exaggeration, after months of being promised a new background, it finally happened. We got a logo, baby. We've only been the BetMGM Network for years, and now it's not a doctor's office anymore. Femi, to quote Tom Holland in Avengers Infinity War, Mr. Stark, it smells like a new car in here. It's great. Obviously, we still had to go with the knickknacks in the back because
yes,
I am nothing if not committed to a bit. But hey, I don't look like I'm at my local dentist anymore. Now, if I could just get a window so I could, like, see sunlight at some point, that'd be great. Don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, no, who would? Stockholm Syndrome is great. But we have a background. It's pretty awesome.
Hell
it
yeah.
actually, like, flushes out the ring light now, too, so you could, like, I'm not the Prince of Darkness anymore either. Lovely.
Now, Now, I'm excited about the background, but like I will nitpick it a little bit here because, Mike, if we can take Jake
Well, Nick
Foll,
Kostos isn't here, so.
Yeah, somebody's got to nitpick. Like, because of the placement of like the BetMGM logo, it now does make you look like you're a short king. And like, I've never met you in person actually, but like I know it's well documented, famously 6'2", but it's got you looking like you're a short king so we can fit in the BetMGM network logo. Like, I don't know if there's any like wiggle room with this thing to where we can bring that down a little bit lower to get you back up a little bit, but like that's the only nitpick here. But other than that, it's looking good.
Yeah, it's a great point. Considering it took us literally 6 months to get to this point, because this was originally supposed to be for a show that got taken out back and shot, but seeing as it took that long to get this,
R.I.P.
I'm not going to nitpick R.I.P. I'm not going to try to be like, hey, can we lower this a little bit? Because that'll be happening next calendar year. I'll try to sit up a little straighter. Maybe we'll try and get a new chair in here. That's a great point, though. We'll work the angles. We'll workshop it.
Yeah. Get a donut or something that you need to sit on. I don't know, phone book, whatever it is. We'll make it work. But absolutely love to see it. The new background looking great there. And it ties the whole branding together. BetMGM Network, we absolutely love that. But I was just going on about the AFC, Jake, and I'm curious to get your thoughts because I disagree with Nick. I don't think it's just going to be Kansas City again. I think it's fair to be very skeptical of this because of the Super Bowl losers. It's just hard to kind of get back there. Where are you at with the AFC? Are you with the Chiefs? Or if you're not with Kansas City, who are you looking at to take down the team in red?
Yeah, I think you're right about that because I went to the same place with the data for Super Bowl losers. So I was immediately a little off put by the Chiefs. And then also this is kind of narrative, but it's in my head. Like now everyone's going to talk themselves into the Chiefs too. Like that documentary that we're getting for some God knows what reason. Well, money, but that we're getting for some reason tonight that drops on ESPN. Everyone's going to watch that. They're going to buy into the, revenge factor, chip on the shoulder. Oh, did you see Travis Kelce in his very bizarre photo shoot for GQ where he said he's locked in focusing on football again? Bounce back for him. Oh, it's going to be great. The Taylor Swift album is going to give them devil magic. Everybody's going to talk themselves into it, and we're just going to do this again. And so I immediately want to go the other way. I'm with you on the Bills, easy division, and maybe the ghost of Joey Bosa gives you something on that defensive line too. It's also like, because when you're looking at this, obviously it's pick your poison, red pill, blue pill, Bills or Ravens. And I don't want to go with the Ravens who pee down their leg every single time that they play the Chiefs, or literally any contender in the AFC at all in the postseason, and they just have a complete meltdown. Am I super happy about signing up for Sean McDermott in a tight spot at the end of a game? Not particularly. So I like to think of it as I'm signing up for Josh Allen. Like that's the favorite that I'm going with. I couldn't get there on the Texans because I had the same thought. Like where I'm staring at this and I'm trying to talk myself into it, and I just can't get there. Femi, me and you are basically playing running back for them right now. So I think it's really good on that. It's not awesome. Tyler Morales and his 5-second 40 are there in wide receiver room right now too. So that's also not great. I couldn't get there on the Texans. I get it though, like baby soft division. It makes sense. Who are you scared of there? Nobody. And that defense, I think I'm just going to go and bet Will Anderson 16-1 defensive player of the year that's out there and just be happy with that with the Texans, because I feel like people are going to do the same thing where kind of talk themselves in the Texans of, well, new offensive coordinator. And once these guys get back healthy and Stroud year 3, and I just don't know that that's what I want to buy into. So I think I'm kind of just with the Bills right now. Obviously Nick's really high on the Steelers. Maybe it's my bias as a Bears fan and I'm jaded, but I'm not signing up for Aaron Rodgers because that could go really poorly like that. Obviously, it's never the Bengals. It's never anybody else in the AFC East or AFC South. I'm not a Chargers guy, so I guess this is just Jake Hassan, Bills supporter in the AFC.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a little bit scary because like Buffalo, like whenever they run up on Kansas City, they just can't get it done. But at least they've been able to beat the other contending teams. You didn't mention, however, the Denver Broncos. Like I'm like Mr. Bronco hater. The whole
Famously.
Rocky Mountains, Like, I'm a part of like a thread now of like quote unquote like media people that hate the Broncos. Like I saw myself in there with like Nick Wright and all. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like I just had a take. Like what is this? I guess like it's like a Broncos fan that's like collecting these takes about Denver and saying, oh, like these are receipts
They're taking
for
receipts.
later on. Yeah, they're taking
receipts to come back.
And I'm
for
like,
you.
I'm like, all right, buddy. I bookmarked this as well because if Denver finishes in last, I'm about to victory lap your ass to high heaven to where you're going to block me. Where are you at on the Denver Broncos? They're 14-1 to win the AFC.
Oh, they do have my king, Pat Bryant, but it's also I was talking to somebody about this that Sean Payton does all the rah-rah stuff, and we remember when he brought in the safe, and it was all a huge moment, and then they just lost. So I think Sean Payton's kind of smoke and mirrors here. They could get to the playoffs, and they could be a decent team, but I don't know if I want to sign up for that and Bo Nix. I think I'm just good.
Yeah, it feels like Sean Payton is campaigning. Or Sean Payton. Like this guy is just like out there. To anyone who will listen, will tell you, hey, this team is so great, they could win the Super Bowl, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, all right, man, like pump the brakes, buddy. Like we don't need all this. Like, you know what? Like instead of talking about it, like show us. And I guess we'll find out later on in September. We'll hit some other NFL news and notes on the other side to wrap up the 3 o'clock hour here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I really think the Browns could win like 3 or 4 games this season. So under 5.5 wins for the Browns is minus 150 for a reason. It's juice quite heavy. I would just take the fewest wins in the league at plus 450. Last year, everybody thought the New England Patriots would be the worst team in football. That's what everybody thought, and they ended up being the 3rd worst team in football. This year, everybody thinks the Saints are going to be the worst team in football, and I kind of tend to think the Saints are probably going to be like the 3rd or 4th worst team. I think the Browns are going to be the worst at plus 450. There's really not a lot to like about this team. Their defense is pretty good, but again, how many games are the Browns going to be up to let Myles Garrett pin his ears back, get after the quarterback, to let Mason Graham get after the quarterback? Like, they do have some nice pieces on the defense, but they'd be a lot better if they were playing with the lead. I don't know if that's going to happen very much this season. Now, Burrow has obviously struggled against the Browns in his career, and Joe Flacco could be making a potential return to Baltimore if he is the starter in week 2. So that could be something to look at for the Browns. Maybe they do win one of those games. Maybe they do get off to a better start than I'm imagining. But, I mean, I think it's realistic to say there's a chance the Browns start the season 1-5, potentially 0-6 to start the year. And if that happens, you guys, things could get real ugly real fast for the Cleveland Browns. I could see them making a change at quarterback and just seeing if they finally can find a franchise quarterback. That's really what this season is about. They're starting Flacco, but they're not going to end this season with Flacco. It's going to be Shador. It's going to be Pickett. Maybe Dylan Gabriel gets in there, whatever it ends up being. The Browns are just hoping that they can finally find a franchise quarterback. To me, that's what this season's about. It might start with wins and losses, but it's going to end up being about who their quarterback is. Browns' fewest wins, plus 450. That is the bet I would take.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network.
Let's get back to it here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Femi Abebefe, Jake Hassan. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Chris Plank of Sooner Sports Network, breaking down the Oklahoma Sooners and John Mateer, as well as other big picture topics throughout college football. We got quarterback competitions going on. There's one in Notre Dame that's really fascinating between CJ Carr and then Minchie. I was like, I'd never heard of this Minchie kid before. And all of a sudden it's like he actually might win the job based on what the reporting is out there in South Bend. So CJ Carr, a little bit underwhelming apparently. So a little bit of a panic time for the Fighting Irish. But we'll get some big picture stuff with Chris Plank coming up a little bit later on in about 20 minutes. Wanted to hit you guys, though, with some NFL news and notes that we have seen throughout this afternoon. The first one coming to us from Jacksonville for the Jacksonville Jaguars right now, which are an intriguing team, a team where I'm skeptical of this NFL season. I know Liam Cohen has a lot of excitement. There's the potential for a really fun and dynamic offense with Lawrence, if they can kind of get him back on track. You have the two wide receivers, Brian Thomas Jr., Travis Hunter, the rookie, that's going to try to also be the cornerback as well. It's going to be a lot of fun stories to keep track of down there in Duval County. However, I thought it was really interesting, a tweet that we saw earlier this afternoon. This is from Mark Long, who's been covering the Jacksonville Jaguars for quite some time for the Associated Press, and he was at practice today, and he tweeted this, quote, "Worst Jaguars offensive practice I've witnessed since Blake Bortles' 5-interception night. At least 7 drop passes, 10 penalties, several sacks, and sloppiness all around." Now, I see that tweet, and I think to myself, well, Femi, don't overreact. It's a tweet about a practice in training camp. No need to overreact. But then also, I see that tweet, and I already have my preconceived notions of what this is going to look like. And I also saw the preseason game this past weekend where they had their ones out there and they were getting beat down by the Pittsburgh Steelers backups. And all of this now together, it just pretty much reinforces my opinion of, I think this team is going to be bad. I just do. I don't think Jacksonville is going to be good at all. I don't see them as pushing the Houston Texans to win the division. I see a bad offensive line. I see a bad defense. And you have those two things happening, you ain't winning anything in the NFL. I don't care how cool your wide receivers are. If the quarterback can't stay upright and the defense can't get a stop, what are we supposed to do here? You're like the worst version of the Cincinnati Bengals, a way worse version. of the Cincinnati Bengals. Like, this is not going to work out for the Jacksonville Jaguars, especially in a division where, like, the team that you're contending with, that defense is coming after you with the Houston Texans. Even Tennessee's defense is better than Jacksonville's defense. Hell, Indianapolis, a team that I'm very low on, that defense is much better. Like, if Jacksonville's not careful, this could be a last place team if the Colts were ever to figure out their quarterback situation. Like, I don't think that this is overreacting to one issue at a training camp practice. I think this is a combination of things that are working against the Jacksonville Jaguars, and maybe it was just a bad day at the office for everyone all around, but man, I don't like it one bit. I think Jacksonville, if we're playing 7-on-7, great, sign me up. But that's not the NFL. The trenches matter, and that's where they're weakest, and I think they're going to be a very, very weak team here in 2025. A couple other notes here before we bring Jake back on. In the NFC North, first with the Detroit Lions, the defending division champions, team last year that was the number 1 seed in the NFC. Season ends abruptly on that Saturday night loss to the Commanders and Jaden Daniels. But Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown, one of my personal favorites here on You Better You Bet, was talking about some of the struggles with the offense so far in training camp. And he said, quote, "This camp, there have been some struggles for us on offense, but we feel like it's going to start to click soon." I actually agree with that. Like, I think it's going to be an adjustment period for Detroit. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not in on Detroit this year. Like, I think there's going to be a little bit of a, all right, like, let's see what the adjustment is like from Ben Johnson to John Morton. Also defensively now, that adjustment period as well, going from Aubrey Pleasant as the new DC as opposed to Aaron Glenn, who's now the head coach of the New York Jets. Like, this is going to take a little bit of time. Are they incredibly talented? Of course they are. One of the most talented teams in the NFL. But when you turn over that much of a coaching staff, and we know how much coaching matters in this league, it's hard to just say, we're going to pick up right where we left off. I mean, we literally saw the Eagles the year after they lost the Super Bowl lose both Shane Steichen and Jonathan Gannon. And what? It was an adjustment period. Like, they started fast, but they never really looked like a team that was dominant. And then in the back half of the season, it all collapsed, and they went on that losing streak and then got destroyed in the playoffs by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That doesn't have to be outcome for the Detroit Lions, but like, let's just kind of pump the brakes on this team being like an automatic contender like they were last year. And then finally, and I really want to get Jake's thoughts on this one because it feels like we've been seeing these two fan bases jockeying back and forth all throughout training camp. But this one out of Minnesota, where Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy apparently on a heater today. This is from ESPN's Kevin Seifert, who's covered the Vikings for quite some time. McCarthy, I guess, hit a deep pass to Aaron Jones right down the sideline, throwing 4 consecutive touchdowns in red zone drills. J.J. McCarthy, the most interesting man in the NFL, with a very, very good performance at training camp practice today. And, you know, like I've seen on Twitter, Bears fans sharing all the anti-McCarthy stuff of McCarthy's bad passes, Vikings fans sharing all the bad passes from Caleb Williams and all the anti-Caleb Williams stuff. We're going to figure it out week 1, Monday Night Football. But Jake, I think that this is a really, really fun storyline to track. And if McCarthy is like a great player, Vikings are going to be a team to be like dealt with. Like, they are going to be awesome. But, you know, we don't know what it's going to look like until we actually play the games. But as a Bears fan, what are your thoughts on J.J. McCarthy apparently cooking at Vikings camp today at practice?
Well, first of all, Femi, that's J.J. McCarthy, Nazareth Academy High School alum, also Jake Hassan. So, you know, most important detail to get out there, first and foremost. I mean, it's just so stupid. This is all so stupid because now you know what's going to happen. Immediately in about probably 30 minutes, we're going to get a report that the Bears had the worst practice of all time in the history of the NFL. And it's just going to be, that's what it's going to be. It's just really, really stupid. Is J.J. McCarthy going to be a good NFL quarterback? Sure, he can be, maybe. It's just, can we play the games already? Like, I want to play the games and just get this over with. And no matter what happens, it's going to be one data point for both fan bases to bicker and go back and forth about and make me want to tear my hair out. Can't wait. Love the NFL. Love fandom. Awesome.
I mean, Bill's put in the chat, of course, Bill Zimmerman, our executive producer, host of the Bears Banter podcast, does great work covering the Chicago Bears in addition to the stuff that he does here on You Better You Bet. He said that the Bears offense was cooking today. So, I mean, everyone's cooking apparently.
Two cooks in the kitchen?
We got
controversy?
Cooks, Everyone's cooking. We got Caleb's cooking. JJ McCarthy is cooking. We're we cooking with gas with this game week 1 to where I would not be shocked by anything that happened in that football game. That's what makes it so fun. And based on the point spread being like a coin flip right now, where Minnesota's like a short road favorite, 1.5 pretty much everywhere, 43.5 is the total, so not many points expected. This is going to be just must-see TV for even if you don't have a bet on the game. It's a very big fact-finding mission as to what this will look like. And, training camp comes with the ebbs and flows, the good days, the bad days. But apparently today, there's reason to be excited about even your guy, Caleb Williams, who I know out there in your neck of the woods in Chicago, everyone's very much worried as to what's been going on so far in the training camp. Maybe today can kind of ease some of those anxious feelings about QB1.
Ease some of the anxious feelings until tomorrow, when probably the inevitable first pass of the day is dropped or something very stupid happens and everybody goes immediately back the other way that he's terrible. But you're right about week 1. This game, it's also, of course, it's Monday night, so it's the last game that we have to wait for. Mm-hmm. The anticipation builds all day long. We will obviously have a show and we'll all be here and we'll be breaking that down. And it's just going to be, we'll talk ourselves into bets, we'll talk ourselves into angles, and then we're all just going to be really mad on Tuesday morning for some reason or another. And then going forward, like you said, it's just a fact-finding mission. What does the Bears offense look like with Ben Johnson? Do we get any hints of actual progress in here? And to your point about the Lions are going to have an adjustment period, losing all of their guys, the Bears are going to have the same adjustment period, adding all of these different things. And basically, yeah. I mean, how many times have we heard this already this offseason? Oh, Caleb Williams, essentially a rookie year. Repeat until you die. If you had to take a drink for every time you heard that this offseason, we'd all be under the table. And so it's just fact-finding about J.J. McCarthy, and then we figure out which team is actually good, which team we actually want to bet on. How many times on this show have we said, well, the Bears and Vikings could both be dark horses in this division at the longest prices because they could be really awesome. It's just hard to say.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really, really fun to watch this thing play out. And I can't get enough of the dynamic between the two fan bases. As somebody who's as a third party here, as a Cowboys fan, just watching it from afar, it's hilarious. It's objectively hilarious just watching these two fan bases. And I lived this in 2016 with Dak and Wentz, with the Cowboys and Eagles fans, which is kind of funny to say out loud. Carson Wentz, remember him? But literally that season, Wentz is the number 2 pick, Dak is having the great year, and it's Wentz is better, Dak is better. Then obviously we saw how that played out, but division teams with young quarterbacks, it's real, man. So I don't envy you guys in that position, but I do find it very, very entertaining, the fact that these two fan bases are absolutely going nuts over this whole thing. Real quick, before we wrap up the hour here, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention last night what I was up to. It was a little bit of a BetMGM network collab. Bet Sweats, Sammy P, in Vegas, in the Sin City, in the desert, met up with him, Jake, last night over at a Naked City Pizza and Wings. Get your minds out of the gutter. It's a pizza and wing spot that has a bar with it. It's not what you think it is. But Naked City Pizza and Wings, saw our guy Sammy P, saw our guy, friend of the show, Brett McMurphy, who's in town for Bet Bash. A lot of dignitaries around the sports betting space. It was a good time. We were missing you. You were not out there. It was a school night, is what I told everybody. I left that bad boy by 9 o'clock. I was like, I cannot stay out late. I'm not getting got. But we had a hell of a time, Jake. Just wanted to mention that before we close out the hour.
As somebody that has spent a night with Sam Panayotovich, you made the right decision going home when you did, especially because I saw him tweet a picture this morning of a fallen soldier rum and coke on his bedside table saying, do you drink this in the morning or do you immediately pour it down the drain? And I didn't even open the replies because I was scared of what his own reply would be. I have a feeling I know what it was, but I didn't need to see it in writing.
Yeah. One day we'll maybe talk about what happened last year during week 1 of the NFL season when all the guys were in town in Vegas. Yeah, a night with Sam Panayotovich is it's something. That's for damn sure.
It's not
but
for
it's
the
a great time. It is not for the faint of heart. I made sure to get the hell out of there, though. I was like, nope, built an excuse. I got to work tomorrow. See you guys later. But it was good catching up with Sam and others throughout the sports betting space. All right, Chris Plank of Sooner Sports Network joins us on the other side to begin hour number 2 here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I really think the Browns could win like 3 or 4 games this season. So under 5.5 wins for the Browns is minus 150 for a reason. It's juice quite heavy. I would just take the fewest wins in the league at plus 450. Last year, everybody thought the New England Patriots would be the worst team in football. That's what everybody thought, and they ended up being the 3rd worst team in football. This year, everybody thinks the Saints are going to be the worst team in football, and I kind of tend to think the Saints are probably going to be like the 3rd or 4th worst team. I think the Browns are going to be the worst at plus 450. There's really not a lot to like about this team. Their defense is pretty good, but again, how many games are the Browns going to be up to let Myles Garrett pin his ears back, get after the quarterback, to let Mason Graham get after the quarterback? Like, they do have some nice pieces on the defense, but they'd be a lot better if they were playing with the lead. I don't know if that's going to happen very much this season. Now, Burrow has obviously struggled against the Browns in his career, and Joe Flacco could be making a potential return to Baltimore if he is the starter in week 2. So that could be something to look at for the Browns. Maybe they do win one of those games. Maybe they do get off to a better start than I'm imagining. But, I mean, I think it's realistic to say there's a chance the Browns start the season 1-5, potentially 0-6 to start the year. And if that happens, you guys, things could get real ugly real fast for the Cleveland Browns. I could see them making a change at quarterback and just seeing if they finally can find a franchise quarterback. That's really what this season is about. They're starting Flacco, but they're not going to end this season with Flacco. It's going to be Shador. It's going to be Pickett. Maybe Dylan Gabriel gets in there, whatever it ends up being. The Browns are just hoping that they can finally find a franchise quarterback. To me, that's what this season's about. It might start with wins and losses, but it's going to end up being about who their quarterback is. Browns fewest wins plus 450. That is the bet I would take.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is hour number 2 of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Hanging out with you guys right here on the BetMGM network. Femi Abebefe, Jake Hassan, Jake filling in for Nick Costos. Nick is moving. Do not envy him. I did that earlier this summer. It's not fun. So we wish Nick the best of luck. But Jake holding things down while the prop king is on the move and will be back with us coming up on Tuesday. But we have a fun second hour on deck for you guys here on You Better You Bet. Coming up in 20 minutes, we'll be joined by NBA writer of the Action Network, Matt Moore, and talk about the cool project he's working on this summer, breaking down the best signature moves in NBA history. It's a 32-move bracket, and we'll talk to Matt about the construction of the bracket and who he thinks is going to win the bracket as well. That's in about 20 minutes, and we'll get into some NFL superlatives at the bottom of the hour. Most passing yards, most receiving yards, most rushing yards. We'll tackle all of that coming up in about 40 minutes. But joining us right now to kick off this 4 o'clock hour here on You Better You Bet. It's a host of Sooner Sports Network. You hear him 6 to 9 Central Time on KREF in Norman. Chris Plank joining us here on You Better You Bet to break down the Oklahoma Sooners, the SEC, and college football in general. And you can find him on Twitter at Plank Show. Chris, we thank you for joining us here on this Thursday. We have to start, of course, with the quarterback. People out there in our space, what we do here being a betting show, they're calling him Moneyline Mateer. Now, that's all jokes for us here in the betting world, but for what's going on down there in Norman, I'm assuming these last couple days have been a little bit nervy with John Mateer and the references to his Venmo descriptions of sports gambling. Now, Mateer has put out the statement saying these were inside jokes with my friends from back in the day. Like, all of that stuff aside, how are people kind of taking this in Norman? And also, what are the expectations for John Mateer, who comes over from Washington State with a really, really good track record and might be an exciting player for the Sooners this upcoming season?
Yeah, Femi, I mean, this guy's done everything the right way since he came to campus. Kissing babies, like a politician, could probably be mayor of Norman if he wants. But I'm still mind blown that somebody was combing through 3-year-old Venmo statements to try to find something. My mind is still blown by that. And in fact, I covered that story from the beginning, where we didn't even know if they were real pictures or not. It's like, okay, in this era of AI, had this been something that had been faked? But then we found out, I think it was, not officially, but once that Venmo was locked or wiped, like, okay, wait a minute, that might really be his. But as it stands right now, Femi, we're taking him at his word, Oklahoma, and I can say this from someone who's covered them since 1999 and lived here since 20. I mean, they're not going to risk. This has been a program that is by the book, and they always have. And historically, there's some things in the past, right? Barry Switzer would be the king of the NIL era. But in the Jake Leone era, it has been looking to risk anything to put this in bad standings with the NCAA. And they had some issues that they had to solve back in 2006. So they've been through issues. It was Magno because we're in this very gambling sensitive world in college sports. Gambling in that line. But big word, popular phrase here recently, Femi, nothing burger on that. So then it gets to the other part of your question, expectations. Come on, man. He's got to win the Heisman. He's got to take Oklahoma back to the playoffs. There's no middle ground here, guys. He's getting paid $2 million, and those expectations, and I mean, I'm being a little bit facetious, but this is an Oklahoma Sooner fan base they expect titles, and there are high expectations and a lot of excitement about what he's going to be able to do, in spearheading the Ben Arbuckle offense that Oklahoma is going to be running this year.
Yeah, I mean, those expectations are, for Mateer at least, probably justified based on what we saw what he did in Washington State. Now, from a team perspective, I'm so interested in Oklahoma because, I'll be honest, I've been skeptical of Brent Venables as a head coach. As a defensive coordinator, what he did at Clemson, he was awesome, but so far, they haven't really been able to kind of find their footing in the SEC. Is Venables on the hot seat this year? Because you're talking about expectations being national titles, expectations for Mateer being the Heisman. What is this year for Brent Venables right now where there's those kinds of expectations after getting a big-time QB in the portal?
Yeah, and then the expectations of a plan that when it was announced, had everyone thinking we're going to be fine in a short amount of time with OU football and the shock of Lincoln Riley leaving. Now, all of a sudden, you're not able to get some momentum going early and you're not able to turn the ship this year. You're right. It becomes a very, delicate / if not, dicey conversation on the future of Brent Venables. And let's add one more thing, too. Is he on the hot seat? Absolutely. But Brent Venables would tell you he feels like he's on the hot seat every single year. Oklahoma has completely redone the structure of its football program. This is nerd talk. So if at any point you're like, listen, we got to get to the players and stuff, cut me off, because Oklahoma
let's get in the weeds.
Front office. Yeah, they rebuilt their front office, and they brought in a man who in Stevenson that had basically run AT&T, and then he retired and took on a job to help organize the football program. And the next thing you know, he's the if you will, president of the football, Randall Stevenson. And so then he takes over this role. And then you bring in a GM, an entire front office with that GM, and Jim Nagy, very popular hire. And then you got to go out and you got to get a new offensive coordinator and 2 new pieces on your defensive coaching staff to help Brent Venables be able to coordinate the defense. Yeah, there's been a lot invested into this year. And now you look at the people that are making the decisions, with Joe C. also retiring. They weren't guys that hired Venables. So you add all of the lack of success consistently in the previous 3 years to, hey, there's a whole new structure of power. It really makes this a year where you really want to see, if you're a Brent Venables fan like I am and a believer, you got to see him show some positive returns this year. If not, like you said, get to the playoffs. It might be playoffs or bust in some people's eyes.
This is You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe, Jake Hassan. We're hanging out with Chris Planks, host of Sooner Sports Network, 6 to 9 Central Time, KREF in Norman, breaking down the Oklahoma Sooners, as well as other big topics in college football. You can find him on Twitter at Plank Show. One last OU question before we go a little bit more macro, talk the SEC and the national title picture. You mentioned might be playoff or bust for Brent Venables. Their win total at BetMGM, 7.5. Looking at the schedule, Chris, this might be the toughest schedule I've ever seen in college football history. You got Michigan in the non-conference. You got Red River. You have South Carolina, Ole Miss, Tennessee, Bama, LSU. All those are ranked teams. How do they navigate this schedule in what is a very pivotal year for Venables, and now probably the toughest schedule I've ever seen?
Yeah, and then, you throw in there, I know you didn't mention Femi Auburn because they're not ranked, but think about Auburn coming to Norman, and their quarterback is your former starting quarterback. And their quarterback is the guy that you thought in Jackson Arnold was going to be the future at OU, and then plans changed when it just didn't materialize. So that's probably a must-win game too. No one wants to lose to their ex-girlfriend, if you will. So I don't know. We're all excited about the move to the SEC, and I think we have been. But the schedule, the schedule that Texas got compared to the schedule that Oklahoma got, it's wild. And
you're good. Yeah,
radio, right?
yeah, right.
I got choked up thinking about it. No,
it's an emotional,
but it's wild. It's crazy when you think about how tough that schedule was for Oklahoma, and then how tough again it is this year.
Well, Chris, let's open it up to a broader SEC question and give you a minute, obviously, here. But
dude, I don't know what just happened. Something like nearly killed me live on the air. Save the video.
Might be a bad open for the Sooners here.
Yeah, we start talking OU Texas, and I almost die on the air. So sorry about that.
No, it's the Texas boosters coming for you because they hear you talking about them. But I want to ask you about Texas, because maybe one of the other most polarizing quarterbacks in the SEC is Arch Manning, and it's how good is he actually going to be? If his name was Arch Smith, we wouldn't be talking about him that much. Where are you at on Texas? They're the favorites to win the national title. Arch is your favorite for the Heisman, but for you, as somebody that covers another SEC team and you're in that territory, what is your evaluation of Arch and this Texas team?
There's that theory that's Arch Anon, which they don't feel like, he's that good anyway. And the reason he hasn't played for 2 years is because he couldn't beat out a 7th-round pick. But I'll tell you what, man, I've been really impressed with him and what we've seen. Now, it is fair to criticize and say that he hasn't, played against the best competition yet. I agree. Who was it? Louisiana Monroe and Mississippi State. But everything that he did looked good. And in everything that you hear coming out of camp, it's been what it's supposed to look like. So the deal with, I'm not the biggest Arch guy, because I think if they didn't have concerns, he would have started last year and they would have let Quinn Ewers move on. But maybe he got better in that year. We'll see. He doesn't have to be what everyone is trying to make him to be for Texas to be good. And I know no one wants to hear, hey, Arch Manning needs to be a game manager. But Steve Sarkisian and the talent, I'm wearing an Oklahoma shirt during the interview today, right? I got OU gear behind me. In all those things that they've said about, Texas and the rivalry with Oklahoma, Sark's got it going right now, and it's not slowing down. This is not a defense that they're panicking over guys that they lost. They're excited, and they barely went to the portal. It's dudes they've developed. So, long answer to a short, good question. But Arch Manning doesn't have to be what we're trying to make him out to be. He doesn't have to be the Heisman Trophy winner for Texas to be really good this year. And I think it's going to be real interesting to see how people react if he struggles like he might do in the opening weekend against Ohio State.
Yeah, right now they're an underdog. It's the first time that the number one team in the preseason has been underdog in week one. Yeah, taking on the Ohio State Buckeyes. Must-see TV coming up here in a few weeks here. So Texas obviously is at the top of the board, but Georgia's still there. You still have Alabama. Let's see what it looks like with Ty Simpson in year 2 for Kalen DeBoer. How do you see this SEC playing out? Like, if you had to pick one team to win the conference, is it Texas or is it someone else?
Yeah, and it's wild, Femi, because in the preseason poll, you had 11 different teams receive a first-place vote. And I would say of those, 9 of them were legit. I mean, someone voted Auburn, and they always got a couple of jacklegs that's got to vote for Vanderbilt. But you then in that had 9 different teams that received first-place votes. And I think it's that open. And part of it is because the quarterback questions in this league, guys. You look from top to bottom. I mean, Ty Simpson, you mentioned, just named the starter at Alabama. What do we know about him when it comes to playing in big games, right? I mean, Georgia, you mentioned their quarterback change. What do we know about what they've – Oklahoma with John Mateer, if you want to consider Oklahoma to be in that mix. Texas with Arch Manning, we just don't know. Who do we know? Well, Lenore Sellers, and he looked pretty good, but he was prone to make some mistakes if you could get pressure on him. So I tend to be someone that loves the returning starting quarterback, which is why I think LSU and Garrett Nussmeier is the team that's going to be a problem. If they can stay healthy, and I think that's a big if, they should be better on defense. You got to be better on defense than they were. But I really like LSU a lot to be a team that we could be talking about as the season progresses. Stay healthy. Garrett Nussmeier stays upright. They got a chance to have a really special year. I like them a lot as a team that I think could be playing in Atlanta that not a ton of people are talking about right now.
Chris, we got a couple minutes left. I want to hit you with this one before we get out of here. You mentioned Lincoln Riley earlier, and so I want to ask you about USC and what you make of them, because they're starting to get some buzz as maybe a dark horse contender in the Big Ten that can maybe make a charge and go over their win total, maybe be in the playoff picture even. So next year of Lincoln Riley, do you believe that USC is a team that can make a jump? We got about 90 seconds.
Okay, I do. I'm not an anti-Lincoln guy, even though everyone from Oklahoma seems to be. I'm real intrigued to see what the financial issues overall at USC kind of does to their ability to say if they needed to buy him out, if they wanted to. I think he's going to be there for a while, and I think USC is going to be pretty good this year. To the point to where I would be banging a bunch of money on their over total, not quite yet, but Lincoln's teams have always found a way to be good out of the gates. So I imagine that USC will be strong out of the gates this season. It's just a matter if they're able to continue to get better as the season progresses.
Yeah, USC's win total right now at BetMGM, 7.5. They're plus 450 to make the playoffs. Ooh. I mean, we all saw here in Las Vegas last year, they beat LSU. Talk about starting out fast. It was a really, really strong showing. And then they got to Big Ten play and got a little bit humbled there. Chris, awesome. This has been awesome. Like,
Thank
who
you.
do you
Sorry,
think?
I almost died. Sorry, I almost died on
you're
the
good.
air, but, we fought through it.
Hey, we all talk for a living. It's happened to us one time or another. I've started shows after eating the bag of chips, and I've almost died on the air. So,
buddy,
sometimes
I
it's
thought
like
we were
that.
almost going to have a dude go down on the air today. But, hey, thank you guys for having me on. You're the best. I'll come on anytime you need me. Thank you.
Hey, but before we let you go, though, I got to ask you one more question, though, because I mean, this is the big question that everyone's been wondering. Everyone says this is as wide open as it's ever been in college football. In about 45 seconds, who do you have winning the national title and why?
Okay, it's some staunch belief that I started whenever I was younger in this business and fought with people about it. You're the defending champ until someone knocks you off. So I love Ohio State. And then I think it could be a group of LSU, Georgia, Alabama, Oklahoma. I'm not a big Tennessee guy this year. I think there's going to be an SEC team that's going to surprise people that ends up being in that national championship picture this year. I really do.
All right. I mean, it's been a drought for the SEC, a 2-year drought, but a drought nonetheless.
2 whole years, man. We got to change everything.
I'm just saying, we saw Washington, Michigan last year, Ohio State, Notre Dame. It's like, hey, what's going on with the conference that everyone says is the best? All jokes aside, but that is awesome stuff. He is Chris Plank, Sooner Sports Network, KREF in Norman, 6 to 9 Central Time. Make sure you check out his show and check him out on Twitter at Plank Show. Chris, we appreciate the time. Be well. I'm sure we'll do this again down the road.
Anytime, man. Have a great day.
Awesome stuff there from Chris Plank. Said Boomer Sooner. Massive year, though, for Oklahoma with Brent Venables. I don't know if they can get it done with that schedule. That schedule is a monster, which will break down all throughout the college football season. On the other side, we'll be joined, though, by Matt Moore, senior NBA writer of the Action Network, breaking down the cool project that he's been working on all throughout the summer here next on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I really think the Browns could win like 3 or 4 games this season. So under 5.5 wins for the Browns is minus 150 for a reason. It's juice quite heavy. I would just take the fewest wins in the league at plus 450. Last year, everybody thought the New England Patriots would be the worst team in football. That's what everybody thought, and they ended up being the 3rd worst team in football. This year, everybody thinks the Saints are going to be the worst team in football, and I kind of tend to...
All right, so I don't know that the Patriots win 9 games this season. I'm hoping that they don't, since I bet the under 8.5, but I do think that they're going to be more competitive. So I was looking at some Drake May props, man. For Drake May to go over 4,000 passing yards, that's plus 390. I like the offseason. I don't think Diggs is completely washed, even at 31 coming off a knee injury. And I really like Kyle Williams. I mean, Diggs last year, going back to him really quick, was on pace for his 6th consecutive 1,000-yard season before he got hurt. And he's going to be ready for week 1. And he's got the Cardi B effect going on. But instead of doing that, I looked at the rushing yards. It was 475.5 minus 110. Then I saw Drake May 500 rushing yards plus 125. So I'm going to take a shot with both of those. You know, the 10 full games that he played last season, he's a really underrated athlete, man. And it also helped that he was playing behind a terrible offensive line. I know that they fixed that up this offseason, but he averaged 36.3 rushing yards in those 10 games. Josh McDaniels, you got to remember, you know, like when Cam Newton was there for 1 year, they really used his legs a ton. He scored 12 touchdowns on the ground and averaged just under 40 rushing yards per game. And that was washed up Cam Newton. So I'm going to go Drake May, 500 rushing yards plus 120 and play the regular price at 475.5 minus 110. I think he's going to have a big year this year behind a real offensive line.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Coming at you guys here on a Thursday. Femi Abebefe, Jay Kassan. Thank you to Chris Plank of Sooner Sports Network, who joined us in the last segment, breaking down a little bit of college football. You know, Chris, kind of an interesting answer. He likes LSU out of the SEC as his team, like Garrett Nussmeier. I think this Brian Kelly LSU experiment just has not worked. I can't get there. In fact, I think this might be a bad season for LSU. But as we say on the show, reasonable minds can disagree. But he likes LSU as his squad. Matt Moore of the Action Network will be joining us here shortly to break down his cool project he's been working on all throughout the summer, trying to find the best signature move in NBA history. There's literally, you go to his Twitter account right now, at HP Basketball, a 32-move bracket. Skyhook, Dream Shake, MJ's post fadeaway, all the moves that you can think of. Ginobili's Euro step, it's on there. Like all the moves that are like just awesome signature moves throughout NBA history. They're there, and we're going to try to figure out what the best one is. We'll be having Matt on here shortly joining us now. But wanted to go ahead and share some news that we've seen over the last about 20 minutes or so in the world of the National Football League. This one coming out of Cleveland is it's rather big, because it has to do with their rookie running back, Quinshawn Judkins, Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports was reporting that Judkins will not face any formal charges as prosecutors have declined to move forward with the case. So this now clears Judkins to join the team. Right now, there's no contract for Quinshon Judkins. He is not signed, so we can't practice like tomorrow. They'd have to figure out a contract, which I'm assuming will be happening tonight and into tomorrow morning. But Quinshon Judkins will not face any formal charges as prosecutors have decided not to move forward with the case. We've been talking about Judkins a decent amount here throughout the summer. And I think the rookie of the year numbers were like the big thing that we were saying, hey, he's 30-1, he's 25-1, he's not even playing, he might be facing suspension. And like, just because also too, like the big thing to keep in mind, because it sounds like he's going to be back to the field and will be playing, just because he's not getting formal charges doesn't mean that the NFL can't suspend him. Like, that's one thing that you always want to keep in mind. Like, they could easily give him like a 1 or 2 game suspension for conduct detrimental to the league, or like violation of the personal conduct policy. Like, the NFL doesn't have to follow what the legal system follows, as we've seen with other cases. I mean, like, we all saw like the Ezekiel Elliott case way back when like nothing came of that, but they suspended him 6 games. So we've seen this happen in the past. So it's not like all the way out of the woods for Quinshon Judkins, but it looks like Quinshon Judkins will be playing for the Browns this season, which now gives them that running back duo of Judkins and Dylan Sampson, which is what they drafted and they wanted going forward here. So that's the big news out of Cleveland. We did get news as well out of Los Angeles with our daily update with Matthew Stafford. How about that? We have a daily Matthew Stafford update as we have been discussing all throughout training camp. Now on week 3, mind you, of Matthew Stafford not practicing for the Los Angeles Rams. However, Sean McVay let the media know earlier this afternoon, about a half hour ago, that Stafford will work out on Saturday ahead of their preseason game. He's going to do a similar workout to what he did on August 9th when they took on the Dallas Cowboys. The Rams will be taking on the Chargers in their preseason game coming up on Saturday. But McVay added this quote saying, "Hopefully his back responds a little bit better," end quote. Guys, I mean, we're living on a prayer now. We're in Bon Jovi territory, I feel like. That's where we're
Great
at
song.
with Matthew Stafford. And a phenomenal song, Living on a Prayer. But like, I cannot get there with Matthew Stafford and the Los Angeles Rams. They keep hoping that this is a thing. I don't know if it's going to be a thing. I think that he's just going to be the hurt quarterback who tries to give it a run and maybe can't practice all throughout the season. And all of a sudden, it just ends up being a guy that's a shell of himself, and it hurts the Los Angeles Rams. But that's what's going on in the National Football League right now. Quinshon Judkins, no formal charges. Matthew Stafford's going to do another workout, and we'll see if his back goes ahead and responds. But joining us right now, like he did all throughout the NBA playoffs, all throughout the NBA regular season, it's our buddy, NBA writer for the Action Network, host of the Buckets podcast, has an awesome Substack on his Twitter, which you can find at HP Basketball. It's our man, Matt Moore. Matt, how's the summer been treating you, man? How we doing? Oh, looks like he's still setting up his shot here. So we're gonna get that situated. Matt will be joining us here shortly. We'll get to Matt and everything that we have to talk about with his cool project that he's working on with the best signature moves. Looks like we're ready now. As I was saying, Matt, welcome back to You Better You Bet. What's going on here on this Thursday, buddy? Oh, we still don't have audio for Matt Moore. Is Matt, you still muted, or are we good now? Looks like we're muted. Maybe Mike, let's refresh. Like, Mike, let us know when we have the levels for Matt Moore. You would think that we'd have this all situated. I guess we don't have it situated right now. I think we're going to get it soon. Third time might be the charm for our buddy Matt Moore from the Action Network. We will see. Matt, give us a thumbs up if you think that we can. Matt, looks like we're good now. So we do have Matt. Let's see if it works this time.
Guys.
Matt Moore, the Action Network. What's happening, man? How we doing?
Doing well, man. Thanks for having me on during football season. Really appreciate you guys having me on. Well, always love the show. Glad to have you guys have me on today.
Yeah, no, this is awesome because we were prepping for the show, and our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, and I were talking on the phone, and he's like, "Oh, do you see what Matt's got working on right now over on his Twitter?" And I was like, "No, I haven't seen it." I go to the Twitter account at HB Basketball, and I said, "We have to have him on the show today. We got to talk about this on the show because this is the kind of stuff that I want to geek out." And for those who don't know, once again, at HP Basketball over on Twitter, it's on Matt's Substack as well, where you can find that on his Twitter as well. trying to find out the best signature move in NBA history, a 32-move bracket, which features Skyhook from Kareem, the Dream Shake, MJ's post fadeaway, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's grifting, or I don't know how you phrased it, like all the moves that you have in NBA history. Like, how did you come up with the idea? How did you come up with the seeding? And kind of walk us through the process of putting the bracket all together.
Yeah, we do every day. We do our show Locked On NBA, which you can watch before you hop on over to You Better You Bet. And I think, as we kind of looked at filling content here in the dead time, this came about. My host, Doug Branson, Hayes and I, we were working on it, and it was great. It was a great idea. And it really came about as like, if you were trying to nail down what are like these shots that everybody has, because some guys need that. Like a lot of guys, I think actually need that. If you're going to be an elite player, you need to have a go-to move. And a lot of these are interesting because it's some of them are go-to moves that guys went to all the time, like the Dirk one-legged fadeaway or the sky hook. And then some of these are like one-time, unbelievable, incredible shots, like Dr. J's scoop layup, which is one of the most amazing feats of athleticism you're ever going to see. And so kind of breaking it down into how you decide between these has been a lot of fun. We've got new players, we've got old players. We had a good debate today about exactly how good George Gervin's finger roll was, with me kind of being the contrarian, saying like, if you look at it, he actually shot it pretty low. Like he actually didn't get like the full extension. So like we're breaking these things down in hyper detail. It is a hoop nerd's dream that we're doing over on Locked On NBA.
No, it's really, really cool because we have a lot of hoop nerds here. Like, obviously, we love the NFL. We love football, as do you. Like, you're a big-time Chiefs fan. But, like, basketball as well. Like, these are the kind of things that we all remember about basketball, what makes it cool. And I got to comment on the region names. Love that. Barbecue chicken region and the deep bag region. It feels like every day on NBA Twitter, there's a bag discussion. I guess LeBron doesn't have a bag. That was the most recent one that was being talked about yesterday. And all that stuff just happens to be the all-time leading scorer with no bag. Funny how that math kind of works out here. But, like, I guess in your opinion, and I don't know if maybe you don't want to share this, you don't want to tilt the voting and how it all works out, but like, what do you think is the best move in NBA history? Like like Bill was telling us in the chat, he loves the Dream Shake, like the Sky Hook, of course, is always going to be one that people think about. Like what is, in your opinion, the best signature move that we've seen in NBA history?
It's the Dream Shake for me. Like part of this is that I was coming up when Elijah Wan was in the finals with the Rockets versus versus the Knicks, and having those kind of moments. But for me, it's like if you look at the footwork, the combination, the gracefulness, the unguardability, all of those combinations, like to me, it's the dream that he's able to shake you in so many different ways. There's like 18 different moves, and he does it all from a pivot position, right? I will tell you what's been fun about this is going through and watching and going through the YouTube wormholes and going all the way down these rabbit holes as you find cool stuff. Like I always knew like, oh yeah, Tim Hardaway's crossover was amazing. But then like I went back and like actually like have watched these and I'm like, God, his crossover was unbelievable. The UTEP two-step, unfathomably good. And he was able to execute it in full speed in transition. So there's a lot of these actually that like I'm getting a better appreciation for watching them over again. But for my money, pound for pound, it's the Dream Shake for the best move of all time.
Yeah, and the UTEP two-step might get the Dream Shake in round 2 of the bracket here, based on how things broke out there. I think the UTEP two-step might be angry at the selection committee on that one, placing him right there in the same bubble as the Hakeem Dream Shake. I think for me personally, like the all-time greats are always fun, but the one that I was always trying when I used to play basketball, like way back when, playing the pickup days, like the Sham God. Like the Sham God is like the ultimate like street ball. Like that's the one that you always try as a kid. Like for those who don't know, just like YouTube it. It's out there. NBA players still do it to this day. Like Sham God's move, his signature move that he would do. Like that's like the fun stuff for me, which is a basketball hoop nerd's dream. So absolutely encourage everyone at HP Basketball. Check out the bracket. Go ahead and participate on Matt's Substack as well. Let's talk a little bit of NBA though while we have you, right? Because we have the NBA schedule that's about to be released. What are the key things that you look for in the schedule release? Because it feels like these kind of go under the radar unless you're in the weeds like you are when it comes to the NBA. Like most fans don't have the NBA release days circled on their calendar. Like how does this impact how you handicap the upcoming NBA season?
Yeah, actually, surprisingly, I pay a lot of attention to this. I don't think that all schedules are created equal. There is kind of this idea of like, look, you're gonna play 2 games. You're gonna play every team in the other conference twice. You'll play every division team 4 times, and most of the conference teams 3 times. A few of them 4, but the density matters because if you listen to the players, what really gets them is when they have to play a lot of games in a short amount of time. So it's not just how many back-to-backs you have. It's, all right, are they spread out or do you have a month where it's really intense? For example, the Nuggets have a really heavy back-to-back schedule in November. Like they have a lot of games before Thanksgiving, and that can get you kind of in an early hole when it comes down to conditioning, when it comes to injuries, those type of problems. December and January, how dense is your schedule? Because if you've got a lot of games in January and December, that's like the grinded out time in the NBA. Now that's when usually teams are playing their best. You've shaken off that early season stuff, but if you're exhausted, it's gonna be hard for you to kind of find that groove. So looking at kind of the travel schedule, the density of the schedule, those type of things, it's less about who you're going to play. It's more about how dense is that schedule, how many games do you play in what amount of time. And then when you look towards the end of the season, take a real strong look and see how many good teams you play at the end of the season. Because if you play really good teams, they're probably resting. You play really bad teams, they're probably tanking. So based off of win totals, projections, etc., you can actually take a look and see like, oh, you know what? If I've got a win total over on this team and they've got a bunch of really great teams that are probably resting at the end, I've got a good chance for me to make up ground in those late season situations. So those are the type of things that I'll be looking at as we start to dig through the schedule.
Awesome stuff there. Yeah, make sure we encourage everybody at HP Basketballs where you can find Matt on Twitter. He'll be pumping out a lot of content about the NBA schedule that you'll want to keep in mind before making those win total bets, those awards bets, those win the division, win the conference kind of bets coming up later this NBA season. Real quick, we got to ask you this one because it's been going on in the NBA. It's been rather quiet. What's the latest with Jonathan Kuminga? We got about like 90 seconds of like this Kuminga story. It feels like we're just kind of sitting at an impasse. Like, is something going to get done? Is he going to be on the Warriors? What can you tell us about Kuminga and the Warriors in this restricted free agency?
This is the dumbest story imaginable. The team doesn't play him down the stretch of the season, doesn't play him in the playoffs, and now we're in the standoff, and now they're like, no, we're not trading him. For the love of God, just take Malik Monk in the first, and let's be done here. It's really frustrating. Actually, an idea that Jake Fisher from Bleacher Report posited that they've looked at was trading him for Josh Giddey and a double sign-and trade. The rules make that very difficult, but to me, that makes the most sense. This is going to stretch on with most of the restricted free agents into late August, early September. They'll get it done before training camp, but all these restricted agents are being squeezed because of the new CBA. Get used to this being the process for restricted free agents, not only this summer, but going forward.
And yeah, this new CBA, it's putting a stranglehold on these guys, and it just feels like we're just, I mean, I don't know how many more Shams tweets that we need about Jonathan Kuminga before we realize, I guess it's just not going to get done until the two sides decide to come to some kind of an agreement here. We got 60 seconds left. I know you live out there in the Colorado area. You're also a big-time Kansas City Chiefs fans. Everything I see amongst people who talk about the NFL, look out for Denver. That's what everyone's saying. What's your level of concern about the Denver Broncos as a Chiefs fan? 1 being not concerned whatsoever, 10 being we might lose the division to Sean Payton and Bo Nix.
Yeah, I mean, look, Chiefs should have lost them twice because they, obviously weren't trying in the last game of the season. And then the first one was a missed field goal, which was just like a bizarre series of instances, a blocked field goal rather. The emergence of Simmons on the offensive line makes me feel a lot better about Kansas City. But I do think the division is going to be open with the hangover coming off of the Super Bowl. But I actually don't look at the Broncos. I look at the Chargers. I look at Harbaugh. I look at Justin Herbert. I look at the weapons that team has. I think that team, having done the work to reinstall itself in the fundamentals of that team, the structure, I think is a lot better. Broncos could win the division, but I also think the Chargers have a chance. I wouldn't be surprised if Kansas City is a little sluggish this year after so many random wins last season.
Yeah, might be looking at a 10-7 or 11-6 Chiefs team, which is still really good. Still a team that I think most people would fear in the playoffs, but maybe not your 1 or 2 seed in the AFC playoffs. He is Matt Moore, NBA writer for the Action Network, host of the Buckets podcast, on Twitter at HP Basketball. Matt, we appreciate you hanging out with us here in August. I'm sure we'll talk before the NBA season starts, man. Be well.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome stuff there from Matt Moore. On the other side, we'll get you caught up on all the news from the NFL, as well as some NFL superlatives to wrap up the second hour here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
a lot of their key players just not available. Like it felt like Vita Vea was on the injury list every single week. He ended up playing most games, but the guys in the secondary did not. Antoine Winfield, he missed half the year. I think he played in 9 games last year. Jamel Dean, their starting cornerback, always seems like a guy who's on their injury report. They might have some injury-prone players. And Otten is beat up right now. He missed a few games last year. So now if you look up the average age, they're not going to pop as one of the oldest teams, even though it feels that way. They've gotten younger on the line offensively, but we know that some of the playmakers are old, and that's why they go out and draft Ibuka. Like you were talking about the state of some of these players, the injury status. They might need him to do a whole lot more than they wanted from the outset, and that's going to be a big ask. Like you may like him as a player, but to step in for a team that just won the division, a team that is expected to make the playoffs, they're minus 144 to be a playoff team. That's a big ask stepping in, like in an offense that is now changing the offensive coordinator a little bit, but they have continuity because he was there. I don't know. I have a lot of questions, man, about this team. I think it's arrow down for them. And obviously we stated how we feel about Atlanta.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network.
Let's get back to it here on You Better You Bet on a Thursday. Femi Abebefe, Jake Hassan hanging out with you guys here on the BetMGM network. Thank you to Matt Moore of the Action Network who joined us in the last segment. Matt breaking down the cool project that he's working on this summer, breaking down the best signature moves in NBA history with a 32-move bracket, which I cannot wait to see how it unfolds. I know he likes the Dream Shake. Bill likes the Dream Shake as well. Hard to argue with that one. I'm a Sham God guy. Like that's me. Like, you know, like put the ball out there and just kind of try to cross him up. Like that's, you know, we don't do that anymore. You know, it's just like we can't afford to get hurt out there in these streets. But back in the day when we were about that ball is life, it was the God Sham God was the move that I always was trying to emulate out there on the blacktop. Jake, were you ever a hooper? Like I know like you're into the kickball, which we'll definitely talk about in the Power Hour. But like basketball, was that in your bag or were you mainly just like a baseball, kickball kind of a dude?
I tried to do basketball for a little bit. I'm in like 4th or 5th grade because I was one of those kids that like I'm famously 6'2". So I sprouted early. Like in 5th grade, I was one of the just like tall, lanky, gangly kids that was, you know, a few inches, 4 or 5 inches taller than everybody else.
How
so
tall
my
were
dad
you in the 5th grade?
I mean, no, I wasn't 6 feet tall, but, you know, I just grew. I hit that first growth spurt before a lot of other kids in my grade. So I don't have exact measurables for you, but I was just like, I was the giraffe out there. Like I had too many elbows and knees. I didn't know what to do with them. So I tried basketball because my dad was like, oh, well, you're taller than everybody. Just go out there and, you know, just throw it up. And I was like, okay. And I was terrible at it. I'm not super coordinated. Femi, so I did 1 year of basketball, and we were like, yeah, this probably isn't for me. We'll stick to baseball and golf, which then just became golf once I got to high school. So, yeah, and now it's evolved into kickball. So I would love to say yes. I'll play pickup every now and then with my friends, but I'm very open about the fact, do not expect any scoring from me. I'm an enforcer. I'll play defense, but I ain't doing much offensively in the box score.
You know what I will say? A couple things. First of all, golf in high school, very valuable tool. Because once you get to
great.
30s, 40s, everyone wants to golf. Nobody's out there trying to play flag football or pick up basketball.
The amount of people ever since I moved out of my parents' house and became somewhat of an independent adult over the last few years, every year more and more of my friends are like, I got to take up golf. Can you teach me how to golf? Can you take me to the range? I'm trying to figure it out. And more and more of my friends, especially because obviously, as Nick always says, we live in the toy department of life. A lot of my friends are corporate stooges and they're sitting in a cube all day. So they go out there and make deals. It's like, I had a friend come up to me and he does business something or other. I don't know. I kind of zone out and disassociate when he explains it, but he had to travel for work to go make some deal or close some deal. And he goes, yeah, can you take me to the range a couple times just so I don't embarrass myself? And I'm like, yeah, and that, Femi, is how you get a couple beers paid for every weekend by teaching your friends how to golf. And then you run into people whose families own golf courses in Michigan that you just go get to play for free, and you get your drinks comped at the course too. It's great. So yes, kids, boys and girls, listeners, viewers, it is a visual show, Twitch, YouTube, BetMGM Network. Play golf in high school. It will serve you well.
It 100% will. Here I was in the spring sports because golf was in the spring for us in Washington. I'm out here throwing the discus. Would I ever throw the discus now at 35 years old? No, I would not. Did I love?
You're not going to play frisbee golf at the local park?
It's not my bag anymore. It's not my bag. I could still I could go out there and coach somebody. I could do that. I could do that. If you want to get the technique right, all the stuff see the back, et cetera, et cetera. I could do that stuff. But I'm not gonna go out there and throw the discus for the vibes. You could golf for the vibes. So I feel like it was a missed opportunity for me out here. But even track too. I didn't love it. I just did it just to kind of occupy my time until football season started. I was like, all right, I got to do something that keeps me active. Football, we're going to get the summer practices going, summer camp. The fall will be here before we know it. Let's stay active because I didn't have a winter sport. I never wrestled, and my basketball career ended after 7th grade. So I just needed to do something in track. So that's kind of how I hung out there. And also track was way, way more relaxed than football, which was actually fun, that aspect of it. But Jake did bring up a very big bro thing that I didn't know we were going to go down this road, but I think it's something to point out. A lot of bros, we don't really know what our friends do for a living.
No,
we really don't.
Not a clue.
we don't know. I will have people that will ask me, my college roommates, I love them to death. If you ask me, try to pin me down, what exactly do they do? I have an idea, but what exactly that they do, couldn't do it. Literally, I had one of my college roommates here at my home. He was in town for Vegas. He and his wife came by, and I kind of have a vague idea, but I don't really know, but that's when you get real bromantic, you don't need to know what somebody does.
No.
You just love them for who they are. And that's something that as I try to improve on myself as we grow older, I want to make a more concerted effort to actually know these things. But let's just be honest. It's oh, what does your friend do? I think he owns a business now. That's about it. My in-laws were asking me, oh, what does so-and-so do now? I'm kind of embarrassed. I don't really know. Is that how you are? Because that's how I am. I'm terrible with knowing people's occupations unless they work in media.
I know a couple people who work in media. I could tell you exactly what they do down to the letter, obviously. But a bunch of my friends, and the only other one that I know for sure is my best friend who I talk to every day. And obviously I know his job because he's my best friend who I talk to every day. And he's a real estate pro. He's a commercial real estate broker. But everybody else, my parents will ask me when I go hang out with my parents, they go, oh, how's so-and-so? Blah, blah. Oh, what do they do again? And I know their company. I know the general blanket statement. Oh, he's in engineering. Well, what company? What exactly does he do? Spends a lot of time in Wisconsin. I don't know. He's driving every day.
You're asking too many questions now.
I go, right. Hey, ask me about anything else about their lives. Ask me about how they're doing in kickball. I got you with that, but don't ask me their personal, employment opportunity. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't come up in conversation really. Like you might say, like, "Oh, like how's work going?" But like, think about it. Like for those of you at home listening and watching, like the last thing you want to talk about with your friends is how work is going. At least that's how I am. Like like, I'm not like, "Oh man, like we got this going on at work." No, it's like let's like reminisce on the old days. Like like what do dudes like to do? Hang around and just talk about athletes, like do those kinds of things.
Naming random athletes in a bar, in a booth, it's so much better. It's the ultimate dudes rock. Like it's a meme, but you're right, Femi. Like I would much rather my friends, we're going to hang out. Why does anyone want to talk about work? Like unless it's something funny, like, hey, Chris Plank almost died on our show today. That was really funny. All right, 30-second conversation. We're moving on. Hey, speaking of the Oklahoma Sooners, remember any athlete, hey, remember remember this game, and then we go to athletes, and it's, hey, let's name second baseman from the 2000s. I'll start Marco Scutaro. Cool, let's go. It's just, that's how it is.
Yeah, 100%. Which reminds me of like what happened today at Cleveland Browns training camp, where like once like dudes just want to kind of hang around and just chill. Like here are the Cleveland Browns offensive linemen drinking Miller Lights after practice. Like that's what
so
dudes want to do. At the end of the day, we just want a cold
one. They
one.
think they're the Jake Hassan kickball team. They can just roll up to the practice field with a pack of beers and just hang out. It's just my power. It's the influence that I have.
Cold ones and conversations, but conversations not about work. That's dude life right there.
100%.
Cold ones and conversations. Speaking of, do you guys have kickball practice? You guys do that, or just go straight out and roll the ball out for the games?
I always say we just go straight out. It's been like practice has been brought up at certain points, and it's just like figure it out. Like, and is there not to throw stones, glass houses, but like it's by some of the players who maybe need the practice a little bit. I'm like okay, I'm not going to get all 13 of us together so that you could get a couple practice swings in. Go to Play It Again Sports, go to Dick's Sporting Goods, get a red dodgeball, and go take some practice hacks on your own time. Figure it out. It's not that hard.
How bad is the worst player on your team?
Oh, on my team, Femi, we don't have weak links, okay? Even on my team,
you say people are bringing up practice.
And I always tell people they bring something else to the table because somebody who isn't a great offensive player lights out pitcher. So it's a spectrum, it's give and take. I would rather you be good at one thing than just mediocre at everything. So it's a give and take. It's a give. We take it. The worst player on our team is I would say average at worst on the best team.
Okay. So the team is loaded. Like you guys are pretty loaded here, which is why we got the playoffs coming up here shortly. Okay. All right. So we're good then.
Listen, we're not a one-time championship team for no reason, Femi.
What's the team name again?
Browned out with orange shirts. Makes a lot of sense.
Because when have we not been browned out in our previous lives? When have we not been?
Listen, every Thursday during the summer.
Last night.
Always.
Maybe last night we were browned out. I was not browned out. No, I had to get my ass home. That's what I needed to do. But it was cool catching up with everybody out there at Naked City. Let's start our superlatives, though, right now for the NFL as we finally get to what we're supposed to be talking about here in this segment. We'll carry the conversation on into the 5 o'clock hour as well. So you're not going to miss anything. We're not shortchanging or cheating anybody, but we can at least set the table for some of the NFL superlatives over at BetMGM. And they have some cool ones. Obviously, the main ones that everyone's thinking about, like regular season stat leaders, like most passing yards, most rushing yards, most receiving yards, most sacks. If you want to get into the nitty gritty on the defensive side of the ball, you can also bet into that. But we'll start with the quarterback since that's what everybody's most interested in each and every NFL season. And the favorite right now for the most passing yards, it's Joe Burrow at plus 450. Dak Prescott's at 9-1. Mahomes 10-1, Jared Goff 11-1, Baker Mayfield 12-1, Brock Purdy is at 13-1, and on down the line we go. Jake, when you were looking at this earlier today, because we obviously planned that we're going to talk about this, what was the name that stood out to you in the regular season most passing yards market?
Yeah, for me, honestly, it was somebody that we talked about already. Like CJ Stroud at 14-1 kind of pops to me. I know that they might not be playing from behind a lot because of that defense, but if he's going to be under duress with that offensive line, it just might be 3-step drop and hope somebody's down there, and we'll see what happens. So that kind of stood out to me with him because I don't want to go with, Mahomes at 10-1. They're going to be winning a ton of games. They're going to be running the ball a ton. Yeah. Joe Burrow, I get why he's the favorite, but who wants to bet the favorite in any of these markets? That's no fun. So it was Stroud to me at 14-1. Trevor Lawrence a little bit at 20-1. as well. Just another one where it could be bad team. They're playing from behind a lot. Garbage time, they got to throw. We like Brian Thomas Jr. a lot on this show as well. So he has what we think bona fide number one receiver. And if there ever a time for Trevor Lawrence to finally figure it out, now might be the time. So he was another one at 20-1 that stood out to me.
Yeah, it's so funny that I'm looking at the guys at 20-1. Matthew Stafford is also there. Matthew Stafford's probably 20-1 to play all 17 games. To be honest, let's
play double-digit games at this point.
yeah. Like I don't know anyone who's betting that one based on we hope his back responds better. That's the latest comment from Sean McVay. I'll reveal who I like in the most passing yards market. We'll break down the most rushing yards, most receiving yards, the most sacks in the upcoming NFL season, more superlatives to start the third hour here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
People who were getting excited over Justin Fields, because I don't know if you saw the one play that people were, recirculating of Justin Fields with this great scrambling play. We've seen this from Justin Fields before. The problem has never been his legs. He's always been a dynamic runner. It just, in order to be a quarterback in the NFL, you have to be able to complete passes as well. Yeah. You have to be able to throw the football accurately. And that's been a trouble for Justin Fields. Part of the reason is sometimes he hangs on to the ball a little bit too long. So I feel like a lot of the questions we had about Justin Fields still aren't answered. Like, I feel like I keep thinking that it's like his second year in the NFL, and it's not. Like, don't you always think of him as a young guy? You're like, he's got plenty of time to get things together. He's been to several teams now. Yeah. And he's had some serviceable years, but it's not one of those things where you look at him and you're like, there's MVP potential in this quarterback. So I don't know, especially on a bad team, because that's the thing with Justin Fields as well, is that we've seen him on a bad team and we've seen him on a pretty good team. He's good on the good team, but when he's bad, or when he's on a bad team with not a lot of talent around him, he didn't put up great numbers. So I think that's probably going to be the case when you're in a New York Jets system that's been pretty bad over the last few years.
Ready. It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is our number 3 of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetMGM network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with Jake Hassan. Jake doing an awesome job filling in for Nick Costos, who is moving today into a new home. And Nick will be back with us on Tuesday. Nick's moving to a new home. He's going to get a new little office set up as well. Really, really fun times there in the Costos household. I don't know if it's fun right now, but at least maybe when it's over, it'll be fun because the moving experience.
Gotta think not.
Whew, that's it's not great. And I know he hired movers, like same thing that I did. Like I hired movers. First time I ever hired movers when we moved from Seattle to Vegas. I was like, I'm not moving that stuff by myself. After that experience, I said, I am hiring movers if I even have to move next door. Like, I'm always hiring movers. Like, I just need it. I'm not doing this stuff myself. So it makes it a little bit easier, but it's still stressful having to get all the logistics all in line and stuff like that. Like, oh, it's got to set up the internet. We got to set up this stuff. We got to do all this. Like, it's just a pain. It's a pain in the ass, but once you're done, you're fine. But yeah, hopefully everything is going well with the Costos household there as they're packing up and moving. So Nick will be back with us coming up on Tuesday. We'll get into some baseball coming up 20 minutes from now, breaking down all the happenings from Major League Baseball. We got some day games going on. Blue Jays and the Cubs in a battle of contending teams, one in the National League, one in the American League. Right now, Toronto up 2-1. My Seattle Mariners getting beat by the Orioles, which would be, I mean, I don't even want to say it, like classic Mariners to go ahead and have like the awesome homestand and then all of a sudden go on the road and now start losing to Baltimore. But like, it's a little bit frustrating. The Mariners right now trailing 5-0 as they're now back from the rain delay. We'll see how much they can play right now. I believe in the top of the 6th as this game started at 1:00 Eastern. It's now 5:00. And we're still out there, baby. That's what Mother Nature will do to you. So we'll talk some baseball coming up at 5:20. But let's go ahead and get back to our NFL superlatives. We were breaking these down. Oh, actually, excuse me. I misspoke. Before we get to the superlatives, we must go ahead and let the folks know about the cool promotions that our friends at BetMGM have to offer. Get in on the excitement at BetMGM with an any sport, no sweat token. If you don't win your wager, you'll get a stake back in bonus bets. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly. Our friends at BetMGM always taking care of folks, as Jake has right now in his backdrop, the BetMGM network. Trying to be legendary. Jake Hassan, that's what he's up to out there in Chicago. So be legendary. Go ahead and back the sportsbook, BetMGM. All right, now let's get over to the NFL superlatives, because at BetMGM, you can bet on the quarterback to have the most passing yards in the regular season. I know Jake brought up CJ Stroud. He also brought up Trevor Lawrence as maybe like a longer shot sitting there at 20-1. For me, there was a couple guys that stood out. And I think if I had to place a bet on this market, it would be the guy with the longer odds, because you know what? Like, that's how I like to bet. Sue me. But I'm going to go with Baker Mayfield at 12-1. Over at BetMGM. I think it's a really good setup once again for that offense. You know, the O-line's really good. They have just an insane amount of wide receivers for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, like Mike Evans. Chris Godwin's going to come back at some point. Emeka Egbuka, shout out to the state of Washington. He's a Washington kid, although he went to Ohio State. We won't hold that against him. But Emeka Egbuka, like everyone is saying, just like this guy is like going to be the dude. Like, he has been a professional since he walked in. Like, everyone's raving about all the ways that the Bucs can use him, whether it's in the slot or outside. And like, we kind of knew that he was like a very like old 22-year-old when he was at Ohio State. Seems like he's like a guy that's like has his ducks in a row and is very, very mature for his age. But like, man, like it sounds like he is like next level, and there's going to be no adjustment going from being a rookie in the NFL. So I think that the Buccaneers offense can really take off, and Mayfield has been really productive. And I don't really get concerned about the coordinator changing, going from Liam Cohen, because we had that conversation this time last year when everyone said, well, they lost Dave Canales. How is it going to work out? Well, it worked out really well with Liam Cohen. I think this might be more so the Jimmies and the Joes than the X's and the O's for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So I think Baker Mayfield right now at 12-1 to have the most passing yards would be how I attack this. If you want a shorter price, I mean, Dak Prescott, you can definitely make the case for him as well. The Cowboys defense, rather suspect. The passing game, though, should be really, really good for the Cowboys. But I like Baker Mayfield at 12-1. Jake, anything on Mayfield or anybody else that you would like to bring up for that market before we go ahead and tackle the most rushing yards?
I thought about Mayfield too. It just came down to who do I like more at price, Mayfield or Stroud, and obviously it's not that big of a difference. Mayfield at 12, Stroud to 14, but I did think about it, but at the end of the day, I just leaned Stroud just because I just feel like that year 3 leap with his new coordinator might be able to boost things up a little bit there. But if I had to make like a third honorable mention, Mayfield would have been in there, yeah.
Mariners cut it to 3.
I saw that.
3-run deficit.
Julio
Look at that.
might be back.
Hey, second half Julio. He's here. 5-2 in Baltimore right now in the top of the 6th in the game that will never end due to Mother Nature. So we'll keep our eyes. I'll keep my eye on my iPad right now where I have this game posted up currently. But Mariners and Orioles right now in Baltimore. Let's get on over to the most rushing yards, though, as we continue to break down the NFL superlatives. No surprise, your favorite in the most rushing yards market is Saquon Barkley, the guy that ran for 2,000 yards last year. He's plus 250. Derrick Henry, 4-1. Christian McCaffrey, plus 750. Jonathan Taylor, plus 850. Bijan Robinson, which it's Bijan. He told us. It's like, don't say Bijan. You're mispronouncing my name. It's Bijan Robinson is at 11-1. Josh Jacobs, Jahmyr Gibbs, 15-1. Kyron Williams, Ashton Genty, 20-1. Bucky Irving, 25-1. Chuba Hubbard, Breece Hall, Devon Achane at 30-1. And we don't need to go further down the list unless, Jake, you want to bring somebody up that's more of a long shot. But what's stood out to you when you broke down the most rushing yards?
I had 2 here, just like I did for passing yards leader. The first one's not that sexy of a name. It doesn't really get the juices flowing for you, but Christian McCaffrey at plus 750, a lot of people seem to like him in a bounce back spot here. We know the 49ers offensive line, as long as especially Williams is healthy, should be pretty good, and people expect the Niners to have a bounce back year. So if they're winning a lot of these games, should theoretically be running the ball, and we know, obviously we'll see what it looks like coming off that injury if he still has the explosiveness, but if he does, definitely has the capability, obviously. And at plus 750, that's a little bit further down from Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley. And this, I want to believe in this one so bad just because of the home run potential. But like Jahmyr Gibbs at 15-1, he has the big playability. It's just the consistency, and obviously with David Montgomery being there, it's always the question of how much is that workload going to be split up, which scares you a little bit. But I don't really feel the need to go further down the board for this one because you're probably getting it from the first page of this list.
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me with the most rushing yards. When I was handicapping this, it's like obviously you want a team that's going to be good because like if the team isn't good, then it's hard to get those rushing yards, especially in the fourth quarter where a lot of these like 100-yard rushing games, like 30 of those yards usually come from the fourth quarter with the team playing 4-minute offense trying to salt the game away. So like you want to think of a good team. To me, the name that I stumbled upon was Josh Jacobs at 15-1. That's the guy that I think a lot of people, and like we've had this conversation on the show earlier this week. Nick was asking the question, like, who's like the stud blue chip player on the Packers? I think it's Josh Jacobs. Like, isn't it? Like Josh Jacobs is the former All-Pro. Like Josh Jacobs, like he's not 30 years old. Like he still's got some stuff in the tank. And last year we saw him play pretty well behind this offensive line. Like he has been an elite running back at his peak. He's shown us that he has that in his bag. And on a team where I think the offense is going to be really efficient. And it sounds like the way LaFleur wants to go about this season, he really wants to pound the ball. Like that's how they've been like trying to shore up the guards and they want to be a physical team. I think they're going to lean on Jacobs quite a bit, especially early on. Like, let's see what this thumb injury for Jordan Love. But like, I like Jacobs at 15-1. And the later that goes into the year, in like November and December, running backs like Jacobs, those physical, big, bruising backs, those guys get stronger. And those guys become very hard to tackle. And those guys start to get extra yards because the opposition's looking at them being like, I'm good on that. I don't want to tackle that today. So Josh Jacobs, 15-1 is how I would bet this. Obviously, Saquon has a great setup. I'm just a little bit skeptical of a guy that ran for 2,000 yards. Like, how do you follow that up? I mean, he could lead the league with 1,500 yards, but still, I don't want to bet the favorite at that short of a price. McCaffrey is definitely interesting. Jonathan Taylor could be interesting if they could ever figure out the quarterback, but Josh Jacobs for me at 15-1 is how I would bet this, just because I like Green Bay quite a bit. I think he's going to be the bell cow running back for that Packers offense.
And it's also that if this Packers team does reach their potential, Jordan Love ends up being healthy, should be able to be winning a lot of those games. I wanted to ask you, Femi, because I feel like a lot of people are going to talk themselves into Bijan Robinson just because a lot of people like his potential this year. Right, of course, which hilarious that it took 20 plus years. Dude, you were at Texas and it took you this long to tell us this? How, whatever, not the point. But I feel like a lot of people are, because neither of us went with him, and I think it's because he's also a receiving threat, and that's probably why both of us stayed away. But am I right? Like, is that why you stayed away? Because that was what it was for me, thinking that the Falcons might just use him more as a receiver and all-purpose yards.
Yeah, two things on this one. First of all, on the Bijan, like, I think he literally was just trying to get like the Bijan Dijon thing going on at Texas, like, and which was like a thing. They made a special mustard for him. So like, I think there was a little bit of NIL, like, all right, you can pronounce my name incorrectly if it's going to give me the bag.
Fair.
Like, I think that's why we had it. Like, oh, Bijan's Dijon, ha ha ha. It's actually Bijan, guys. But secondly, like,
well, Femi, if they had given you 100% raise to go by Frank Schmaltz, would you have done it?
You know, if I was in college, you know, like, yeah, I was out here donating plasma to get beer money. So, like, I'm not one that's going to be out there saying that I'm on the high horse. You know, like that's how I was getting down, man. I was out there just pumping out plasma, being like, give me my $60 a week so I can go ahead and buy some Busch Lights. Like, so, you know, that's I'm not above it. Like, like, we've made progress now. now at 35 years old, but like back in the day, you know, times get tough, especially when you're in college and you broke as hell.
Femi, I'm 27. I work in radio. Times aren't great right now. I get it.
So times are still tough out here.
Anyone wants to call me Jack Hansen, hit my line. My DMs are open.
Jack Hansen. So we can make something with that? Great. That's my name.
I'm open.
But in terms of the rushing yards for Bijan Robinson, I considered him. I like him quite a bit. Like, I'm the guy that says I like to bet him for Offensive Player of the Year. I think, though, it's like, once again, he's an all-purpose guy as opposed to just like a rushing yards guy. Like, I could see him having like the 1,100-yard rushing season and like 800 receiving yards. Like, that's the Bijan Robinson season that I kind of have in my mind. So I'll pass on that. Falcons offensive line is pretty decent. He's obviously a really good running back, but yeah, I think I'm going to go more towards the all-purpose with Bijan. Speaking of receiving yards, let's get over to the most receiving yards this upcoming NFL season. Your favorite, no surprise, Jamar Chase is at 6-1. Nico Collins plus 700. Justin Jefferson plus 750, CeeDee Lamb 10-1, Malik Neighbors 12-1, Puka Nacua 15-1, Tyreek Hill, Amon-Ra St. Brown 20-1, AJ Brown, Drake London 25-1, Jackson Smith and Jigba is at 30-1. Jake, what stood out to you with the receiving yards?
The first thing that I immediately said was, I'm not falling for the Drake London trap again. Not doing it.
Yeah.
I don't want that smoke again. Whoever wants to talk themselves into it, go right ahead. Be my guest. I want nothing ever to do with that. But as far as people I did want to bet, no interest in Jamar Chase or the guys at the top of the board. Also, Justin Jefferson hasn't played in the preseason yet. Hamstring injury. What are we doing here? Mm-hmm. But maybe I'll do some home run parlays with Jamar Chase and just be done with it like that. But for singular bets, Malik Neighbors was the first one that popped to me. Like, bad team, should be playing from behind a lot, when the only thing is health, right? Because he dealt with those weird injuries a couple times last year, missed a couple of games. Yeah. But bad team, Jackson Dart should be in there at some point and just chucking it down the field, see what you got in him. I think Neighbors, and he catches everything anyway. So at double-digit price, he was the one that stood out to me as far as people I want to bet.
Yeah, he's going to get like 150 targets this year if he stays healthy. Like, that's what it's going to be. Yeah, ain't nobody else to throw to. You know, for throwing the football, like, it's got to be you, Malik. So go out there and do your thing. CeeDee Lamb was my guy, 10-1, because they kind of similar, like, to not similar to Neighbors, but like almost in the same neighborhood. I don't think the Cowboys are going to be a dominant team. I see what you did there. The Cowboys are not going to be a dominant team. Like, they're going to be in very competitive games, and they're going to need their passing game to carry the day. CeeDee Lamb, I think, has the potential to be the leading receiver in the NFL. Like, you need guys that are big time players. It's going to take a CeeDee Lamb, a Malik Neighbors to overtake Jamar Chase, because Chase is ridiculously good. And I think the Bengals are also going to be trailing in games as well, which is why he's a justified favorite. But if I had to bet the market, I think CeeDee Lamb is where I would go at 10-1 for the Dallas Cowboys. They play indoors for their home games. Good passing conditions. Just keep Dak healthy and upright. I think Lamb would be the guy that I would go with, because we've seen CeeDee Lamb seasons where he's been like 1,800 receiving yards, first team All-Pro. So this would not be anything out of the realm of possibility for a Lamb out there in Dallas. Those are your most receiving yards. We'll get to the sacks a little bit later on in the program. But coming up next here on You Better You Bet, let's get to the diamond with our baseball aficionado, Jake Hassan. We are tackling Major League Baseball. A couple of interesting games going on right now with the day portion of the MLB schedule. Got the Blue Jays just taking down the Chicago Cubs. That just went final north of the border, 2-1. Mariners trying to claw back in Baltimore, trailing 5-2 against the Orioles, now in the bottom of the sixth. We'll tackle it all, break down the futures markets, the awards markets, what you need to know ahead of tonight's game, coming at you next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
His ego is holding them back again. And if you look at what they've done, we've talked about this now for a month, and we hit it again on Monday. When Dak and Micah are on the field, this team is very, very efficient on both ends of the field. Dak has become a very good quarterback, and Micah is one of the best pass rushers in the league. That run from 21, 22, 23. They go 12-5, 12-5, 12-5. That's because you had Prescott and Parsons for the majority of those seasons. When you don't, trash. 7-10, 6-10, 8-8. That's the reality. So knowing all that, the owner does not want to compensate or make one of the best players in the conference, in the league, happy. He's under contract. I get it. But he's not playing without a deal, a new one. He's not going to play. Like, I've been told that multiple times. If he does not get what he wants, he's not going to play. And you look at these books, you look at the betting market, we try to always bring it back to betting. Books are starting to float this number back out, not only on the division market, 6-1 at BetMGM, 7-1 at one book, but they're bashing them all the way out to 30-1 to win the conference. The books want you to bet the Cowboys now. They want to take your money. They want you to bet a little to win a lot, because they know the truth. They know that if this is reality and that Mike is not there, this team has no chance.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, coming at you here during the 5 o'clock hour on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe, Jake Hassan, breaking down some of the NFL superlatives in the last segment, going over the bets that we like for most passing yards, most rushing yards, most receiving yards. We can get into the sack ones a little bit later on during the power hour at 6:40, but I wanted to turn our attention to Major League Baseball because we've got some day games happening right now. The Blue Jays just beat the Cubs 2-1. I'm looking right now on the on Marquis' post-game show. I guess the Cubs were 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position, left 7 on base. No bueno there for the Northsiders. Yeah, that's it's not good as they lose to Toronto. Scherzer with an awesome performance this afternoon. So the Blue Jays take care of the Cubs. Mariners and the Orioles right now. Baltimore up 5-2. We are now in the 7th inning, top of the 7th of that one there. But the O's looking to take 2 of 3 from Seattle. Seattle had been the hottest team in the American League. This now kind of bringing them back down to the pack as Houston last night was able to regain first place in the AL West. But wanted to talk about the awards here in this, and we'll get to the division races. The NL West is really cranked up after what the hell happened in the Freeway Series. Angels sweeping the Dodgers. Like, what? Like, what is going on? We'll get into the NL West coming up in about 20 minutes. But, Jake, in the break, you were saying you wanted to hit American League MVP. And this is on the heels of Aaron Judge last night hitting a home run and the Yankees slugger now regaining favorite status in that market over at BetMGM. Judge minus 200, Cal Raleigh plus 140. And then everyone else after that is 100-1. We don't need to get into that. It's really a 2-horse race, we believe. Maybe Scooble can get into it. Probably not. Probably blew his opportunity. But how do you see the AL MVP market shaking out here as now we're about 5 weeks away or so from the end of the regular season?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for nothing, Tariq Scooble. I mean, we take those tickets and we just awesome, really fun. Thanks for absolutely
really
nothing.
Good ASMR right there.
Thank you. Maybe I'll just start that as my side hustle. Definitely won't do that because I hate ASMR and it makes me want to do illegal things, mostly violence. Anyway, I digress. I think this is like kind of a Judge takeoff spot where like minus 200 maybe is we're going to look back on this in a week, 2 weeks and say that, wow, we really should have been betting Aaron Judge minus 200 and wheeling it with some stuff. Wheeling it with some NFL win total overs or some division bets there. I think that because Cal Raleigh, Femi, I'm going to give you a guess. Let's play a little game. Cal Raleigh, all he does is hit home runs now, but also he's batting like 140 over that time. When was the last time, Femi, that Cal Raleigh hit a double?
Ooh, last time he hit a double. I would say, 3 weeks ago? Like in that range?
So you're saying like July 20th, 25th or so?
Yeah, like in that range. Yeah, like late July.
June 27th was the last time that Cal Raleigh hit a double. All he does is strike out. He's a glorified Adam Dunn. Like he's a true outcomes type of hitter right now. He's Joey Gallo, which I love Joey Gallo. I was always a Joey Gallo believer. It obviously never happened for him. But Cal Raleigh, I think it plus 140 is taking up a lot of the win probability. And that should all be going to Aaron Judge because I think I think Scooble's going to finish second at this rate. Or maybe Jose Ramirez, who's like kind of making a charge. Not really, but he's interesting because he's fun and people like him. So I think Judge here in a week, 2 weeks, we might be looking at minus 200. And even there's a minus 275 that I saw earlier today. And we might say, man, we missed an opportunity to wheel this with some stuff and some parlays because he's just going to win by a landslide. I just think Cal Raleigh is fading. Cool, he's hitting home runs. He's doing literally nothing else.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Raleigh. Like, when he gets his hits, he makes them count, but, like, they're just few and far between. Like, you can't just be a home run or bust guy. Otherwise, you're going to be the 150 that he's batting over the last, 7 weeks? It's kind of crazy that he's still in this conversation, and, this is what his batting average has been. I mean, it's a laughable batting average from a season perspective for an MVP. Like, when do you see an MVP? Yeah, 243, we're talking about the MVP, but he's a catcher, and he's hit 45 home runs. So he's in the conversation, and the Mariners have been kind of like the team of the summer, at least since the trade deadline for this MLB season. So, it does feel like there's a little bit of voter fatigue, almost seeping its way into the betting market. in a strange way that people are just tired of Judge and they want it to be anything other than Judge. So everyone's like, oh, well, it's Cal Raleigh. It's Cal Raleigh. I mean, Judge is still pretty far ahead in a lot of the batting metrics. And if we're just going strictly off of batting, which is what it sounds like, I don't know how this is close. So, I mean, I'll put it this way. If Judge can string together, like, let's say, like another good performance, just to make sure that the home run wasn't random and it wasn't just him just being like a great baseball player while also being in pain with the elbow injury. But like, let's put together another good performance. I think at that point, like you said, it might be all systems go. Like put him with all your favorite division bets, put him up with all your favorite NFL awards bets, put Judge with all your favorite whatever it is, but like put Judge next to it because I think he's got a very, very clear path, unless for some reason the Yankees just completely bottomed out. That would maybe be the one thing that could kind of like stir this up a little bit, but I think just based on how we're pacing here, it's probably Judge or just like that's how it's going to work out, you know? Like it's just going to be Aaron Judge at the end of the day.
And I've heard people make the argument that, oh, well, what if the Yankees miss the playoffs and the Mariners win their division? I think if the Yankees miss the playoffs, Aaron Judge isn't getting knocked for that. It's Aaron Boone getting knocked for that and the bullpen. Like, they're not going to say, oh, Aaron Judge lost you the division. No, he was still awesome. He still hit 350, and I still think the New York bump would still be a thing. I still think he would get credit as opposed to Cal Raleigh because, like you said, there are still a lot of voters who look at the traditional stats. They're going to see Cal Raleigh finishing the year with a 240 batting average as opposed to Aaron Judge with a 355, and the home runs are, separated by, let's say, 5. I think it would just go to Judge.
Yeah, unless Cal Raleigh hits 60. If he hits 60 home runs, then maybe, I don't know, maybe bets are off.
And even then, Femi, I think he would have to break Judge's record. I think if he gets 60, it's just whatever. I think he would have to break Judge's record.
Yeah, if that's the case, then it's a tough hill to climb to be betting plus 140 or plus 165 wherever you do your shopping. That's the AL MVP. NL Cy Young, also interesting after Paul Skeens had a bad start to his standards a couple of nights ago. Christopher Sanchez was on the mound last night. He was just mediocre in his start. So right now the betting market sits Skeens minus 275, Zach Wheeler plus 375, Christopher Sanchez plus 500, Matthew Boyd is the next closest guy at 28-1, and a bunch of guys at 50-1 or longer. Does your boy Christopher Sanchez have a chance to steal the NL Cy Young away from the great Paul Skeens?
Does he have a chance? Yes, I guess technically, because the last time we saw Skeens, a couple days ago was when he was terrible and only made it 4 innings and gave up a couple home runs. You needed more from Sanchez last night. It was a fine start. It was okay. It wasn't a disaster. It started so great. I mean, he was through 3 innings. He had given up 1 hit, had 4 strikeouts. It was like, hell yeah, let's go. This is going to rock. We're in for a great Sanchez start right now. And then it just kind of fell apart a little bit. And it wasn't disastrous. I don't think it was bad enough to take him out of the running. I think if he goes back to having these really good starts of 7, 8 innings and 1 or 2 earned runs, we'll look at that and say, okay, yeah, it was a fine start. It's nothing to really knock him for. But the problem is Skeens is still minus 275 when he gave you the opportunity. You needed to be awesome. You needed a 7, 8 inning start, shutout, 1 earned run, 7, 8, 9, 10 Ks. I think it's just Skeens left the door open, and I think it's still a little bit open, but you had to kick that thing in, and you just kind of went, and didn't really do anything with it. So still has a chance. Technically, I still think he'll be a finalist, but I'm not super confident. Like if you had to ask me, Jake, scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that he could steal this award? I'm at like a 2.
Well, what about Zach Wheeler, the guy that everybody seems to want to win the award, but maybe he doesn't want to win it based on how he's been pitching? like, do you think Wheeler could get right back into this thing? Because it feels like the last, 2.5 weeks, nobody's really talking about Wheeler due to the shoulder soreness that they reported about 10 days ago.
Yeah, it's that. It's the fact that even for the last month or so, I mean, going back to his start right before the break, it just hasn't been awesome. And I think if you ask the Phillies, we get down to the last couple weeks here, they're going to say, all right, what do we care about? winning a World Series or Zach Wheeler getting his Cy Young? I'm sure they would all say, oh, we want Zach to get his accolades and his flowers, but we all know what the real answer is there, right? Especially with Jesus Luzardo coming crashing down back to earth, Aaron Nola on the back of a milk carton. Like, they need Sanchez and Wheeler to be that 1-2 punch, and they're not going to risk that for some hardware. So, not saying, of course, that they're going to shut him down for sure, but it's a possibility. It's on the table, and if that's going to happen, or even if they just start limiting him, that's going to hurt his candidacy. I think Christopher Sanchez is ahead of him right now. I think the odds are wrong there, which doesn't mean, hey, go bet the 5-1 because there's hashtag value. But I think Sanchez, like, season ends today, I think Sanchez ends up second.
Yeah, man. I sit here and I look at these markets and I just think to myself, I'm like, man, like, the favorite just feels pretty good right now. Like, it just doesn't seem like a great time to be going ahead and trying to attack that favorite. Like, Skeens, like, he was able to survive the bad start to where, like, nobody else gained ground on him, to where it's like, okay, now he can reset and then get back to being the dominant pitcher that he was prior to his last outing. Aaron Judge, like, he was able to survive, like, the injury, being on the IL. Cal Raleigh did nothing when Judge was out. He didn't start hitting home runs until Judge came back. Like, that's when he started to feel the pressure and was like, whoa, I got to get back to being Cal Raleigh. But, like, nobody was able to actually gain that kind of ground to where, I mean, there's places that will let you do it. But, like, if you just parlay Judge and Skeens, don't you feel pretty good about that if you just go about it that way?
I think you do. I mean, I would. I'm not going to, because I want to sit here and pray and hope for my Christopher Sanchez tickets, and I'll put them in a little prayer circle, and then that's how I'll light them on fire because they're not going to win. But I think if you have nothing in this market or you want to hedge a little bit, then I think that does make sense because, like you said, right now, it just feels like it's kind of those guys, and you know the voters are going to be dying to give it to Skeens if they can find an excuse to, too.
Yeah, because he's the next guy to be the dominant face of pitching in Major League Baseball. So you don't want to hedge. No part of you wants to put a little just to break even on these Sanchez tickets.
Because I'm sick in the head and I'm team never hedge, and I just I'm a masochist and I want to watch the loss and fully feel it and then just cry and cry and cry on Thanksgiving when these awards are finally announced. And I'll just sit there in my misery and, stare at the wall, and you guys will text me, oh, Sanchez so close when he finished the second. And I'll say, yeah, what if I Googled how to build a bomb? I don't it's just, what do you want from me?
Whoa, that took a turn. Don't get up on the no-fly list here on a Thursday.
Femi, if it hasn't happened yet with this beard and my last name, I think I'm okay.
You bring up a fair point.
I just flew internationally, so I think we're good.
So you're all right. There you go. We did get a piece of news, though, from the MLB.com pollsters. NL Rookie of the Year, AL Rookie of the Year. We did get the polls late last night, and they brought some interesting results. Not so much on the American League side. Like, Nick Kurtz is the guy in the American League, received all but one first-place vote of the 33 voters who participated. But the National League is where it really gets interesting here, Jake, because the first-place guy, not sure if a lot of people would have anticipated this player being in first, but here we are. Drake Baldwin of the Atlanta Braves received 24 of the first-place votes. Second, probably not the guy that many people thought either. Agustin Ramirez received 4 of the first-place votes. And then Isaac Collins, who's been the toast of the town over the last month, he finally got 3 first-place votes. His teammate, Jacob Mizorowski, 2 first-place votes, and then it was rounded out by Cade Horton of the Cubs, who finished in 5th. Now, once again, with the polling, there's a little bit of projection that goes into this. So, like, kind of predicting who they think will win it at the end. And also, too, it's hard to really pin down when the poll was conducted. Was it on Sunday night? Was it Monday? I'm doubting it was over the last couple of days. I mean, who knows? But I was rather surprised, Jake, that, Isaac Collins wasn't at least second. To be behind Agustin Ramirez, who has a negative B-WAR, that's a little bit strange to me, at least. Something's not right with this poll, and it kind of raises the eyebrows when you compare it to where the betting market sits right now, where Isaac Collins is your favorite over at BetMGM, sitting at minus 120.
I mean, now I'm staring at it saying, are my Agustin Ramirez tickets from April live? Or do we have a chance here? We don't.
Maybe.
He's not going to win. He stinks.
If he gets hot, but I guess maybe.
I guess if he just hits a bunch of home runs. I was surprised by Collins, too, and you made the point that I was going to bring up. We don't know when this poll was taken. I think it must have been before his walk-off on Sunday, had to have been. But I'm surprised he wasn't higher in the voting anyway, because he's been awesome for the last 2 weeks and even before that. And the Brewers have been the talk of the town. The Brewers have been the talk of baseball. Everybody's talking about how awesome the Brewers are and their win streak and how great they've been and taking the division away from the Cubs. And so it's interesting to me that he's so far down this list. I would love to know when all of the votes were sent in. Maybe people aren't paying attention. I don't know. But I don't really think I'm rushing to the window. I do think Drake Baldwin's super vulnerable, and maybe if you have some Collins or something, you want to hedge a little bit with him, but it's just what we've been saying. I mean, this market's so stupid. All these guys suck so bad.
They're really, really bad. I mean, the only thing I can think of maybe is it the fact that Collins is 28. People don't like him. Like, I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here. Like, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, when he has like the highest WAR, whether it's Fangraphs WAR or Baseball References WAR, and he's sitting there at third. But I think it just maybe goes into question of when the poll was actually taken, because it could not have been after the walk-off against the New York Mets. All right, we'll tackle more big picture baseball topics, breaking down the NL West, the AL West, Division, Pennant, World Series. We discuss it next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Let's continue talking Tar Heels here on Send It In. And again, that week one opener against TCU, going to be a fun one on Monday night. Right now, TCU about a 3-point favorite in that game at Chapel Hill. But look at the schedule. We had Joe Giglio on to preview NC State a couple weeks ago, and he talked about North Carolina being one of his dark horses in the ACC, and it was because of the schedule that North Carolina has. And you can see why he thinks maybe they could be a dark horse, because look at the schedule that North Carolina has. All they really play is Clemson. There's no Miami. There's no Louisville. There's no Georgia Tech. There's no Florida State on that schedule. They pretty much play all of the bottom teams in the conference, and then the one good team they do play is Clemson, and they play them at home. So really favorable schedule for Bill Belichick and company in year one. I think Andrew's right. There are probably going to be some games that they lose that they'll probably be favored in, that people maybe don't expect them to lose in. But that's a really favorable schedule for Bill Belichick and company in year one. I totally agree with Andrew, though. Betting like the win total on North Carolina at 7.5 right now at BetMGM. The over is plus 140. The under is minus 165. Like, there's just no bet to be made at those prices and at that win total. For them to make the ACC title game is 10-1. Maybe that's worth a bet, like betting North Carolina to make the ACC, because, again, Belichick's arguably the greatest NFL coach of all time. The schedule is very doable. Like, if they go on a great run in a pretty weak ACC, avoiding just about all the top teams, maybe they do get to Charlotte and play for the ACC title game. So I think that would be the one bet in the futures market maybe I would take a look at.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on the BetMGM Network here on a Thursday. This is You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe, Jake Hassan hanging out with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now will be the Power Hour. We'll break down some of the NFL preseason games as well as some news coming out of Cleveland with the Cleveland Browns. Some big news, honestly. Isaiah Bond, the Texas wide receiver, signing with the Cleveland Browns. Isaiah Bond went undrafted after allegations of sexual assault. It sounds like, at least in the legal system, there will not be any charges that are pursued going forward. So Isaiah Bond signed just moments ago with the Cleveland Browns. We will break that down, as well as the Quinshon Judkins signing, or not signing for the Quinshon Judkins, but Quinshon Judkins no longer facing formal charges. We'll get into all that with the Cleveland Browns before we break down some preseason games here on You Better You Bet. So that'll be at the start of the Power Hour coming up in about 20 minutes. To wrap up this hour here at 5:40 Eastern, let's continue our baseball conversation and go a little bit more macro, discuss the awards in depth in the last segment. If you missed it, make sure you check it out in podcast form, going over American League MVP, NL Cy Young, and National League Rookie of the Year. But let's talk about the NL West, because Mike just did a good job putting up right now on the right rail the World Series odds. And you can see over at BetMGM, the Los Angeles Dodgers are still your favorites to win the World Series. We just got done with the Freeway Series, Dodgers versus Angels, and the Dodgers got swept. And you might just say, hey, well, you know what? They got swept. Things happen in baseball. You know, it's the dog days of summer, whatever you want to chalk it up to. And I would, for the most part, agree with that. But what's really interesting is that the Dodgers have lost 4 straight games, including getting swept by the Los Angeles Angels. And their division rivals, the San Diego Padres, have won 5 straight games. And now, when you look at the standings, the San Diego Padres are your NL West leader with a 1-game lead on the Dodgers. I never thought that this division would be in question or would be up for grabs. This is pretty stunning based on how the season started and based on how we've been talking about the Dodgers all throughout this season. They're now down to a minus 155 favorite. The Padres plus 125 despite having the 1-game lead. Jake, how do you handicap this NL West race where we now got a 2-horse race for the final 5.5 weeks of this baseball season? Like, this came out of nowhere. The Dodgers slumping and the Padres surging.
Arizona Diamondbacks, this was supposed to be you. Why? Yeah, but well,
everyone got
even
hurt.
More macro than just the division, Femi. This just makes me feel even more secure in my belief that we're going to have to fade the Padres in October, because now on top of, well, they traded for Mason Miller and they have the Stars and they had a 2-1 lead on the Dodgers last year, which then they went to blow and lose the series, by the way, and the Dodgers won the World Series. But now it's going to be, oh, well, they had the division lead on August 14th too. They have the Dodgers number, and then the Dodgers are just going to win the series, and it's going to be really stupid, and everyone's going to bet the Padres, and I'm not falling for that trap again. As far as the division itself, obviously you can't make the Dodgers, much less than minus 150. That has to be it, because otherwise you make it minus 110, you make them plus money. Everyone's going to go and just jam that right away, obviously, as they should. But I still think this is probably just the Dodgers, but maybe it's not, because maybe it just means more to the Padres to get that division title and to say, hey, we won the division, look at us. And the Dodgers go, okay, we'll focus on getting healthy. We'll get Blake Snell back. We'll get some of our injured pitchers back in the bullpen and in the rotation. And we'll just wait, and we'll try and get Mookie Betts back on track here, because, God, he's been awful. And then once we get to the postseason, we'll just go gas pedal down and we'll just mow through everybody. Obviously, the wild card expansion, and you want to win your division because you don't want to get thrown in to more games than you have to play. But I could see the Padres winning it, but I think the price is just right. Minus 150. It's same conversation. Maybe just start wheeling some stuff, because right now this is probably the best price you're going to get on the Dodgers definitely ever. I mean, they opened minus 300 more than
I think it was
everybody.
more.
I think it was like minus 700. I think it was double that. I think I gave them not enough credit there. So this is the best price you've gotten on the Dodgers in years, and I think that's still right. I still think this team is supremely talented, and at the end of the day, they're probably going to come out. It's a 1-game lead for the Padres. It's not 5, 6, 7.
Which almost feels like this is like an opportunity, like you're saying, to bet the Dodgers. Like that's what it feels like to me.
I think so.
Like,
yeah, and I'm pulling it up right now because I'm trying to look how many times the Padres and Dodgers play each other again. I think it's 6 more games against each other. They still have.
Oh man, that's
so there's a lot of time for the Dodgers to get this back.
Yeah. I mean, they could win the division by like 5 games. You know, we could be laughing on September 30th. I mean, like, oh, remember that time they were minus 150? Like, you know, like it's. I wouldn't be panicking on the Dodgers, but it does maybe bring up some interesting kind of like more macro discussions about this team when we get to October. Because I mean, think about how we were talking about them back in March and in April. I mean, we had our former Odyssey MLB insider on with us, Brett Boone, who's now the Texas Rangers hitting coach. But like we had him on with us, and we asked him straight up, hey, like how does this team compare to your 2001 Mariners team that won 116 games? And he said that they could actually be better. They could win 117, maybe 120. Like I thought that way as well, based on how they started the year, where they were winning every single game, coming from behind, and the magic was just there, coming off the World Series win. And now we sit here on August 14th, they're 68-53. Like that's not a bad record, but like, I mean, I thought they'd lose 53 games all season. It's August 14th. So it's kind of crazy that it's happening, and it's coinciding with Ohtani now pitching more and more. Like he went into the 5th inning last night against the Angels. Like, what do you think is the problem for the Dodgers? And could this problem come up in October when they have to face maybe the likes of the Phillies or the Brewers or some of these other contending teams in the National League?
I'm not scared of the Phillies or the Brewers in October. Like if you gave me those series and you gave me the Dodgers at like a short number, like even if it was juiced, if it was minus 150 to the Dodgers in a playoff series against the Brewers or Phillies, I would take the Dodgers in that scenario, 1,000%. I honestly think it's just kind of cohesiveness, Femi. Like we talk about, like, baseball is just one of those sports where that kind of matters a lot, especially over a long season, where if you have guys in and out with injuries, and that's been the problem with the rotation for sure, but also kind of in the lineup with the Dodgers too, where they just haven't really had everybody at once. For sure in the bullpen. The bullpen's just been a cycle of people off the street, basically. So I think the Dodgers' problem is they just haven't been healthy all year. But if that does happen and they can close September, the last couple of weeks of September, with a healthy roster and the guys that they want that they're going to run out there in October, I think that they should be fine. But I think it's just been so much roster turnover during the regular season, which is why we're sitting here with them 15 games over 500 saying, hey, what the hell's wrong with this team? What's going on here?
Yeah. So it sounds kind of crazy, right?
Ridiculous.
68-53. A lot of people would sign up for 68-53 at this point in the season.
Yeah.
I do though think that this is like an opportunity to bet the Dodgers. Like that's something I'm going to do. I'm going to look to try to parlay it with once again division bets. Maybe parlay the Dodgers with Skeens to win the Cy Young, or Dodgers with Aaron Judge to win the AL MVP. Like just find ways to bet the Dodgers in the NL West. And like, does it have to work out? No, the Padres might just be the red hot team that closes things out, similar to what we saw last year. But I'll back the team with all of these awesome players. I mean, Blake Snell's now back. I'll back the Dodgers to win this division. How about the American League West, where the Seattle Mariners are now down to their final 3 outs in Baltimore, trailing 5-2. The Mariners have a 1-game deficit right now in the division. Houston was able to win last night. Seattle lost last night. It looks like they're about to lose again. So Houston with a chance to kind of get some cushion there in the AL West. The betting market has this with Houston as a minus 135 favorite, Seattle plus 105, two-way market essentially in the division. Is there a bet to be made here? If so, on who and why?
I'm still an Astros believer, and I have been, especially because who could have possibly seen this coming? They fixed Carlos Correa, by the way, since he got to Houston.
So annoying.
All he's done is 364, 429, 545 for 974 OPS. Had a 704 OPS in Minnesota, by the way, this year. Like, they fixed him. Shocker. I still am a Houston believer. I still think they have the goods. I still would have liked to see them get another starting pitcher at the deadline to pair with Hunter Brown, who was awesome again last night, and Framber Valdez. But also, maybe Christian Javier's just that guy. He came back earlier in this week, and he looked pretty damn sharp. So maybe he's their third guy, and then you just kind of send Spencer Arrighetti and Jason Alexander, not to be confused with George Costanza, out there every couple of days, and you just rely on those top 3 guys. I'm a Houston believer. Jeremy Pena, Jose Altuve, Carlos Correa. I think Yordan Alvarez is coming back at some point. The Astros, I don't know what they're doing with these guys when they get injured and they just shove them in a broom closet and they say, oh, it'll be a couple of weeks, and then you don't see them for months. I don't know what that's about, but they've been okay without Yordan Alvarez. You assume he'll be back at some point, I think. And when that happens, like, it's full speed ahead for this team, and we know what he can do, especially in big moments in October. So I still think it's the Astros. Honestly, I would wait because I do think this will be back and forth a little bit throughout the rest of the regular season. And if the Astros ever get back to plus money, I would absolutely bet them. I think that for them, this is, hey, we're not going anywhere. We're still here.
Yeah, it feels like Yordan Alvarez is kind of getting the Kyle Tucker treatment of last year, where it's like, he just a little bit of a shin injury. Oh, he actually just broke his leg. He's not coming back until like the end of September. Like that, maybe that's going to be the case for Yordan Alvarez, and like it'll be like, hey, here's the playoffs. Welcome back, Yordan Alvarez, after missing like the last like 2.5, 3 months of the regular season. I guess with these two teams, Houston and Seattle, which one do you think would be able to make a run while being in the wild card? Like, which one like can actually still make that run, having to play that extra series? Because I think that's how, as bettors, we need to be thinking about this. Like, because it seems like it's a coin flip going down the stretch here. Like, Houston's probably going to have a 1.5, 2-game lead after tonight. But, like, who could ill afford to be in the wild card? Who needs to be the division winner to get to the World Series?
I think Seattle needs the division more than Houston, because Houston, even though Seattle theoretically has more pitchers, so like longer games, more games wouldn't maybe necessarily hurt them as much. They don't have the experience. Their guys disappear sometimes. Like Houston, they have Correa, they have Altuve. These guys have been in this spot and they've won a championship, and they said, hey, we know we're a good team. I think they have the mental fortitude. Like, we've seen the Mariners be soft, both historically and this year, where they kind of just give up, go away, disappear. And so I think they need the division way more than Houston does.
Yeah, it does feel like that. They won the wild card series against Toronto, what was that, 3 years ago for the Mariners? And then they've ended up facing Houston in the ALDS. And then after Yordan hit the walk-off in game one, it was just downhill from there. But like it does feel like the Mariners need that division just to give them some confidence.
It feels like they need the
going
confidence
into
boost from it too.
Yeah, just honestly, just to feel a little bit more comfortable heading into October and having the home field advantage as well, which I'm sure would be a raucous crowd out there in Seattle, since it's been a while since they've seen playoff baseball. All right, that does it for the 5 o'clock hour. We'll turn our attention back to the NFL to begin the Power Hour next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I mean, if the NFL red zone is crack for a lot of people, then college red zone for me would be, is there such a thing as double crack? I don't know. But whatever is more powerful than crack, that's what it would be for me. I would love that.
Yeah, I need to study the gateway of drugs. Like, remember in school they taught us like the gateway? It's like,
Oh, yeah.
well, beer leads to weed, and weed leads to cocaine. Like, I don't know what the next rung is. I need to ask my local DARE representative. But just to be a negative person about this, would college football be different for Red Zone? Because I think of this. I feel like there are more long touchdowns in college football. Am I wrong? Like, maybe it's different for the big teams that play actually closer to an NFL brand of football. But, like, think about watching, like, Maction. How many of those touchdowns are, like, run-of-the-mill touchdowns? Like, they ain't punching it from 1 yard. Like, it's like a punt, blocked recovery. And he's going to scamper for 47 yards down the other way and then throw up on the sideline. Like, that's why I feel like the red zone in college football might not hit as good as well as the NFL.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, bring it up, Jake. Let's go. Known as the Power Hour, coming at you on a Thursday. Femi Abebefe, Jay Kassan, doing a great job filling in for Nick Costos. Nick is moving today. We'll be back with us on Tuesday, but Jake's been rocking it through these first 3 hours, and we're going to continue to rock it over the final 60 minutes here on You Better You Bet, because 40 minutes from now, all of our bets from across the world of sports, aka like 3 baseball games. Not a whole lot on the card tonight, but we will have some bets in Major League Baseball nonetheless with our Power Hour plays coming up in about 40 minutes. 20 minutes from now, though, really jacked up to go ahead and talk to our guy, Jay Croucher, NBC betting analyst, co-host of the Fantasy Football Happy Hour, as we break down the happenings from the National Football League. Ask him about, like, hey, J.J. McCarthy reportedly on a heater today at training camp practice for the Minnesota Vikings. We'll get into all of that as well.
I can't
as some
keep
of the
living like
awards.
this, Femi. I can't. I can't keep living in the kitchen. Oh, we're on a
we're on a heater. We're on a heater. We're cooking. Everything's heating up. Just wait until you find out somebody's out there
ain't cooking
flambeing somebody.
August 14th.
Hey, you know what? He's on a heater, is what they're telling us outside of Minnesota. So JJ McCarthy has been playing really well. We'll leave the heater alone, but that's where we've been sitting with Vikings training camp right now. But we'll get to all the NFL happenings with Jay Croucher coming up in 20 minutes. But we do want to go ahead and pass along this news as it pertains to the Cleveland Browns, and it starts off with former Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond. Of course, those who might not remember, Isaiah Bond did not get drafted this past spring due to a sexual assault case. Bond goes undrafted, and the case was under investigation. But today, we did get reporting, ESPN's Adam Schefter, all the insiders reporting this now, that Isaiah Bond has been no-billed and faces no further criminal charges. So Bond faces no charges, and shortly thereafter, Isaiah Bond, former Texas wide receiver, has now signed with the Cleveland Browns. Isaiah Bond, Bill was telling us a little bit earlier during the show, during one of the breaks, he was thought of as like a day 2 draft pick, like a Friday pick, second, maybe third round. I think most draft websites had him as like a third round prospect, which it's hard to find a guy of that kind of talent. If we're talking strictly football at this time of the year, usually it's a lot of guys who are a little bit older or maybe inexperienced, etc. But obviously off the field stuff aside, like this is a big time playmaker that the Cleveland Browns are able to bring into their team here on August 14th. But Isaiah Bond no longer facing criminal charges. Has now signed with the Cleveland Browns. Staying with the Cleveland Browns, as they've been in the news all throughout the day, their draft pick, running back, Quinshon Judkins, obviously what happened in July over the 4th of July week, there was an alleged incident that took place in South Florida. Well, Judkins will no longer face any criminal charges for said incident, and prosecutors have declined to move forward with the case. So Quinshon Judkins will not face criminal charges, and I believe he will be now allowed to go ahead and sign his contract at some point, his rookie deal, and then start to practice with the Cleveland Browns. But like he can't get out there right now because he literally is not technically on the team. They have his draft rights and everything like that, but like he's not technically on the team since he has not signed his rookie contract. But I'm assuming that will get done over the next 24 hours or so, and Quinshon Judkins will get back out there on the practice field for the Cleveland Browns. Now, what are we supposed to do with that? I mean, to be honest, it's a shrug emoji for me. These guys, it's always tough. It's like, I don't know how he's been training throughout the offseason, what's been going on. Obviously, he has a lot of ground that he needs to make up here at training camp. I mean, training camp's almost over. Like we're talking about playing actual games in like 3 weeks now. So this is going to be kind of drinking out of the fire hydrant here for Quinshon Judkins. But in terms of him on the field, his talent, like we all saw the games last year at Ohio State. We saw the games at Ole Miss. Like he's a really talented running back. Does this make me want to bet anything Quinshon Judkins related? Like offensive rookie of the year or his season-long prop over or whatever like that? Like not really. I mean, just think about what was alleged about Quinshon Judkins. Does it seem like he would win a popularity contest? Like, you just got to be real about the situation. Like, I don't think so, unless he runs for 2,000 yards and you just cannot deny it. But right now, he's 30-1 at BetMGM to be your offensive rookie of the year. I think there's much, much better candidates and guys I would much rather bet than someone that had to face criminal charges earlier this offseason from an alleged incident that took place in July. So on the Judkins front, I'm sure there's a fantasy conversation. Nick can definitely talk about that when he comes back. Like maybe if you want to add him on your fantasy team, or what does it mean for Dylan Sampson, et cetera, et cetera. But from what I do, awards and all those types of things, I'm good. I don't need to have Quinshon Judkins a part of my portfolio, and I feel pretty comfortable sleeping at night approaching it that way. But we do have some NFL preseason that will be kicking off, unfortunately, on Friday. Jake, I was talking to Bill about this earlier today. Like, why didn't we get a Thursday game? like last week we had Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and now we have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Like, I didn't need the Monday game. Like, put the Monday game like tomorrow night as I hit my microphone. I put it tomorrow night.
That's how upset you are.
I mean, honestly, it's weird. not like I could watch the game anyway. That would be in San Francisco. But like give us a game tonight here on a Thursday night. And for some reason, we have no NFL football to take in, which is very, very strange. But we do have information to pass along about quarterback rotations from all of these games. Now, some of the coaches have not talked because there's like games that are on Sunday and Monday. Those teams are not going to address what's going to happen in their preseason game probably until like Friday at the earliest tomorrow, maybe even Saturday in some cases. But we have all the information for Friday's games, Titans and Falcons. Brian Callahan, before even last week, came out and said the starters are going to play in every single game in the preseason. So we know Cam Ward and all the starters, they will be out there against Atlanta. Raheem Morris, he continues to say that Michael Penix Jr. does not need to play in the preseason and doesn't need to take any full hits. He said, quote, "I don't need to see it unless there's money on the line." That's what Raheem Morris said. All right, Raheem.
Same Raheem.
Like, I mean, he's played 3 games. Maybe you want to see a little bit of something. I don't know. But he has his philosophy. Clearly, I have a different one. If I were to ever be a head coach, nobody would ever ask me to. But, hey, we can all live in hypotheticals from time to time. Raheem Morris, though, like this is kind of interesting to keep in mind. It's something that we'll have to watch as we get closer to kickoff tomorrow. Sounded like it was undecided on Kirk Cousins. So maybe we see Kirk Cousins out there for the Atlanta Falcons. Right now, the betting market has this as a Tennessee, a 4.5-point favorite, and the total is sitting at 38. I think just like off of like instincts and what I would just do, knee-jerk reaction, I think I'd take the points with the home dog. Something like we've been seeing in these preseason games, like these favorites that get just steamed out. And this wasn't like massive steam. Tennessee opened about 3.5. Now they're 4.5 or 5.5 in some places. But like the steam has not been that great. If you've just been like following the steam, I would look to go ahead and back the other side. I mean, like once you get to the backup quarterbacks, I mean, these are a wash at the end of the day, right? Like, you know, like, I mean, Emory Jones is out there for the Falcons. Like, I think he could be okay in a preseason setting. He's pretty athletic. Like, we can make something work. And maybe you get Kirk Cousins for a series or two. You might be able to free roll that. So I think I would go ahead and back the Falcons on that one. But that's the situation between Tennessee and Atlanta. Kansas City and Seattle, which will be the night game on Friday. Andy Reid, he said that there is a good chance that Patrick Mahomes will sit out. I just find it funny when these coaches use that kind of language. There's a good chance he'll sit out. Bro, you're the one that decides. It's like me saying, hey, there's a good chance I'm going to have some chicken for dinner tonight. You know, like what? Like, what are you talking
There's
about?
a good chance Femi's not going to be on tomorrow's show.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a good chance. Yeah, I know, because I'm not going to be here. That's how there's a good chance. Like, it's just, it's silly. So that's what Andy Reid said. We're not going to see the starters for Kansas City. Mike McDonald for the Seahawks, he said the starters will play on Friday. So Seahawks starters will be out there. Chiefs starters will not be out there. This betting market, though, Seattle 3-point favorites, total 39.5. It's only 3 because Minshew is the backup quarterback for Kansas City. So, like, you're not going to go out there and, like, steam Seattle to high heaven when you have a guy like Minshew back there. And, like, Oludekan's also been pretty solid as well. Kansas City has a decent enough quarterback depth chart to be able to manage their way through this thing. But if I had to bet it, I honestly would probably follow the steam and bet Seattle just because I like Jalen Milroe in this kind of a setting, and I think he could be a dynamite athlete. But, Jake, that's where I'm at right now with these Friday preseason games. Have you been looking at any of these games in the NFL so far? I can get into some of the other information that's out there, but that's what we have right now, at least for what's happening tomorrow.
I definitely want to bet the Seahawks, and it's for the reason you said. Like Jalen Milroe, let's see what he can do. It feels like the Seahawks are going to say, all right, let's open this thing up. Let's let him play the second half and just let's see what we got. We know he's a supreme athlete, so see if he could do something crazy. We know like the rest of the guys, Gardner Minshew and the others aren't awesome. They're just dudes out there. We have enough film. We have enough data on those guys. Let's bet on Jalen Milroe. Why not at 3? I have no problems with that. What I really want to do, Femi, because full game, I'm with you on Atlanta and Tennessee. Like, it's probably just Atlanta. But if we could ever, at the last second, get a first quarter market, I would love to bet Tennessee. Ooh. I would love to. Because like Cam Ward, you would think second preseason game, open it up a little bit more. We saw some flashes and really just won the long throw to Calvin Ridley. But if we could ever get a first quarter number, and I feel like PJ Glasser right now doing quarter bets. I feel like a sicko. But if we could ever get Cam Ward versus Kirk Cousins in the first quarter, Absolutely. Because sure, I get the concern is we've only seen Penix for 3 games and he doesn't have a lot of experience. Yeah, you know what? The last time happened, we saw Kirk Cousins. He got benched. His ass got benched for Michael Penix. So I would love to see Cam Ward. Like if we could ever get the number, I'm weighing on the Titans in the first quarter.
Yeah, and the Titans, like behind Cam Ward, it's Brandon Allen and Tim Boyle. So like to try to isolate the first quarter, probably a good strategy because I don't trust Brandon Allen, nor do I trust Tim Boyle. So I would look to back Atlanta full game, but if you want to go ahead and do the first quarter with Tennessee, I mean, what are you laying there? Like 1.5? I mean, 3 maybe. Who knows? At the maximum, it's a field goal. So that's the Friday action that we have for the NFL preseason. Saturday, because we have no game today, for some reason on Saturday we have 12 games. Like it's as if it's like a full NFL Sunday. Like that's the schedule that the NFL schedule makers gave us. Dolphins at the Lions, Panthers, Texans, Packers, Colts, Pats, Vikings, Browns, Eagles, Niners, Raiders, Ravens, Cowboys, Chargers, Rams, Jets, Giants, Bucks, Steelers, Cardinals, Broncos, all on Saturday. We're not going to get to all of these here, but I did want to pass along the information out of Indianapolis. Anthony Richardson, I believe he will start. Is that correct? Guys, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. I think Anthony Richardson is going to start for the Indianapolis Colts. Initially, Shane Steichen was like, oh, maybe we'll start Daniel Jones and then play Richardson the bulk of it. But it sounds like Richardson will start again after what happened last week against Baltimore when he got injured off of like the David Ojabo sack there. Got a head on a swivel out there, AR. But Richardson, we'll see if he can actually get out there and play and be good because the Colts very much have a quarterback competition on their hands. I'm sure one that they would like Richardson to win. And right now the betting market has Indianapolis a 6-point favorite, total 39.5. Jordan Love and the starters for the Green Bay Packers will not be playing. They're going to use the joint practice to get their work and then play again next week. So Packers 2s versus the Colts 1s. And I'm assuming we're going to see the Colts 1s for quite a bit since both quarterbacks will get out there in the first half.
Yeah, out of principle, though, I just want to take the points with the Packers. We saw what this looks like with Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. I have no interest in laying points with that team. Are you kidding me? Packers, even if it's Malik Willis and the rest of these scrubs, the Packers have the better coach. They know what they're doing, while the Colts are kind of like looking around thinking, well, it's got to be one of these guys, right? I know Riley Leonard played good, like well when he came into that game, but I have way more faith in the Packers being able to at least keep it within 6 as way more than I do with the Colts winning by 7 or 8 or more. Like, no way, never in life.
I think my strategy with this game, it's going to be Packers first half. Like, there's an argument to be made that Malik Willis might be the best quarterback on the field on Saturday afternoon. Like, there's an argument to be made. I'm not saying that I'm going to be the person to make it, and I might be wrong, but, like, based on what we've seen from Anthony Richardson in his career, is it much different than what we saw with Malik Willis last year with the Packers? I don't think so. Like, Daniel Jones, like, the Giants couldn't wait to let him get out the door. Like, I think that Malik Willis might be the best quarterback on the field. The way that they've been talking about Willis at Packers training camp too, that's been very, very praiseworthy. Like, I think that Willis backing him, getting more than a field goal, and let's see when Willis leaves the game, you get Sean Clifford, who's pretty solid in the preseason as well. I like the Packers plus 3.5 on Saturday against the Indianapolis Colts. Let's play against the quarterback competition. They're going to go out there and try to compete. I don't care. I'm going to go ahead and take the Packers. I might take the over as well because the overs have been cashing rather easily so far in the NFL preseason. Maybe we'll ask Jay Croucher about the preseason totals coming up on the other side. We will get to some big stories in the NFL. We will get to some awards, and it will be taking place on the other side. This is You Better You Bet Power Hour rolling along here on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Yeah, I lean under. If Scott Satterfield doesn't win at least 7 games, I think he's out, man. He's 8-16 in 2 years as head coach. Last year was a weird year. They started 5-2 and looked pretty good. They were on their way to a bowl game. All they needed was one more win. Instead, they lost their last 7 games of the season, and their offense only averaged 19 points per game. They bring back their quarterback, Sorsby. They bring back their top running back, Evan Pryor. He rushed for 418 yards and had 118 yards receiving last year. The wide receiver room is pretty much all new. It's a bunch of dudes from the portal. Cyrus Allen from A&M, Jeff Caldwell from Lindenwood, Caleb Goody from Colorado State. Their tight end's back, Joe Royer. He's pretty good. He had 50 receptions last year. Defense is decent. I don't like the schedule, though, even the non-con. They kick off their season against Nebraska, who I'm pretty high on this year. So I lean under, and I think Scott Satterfield is probably fired after next year for Cincy.
Oh, Hemi and Lindenwood. Go Lancers!
Yeah.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Power Hour rolling along here on a Thursday. 20 minutes from now, we'll wrap up the show with all of our bets tonight from the world of sports. Not a whole lot of baseball going on tonight. It's a rather slim pickings that we got right now. We have a couple games that are going to get underway here in about 10 minutes, and then 3 games after the show, and then, hey, it's Friday. But we'll get to our bets coming up a little bit later on in 20 minutes. Also a visit from Brad Evans as well. But joining us right now, like he does all throughout the summer and every single week here on the program, whenever he's not on vacation. And we're glad that he is back with us as we continue to ramp up to the NFL. Yes, sorry. Yeah, Jake, you are corrected. On holiday. It is our buddy, the Aussie one, our friend Jake Croucher from NBC, lead betting analyst, co-host of the Fantasy Football Happy Hour with Matthew Berry and Connor Rogers. And you can find him on Twitter at CroucherJD. I thought you were going to be on holiday out here in Vegas with Bet Bash, buddy. Like, what happened to that trip, man? We missed you last night at the get-together.
Yeah, I was going to go out and do it, but it's the first week that Fantasy Football Happy Hour show goes back to 5 days a week. So I thought it would be a bad look to ask in the first full week back, hey guys, can I leave in the middle of the week to go to Vegas? Yeah, just to see some people. So yeah, wasn't able to get away with that, but yeah, went down to Miami with the family last week, which was lovely.
There we go.
Highly recommend. Very high floor, just going. Hotel room to pool to beach, back to room to dinner when you got young kids. So yeah, big fan.
Oh, man. Yeah, and that was like my wife and I, we went to Hawaii after the Super Bowl this past year, and I was just like, yeah, I'm just like hotel room, pool, dinner, like just beat. Like, yeah, that's all we did, and it was a great time. I thoroughly enjoyed it. But let's have a great time with the NFL. Let's talk some football here real quick. Is there anything over the last few days that's come out of training camp or anything that's made you change your mind about how you're handicapping this upcoming NFL season? What has really stood out to you, and maybe might be actionable information as we take to the betting markets 2 weeks out from the start of the season?
Yeah, so a couple things. One, overall, fairly bullish on the Packers and have been throughout the preseason. But now we're starting to reach a little bit of critical mass for just the amount of things that they're dealing with. And it's not like any of them are crippling. It's not like anyone's super key is out for the season. But, having bet on the Packers, I would just prefer that Jaden Reed wasn't in a walking boot and that their receivers weren't dropping like flies, and that Xavier McKinney wasn't dealing with little injury, that Nate Hobbs, like all these guys are supposed to be, probably back for week one, but it's just not good when you got a lot of key players who are dealing with injuries. Jordan Love with the thumb, which is probably nothing, but might be something. It feels like it's at some point going to lead to a fumble and a handoff with the left hand or something bad. So that's a little bit of a concern. But I think the big thing is Matthew Stafford, and that's the real thing to keep an eye on, because the Rams are potentially a top 4 team in the NFC if Stafford is healthy. And even though I suspect that it's really going to be right to play, I just worry what happens if Will Anderson sacks him and he lands badly on his back in week one. Like, what are the ripple effects of that? And I thought Stafford was a little shaky last year anyway, so I think red flags around the Rams at the moment. And I think that the NFC West is perhaps the most interesting division to bet because of that. I'm not super high on the Niners just with how thin they are. So looking more into the Cardinals and the Seahawks, I think they should be bunched more closely with the Rams and the Niners in terms of their odds to win the division.
Well, Jay, the next question obviously is be a man. Pick somebody, the Cardinals or the Seahawks, who you want to back in that race right now on August 14th, obviously. But if you had to pick one of those two teams, if it's not going to be the Niners or the Rams, who are you leaning towards right now between the Cardinals and the Seahawks?
I'll happily go back to being a man after a week on South Beach sipping colorful drinks. But as I return to manhood, I'll take the Arizona. I'll take the Arizona Cardinals at plus 450. I think that there's a lot of positive regression indicators for them. They were incredibly banged up on the defensive line last year. They should just fortify that with more health, and adding Josh Sweat as well really helps. I think that on offense, that they have, again, a lot of things that just should regress to normal. Kyler Murray was one of the least effective deep ball throwers in the NFL last year, and a lot of that was just not being on the same page with Marvin Harrison. I think that just with another year together, another camp together, that they should be more in sync. Marv seems to have reinvented his body a little bit in the offseason. Kyler Murray back in 2021, he was just about the best deep ball thrower in the NFL statistically. So I don't think that he's that, but I don't think he's one of the worst either. So just should be some regression there. The solid offensive line, very good run game. Like Jonathan Gannon as a coach, he does all the cool defensive coordinator, head coach things that you want to see with just, funky schemes and disguises and, a lot of cover zero, but then a lot of sending only 3. And I think that the Cardinals, I think their defense is going to be much better than people expect. And I think the offense will be solid. So combine that with an easy schedule. Like, take a look at the Cardinals schedule. There's not really any super frightening games on it. They get a bit of a soft landing spot as well to start the season. So the Cardinals at plus 450. That would be my bet.
Yeah, I feel like we do this every year, but we're probably going to be talking about the Cardinals once we get into like October. It's like, wow, do you realize the Cardinals are 5-2? Like it's I can already see it coming, because like this just happens every single year. Will they be able to sustain it going into the second half of the season? Hasn't been the case so far, but maybe Jonathan Gannon can be a little bit different than the Cliff Kingsbury iterations of the Arizona Cardinals. This is You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe, Jay Kassan. We're hanging out with the alpha male, the manly one, Jay Croucher of NBC, co-host of the Fantasy Football Happy Hour on Twitter at CroucherJD. Spinning off of your answer about the Cardinals to win the NFC West, does that mean you're interested in Jonathan Gannon when you handicap Coach of the Year?
Yeah, I think that with Gannon, it's a little bit tough because you want the easy story of either first year coach comes in and leads a team unexpectedly to the playoffs, which is kind of the tried and true routine, or you want someone to just make a massive leap with their win total. So I think that Gannon, he's just in this cluster of guys that, they absolutely could win. But I found, Femi, that this is the award where it is best to wait more than any other award, just because you kind of construct cases in your head and then they often just get beat because of the randomness of the NFL season and how injuries create narratives and how teams get momentum in the back half of a season. Like if I told you that Dan Quinn was going to go 12-5 with a rookie quarterback, we thought, oh, that's easy coach of the year. I think the Commanders won 4 games the year before. And he didn't even sniff it. Didn't even come top 2. If I told you that Kevin O'Connell was going to go 14-3 with Sam Darnold and be fighting for the 1 seed in the final game of the season, you'd say, well, he was the one coach of the year unanimously. He almost lost to Dan Campbell. He only won by 5 votes. So I think there's just so much randomness in that award. Teams just come from nowhere. It's the NFL. It's a small sample of a 17-game season. So unless there is, a crazy one that leaps out and for instance, last year, I think Dave Canales opened 30-1 and the Panthers were 7-1 to make the playoffs. And I thought that if Dave Canales takes Bryce Young, fixes Bryce Young, takes him to the playoffs, he's got to be more than a 50% chance to win Coach of the Year. So that kind of stuff I was betting last year didn't go great. Dave Canales did not sniff Coach of the Year, but there's nothing to the same extent that leaps out to me this year. Brian Daboll with 3 weeks left in the season, the year that he won, he was 16-1. Kevin Stefanski with a month left was 10-1. Last year, KOC was, I think, 5-1, 6-1 with a month. There's been a lot of value late in the season with this award.
Speaking of the NFC North, Jay, you mentioned that you're starting to get a little nervous about the Packers just because of the injuries. Is there anything you're trying to do in response to that? Are you trying to go to the Lions? Are you more down on them like some people? Are you trying to throw a dart with the Bears or the Vikings? What's your approach to the NFC North with these Packers injuries?
Yeah, I think the Packers they would still be my bet at price, even though much more reluctantly with the injuries that they're dealing with. Just at the plus 275 price point. I still think that is the best bet of the 4 options. The Bears, I think that they're probably just a year away. It's a complex system that they're learning, not just on offense, which has gotten all the attention, but also defensively with Dennis Allen coming in. He does a lot of funky stuff. That is a difficult scheme to learn. So I think that they're probably a year away, the Bears, though it wouldn't shock if they are in contention, at least at the midpoint of the season. The Vikings, who I think are extremely high variance, just because JJ McCarthy is such an unknown and is, kind of in the Michael Penix school of we just don't know what we're going to get from this guy. He could be awesome. He could be not awesome. We'll see. And there's a lot of there's a huge range of outcomes for JJ McCarthy, but I'm just a bit down on the Vikings because I think their defense is going to be worse this year just because of the aging curve. Where they just got a lot of guys getting older and pushing into their 30s. And then their cornerback room just doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. Jeff Okudah and Isaiah Rodgers, Byron Murphy's solid, but there's only so much smoke and mirrors that Brian Flores can construct. So the Lions, they would be my pick if not for how brutal the schedule is. It's like the Lions play the Ravens every week, it feels like, where they just play every good team in the NFL. I do wonder if we're going to get to the end of the season and just be like, yeah, of course the Lions won the NFC. They had the best roster, along with the Eagles. But I just think the schedule is so tough that at price they're not super appetizing. So still the Packers for me, but without as much confidence as perhaps a couple of weeks ago.
I will say this, Jay. Kevin Seifert of ESPN covers the Minnesota Vikings, was reporting earlier this afternoon, JJ McCarthy on a heater at practice. 4 straight touchdown passes during the red zone drills. Not sure what that means come September, but JJ McCarthy may be making strides here throughout training camp heading into his first year as the full-time starter for the Minnesota Vikings. Let's turn our attention to the AFC because this has been an ongoing kind of discussion throughout the summer here on You Better You Bet. And it's really kind of come to a head right now recently this week. Yesterday, Nick Kostos was making the case for Kansas City once again to be the crowning winners of the AFC for a 4th consecutive year. And you listen to it and it makes a lot of sense. But I'm just of the belief that I think there's something with like the Super Bowl loser kind of hangover that we've seen over the last decade. New England was able to do it and win the Super Bowl the year after losing one, but all the other teams, it was a significant step back that they took in the following year after losing the Super Bowl. Where are you at in the AFC? Like, are you with Kansas City? And if not, who do you think can take down the 3-time defending AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs?
Yeah, it's interesting with Kansas City because there's just so much unknown about what is Josh Simmons going to look like at left tackle. Is he going to be able to hold up physically, and how is he going to perform? How many games is Rashee Rice going to be suspended for? Because it's a massive deal. If he's out for 3 or 4 weeks, yeah, that's probably fine. This is like a 6 to 8 thing, then that's a big problem. They have a pretty tough schedule. The division is going to be much tougher than it was last year. I think the Broncos should continue to improve. Chargers lose Rashawn Slater, but I think that they will be just as good. And then the Raiders won't be nearly as much of a pushover this year, I think. So tough division, tough schedule. Patrick Mahomes also, it's just so difficult to separate Mahomes' drop-off in performance and his lack of weapons and the suspect offensive line. I still think Patrick Mahomes is probably the best quarterback in the NFL, but he hasn't played like it for the past 2 years. So kind of just need a little bit of reinforcement to see Mahomes doing Mahomes things week in, week out, and not this just screen pass fiesta that they were doing last year. So the Chiefs still obviously absolutely deserve to be one of the 3 favorites to come out of the AFC, but a lot of question marks, more so than usual for that team. I think the Ravens are the best team in the AFC. I just worried that they were the healthiest team in the NFL last year. Like, they were incredibly healthy across the board, and there should be some regression there. But even so, I think they go into the season as the best team. If I was looking at a long shot on the board in the AFC, I would look at Houston because I think that, one, they play in the easiest division. They have a relatively clean path to getting a home playoff game. And even though their seasons haven't ended magnificently the past 2 years, they did win a playoff game each of the past 2 years with, a young head coach, a young quarterback in CJ Stroud. I think that we may look back at the end of the season and think that was Bobby Slowick the most destructive figure in the NFL last year, just by going his relentless commitment to run, pass, and putting Stroud in 3rd and 8s behind a shaky offensive line. Yes, the offensive line is a question mark. That is the big question mark of the team. But I just think that with the new OC, with Nick Haley coming in, just with a remodeled offensive line, a lot of their issues last year weren't just about losing one-on-one matchups, but just it seems like the rules that they had as an offensive line were just the mess. Players didn't know where they were supposed to go, so they can clean that up. It's still CJ Stroud, still Nico Collins, still what could be the best defense in football. So the Texans of the longer shots, they're the most interesting to me.
Yeah, Houston 15-1 to win the AFC over at BetMGM. We got about 60 seconds left here, Jay. Anything that you have week 1, favorite bet right now, still a few weeks out, but like the markets are going to start to move here the closer and closer we get to the regular season. What's your favorite look for week 1 and why? We got about 45 seconds left.
Yeah, so Ravens for me, as an underdog going into Buffalo, I do think there are specific matchup advantages that the Ravens had. They demolished Buffalo in the regular season matchup last year. Derrick Henry going up against those Buffalo safeties was just a violent mismatch. And I think that the playoff game was very fluky, 3 turnovers in the game, all from Baltimore. I think you normalize that. I think Baltimore, on a play-by-play basis, were the better team in that game. And also, Lamar Jackson, week 1 last year, when he played the Chiefs coming off a playoff loss, he played that game as though it were the Super Bowl. He went all out, almost as though you're worried about him getting injured. Suspect that he's going to bring the same level of intensity against the Bills in week 1 and play it like it's the Super Bowl. I think the Ravens are the better team, and I think that they will win in Buffalo.
Yeah, I wish he had played it like that in January this past year. That'd be great. I mean, here's a fumble that's just inexplicable that just happens. I don't know. Sometimes Lamar has his brain farts.
Involved in that play.
Yeah, just the whole thing is silly. He is Jay Croucher, NBC lead betting analyst, Fantasy Football Happy Hour with our friends Matthew Berry and Connor Rogers at Twitter, Croucher JD. Jay, enjoy the rest of the week. We'll talk to you next week, man.
Appreciate it, fellas. See you soon.
Awesome stuff there from Jay Croucher. We'll wrap up the show with our Power Hour plays coming at you next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Oklahoma. Whew. Man, you look at where they stand in the SEC. Oh, have times changed? Oklahoma in the bottom half there. They are 35-1 to win the conference. The win total is 6.5. I think literally every college football guest that we've had on the show this offseason has gone out of their way to bring up John Mateer. Every single one. They go 6-6 last year. Win total 6.5. It's minus 200 to the over. Minus 200. Now, I would say Oklahoma has the toughest schedule in the entire conference. Road games, they go to LSU. They go to Tennessee. They play at home Texas, Alabama, Ole Miss, Venables on the hot seat, and probably needs to win more than 7 to keep his job. I mean, life can be difficult with Oklahoma football if you're losing. But man, Sam, I'm looking at that schedule and minus 200 to the over. It's going to be tough for them to get to 7 wins. I would play the under.
Okay. I was thinking, though, if we're wrong on Oklahoma, and I'm not a big Oklahoma guy, I have no interest in betting John Mateer, although it is nice that Mateer and his offensive coordinator come across together from Wazoo. So there's going to be stability, at least between quarterback and coordinator. What happened?
They got Michigan, too. I miss Michigan. Week 2, number 2.
But if we're wrong on them, they're 5-1-ish to make the playoff, to be one of the 12. If they can survive a very tough schedule. The good thing is you don't have to go to Texas, and you don't play Georgia. But this is a very difficult at South Carolina, at Tennessee, at Bama, end the season with LSU.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, let's get back to it, shall we? Final segment of You Better You Bet during this power hour on a Thursday on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe, Jake Hassan. Jake's been doing an awesome job filling in for Nick Costos. And thank you to our guy, Jay Croucher, who joined us in the last segment. We will get to Jake's change in wardrobe here shortly, but let's go ahead and issue out some thank yous that we have on the program here. Once again, Jake rocking it as co-host, engineer, board op, absolutely crushing it. Our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, the job that he did today. Mike Brown crushing it as always. Sean Ha with social media. Nick and Tyler decided to go ahead and play hooky today. All right, so we still had a job that we needed to get done, and we got it done here on You Better You Bet. So shout out to the crew for making it happen. And also thank you to the guests. Once again, Jay Croucher joined us in the last segment. Also, thank you to Matt Moore of the Action Network, NBA writer, host of the Buckets podcast. Thank you to Chris Plank of Sooner Sports Network, breaking down the Oklahoma Sooners, John Mateer, and the sports gambling description on his Venmo account from years back. If you missed any of those guests, make sure you check them out wherever you get your podcasts. The Odyssey app, Spotify, Apple, iHeartRadio, wherever you get your podcasts, make sure you check them out. It's all out there on demand for you to take advantage of and to consume, because we want to do you a solid. We know not everybody can sit around for 4 hours and listen to us live, so you go ahead and check us out in podcast form. But after us, here on You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. The good times keep rolling with BetMGM tonight from 7 to 11 Eastern, hosted by Ryan Horvat. And the next guest who's joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday, it's our buddy, the bald freak, the big noise, Noisy Huevos, Brad Evans, joining us here on this Thursday. Brad, how are we doing, man?
Hola, amigo. I'm practically Travis Kelce with my shirt off.
I thought you were doing like the Macarena there for a second there. I'm like, he got that like that double hands going on. I was like, where are we going, man? I'm like, it's like, hey, Macarena. I was like, all right, what are we doing? Like, it's getting a little crazy. Absolutely love it. Brad, what's going on? What are you betting tonight in the world of sports and why?
I tell you what, I really love Tariq's night. I took the over on strikeouts at 8.5 at plus money, but my favorite bet in that Scooble-Doo, where are you showdown, hopefully, and he's going to be masterful, is the over on 18.5 outs. Taking on the Quint night on the road. He has done this at 11 to 23 starts, so a little bit less than half of his turns in the rotation. But last time he faced Minnesota back in late June, 7 innings pitched, 1 hit allowed, and he punched out 13. His .11 road ERA on the season. And you look at the Twins, just over 25 in WRC plus here over the last 2 weeks. So put all together, Tariq Skubal at -105, so even sweeter. Knowing it's a little bit lighter juice, I think he's going to go at least 6 1/3 innings tonight and really shut down Minnesota. So that is my best bet this evening in the world of Major League Baseball. And by the way, screw the Cubs.
Yeah, your Cubbies, man, it's in the free fall. Meanwhile, here are the Milwaukee Brewers, winners of 12 straight, now have an 8-game lead in the NL Central. Like, ridiculous what has happened over the last 6-7 weeks in that division. But I'm picking up what you're putting down with Tariq Skubal tonight. I absolutely love him, which we'll get into our Power Hour plays come up here shortly. But what are you guys going to be talking about tonight on BetMGM tonight? I know you, Ryan Horvat, going to be breaking down some NFL stuff. Preseason, we got to wait till tomorrow night, with it being games Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Are we getting into the fantasy? Give the folks a little bit of an appetizer of what they can look forward to seeing from 7 to 11 Eastern.
Oh, the sweet, sweet fantasy baby. To butcher a classic Mariah Carey cut. Look, yeah, we're going to be having a fantasy football.
It's a banger. Yeah,
it is a banger, especially with Old Dirty Bastard dropping the remix and the lyrics in that version. That was one of my favorites on cassette tape. But I will say this. We're going to be breaking down the big news that hit in the world of the NFL and, of course, how it pertains to fantasy football. Rashee Rice going to be having his hearing set for late September, so he's going to play the first 4 weeks of the regular season, but he's going to likely miss some critical games in the middle of the season. How should you approach him in fantasy football drafts? What about Quinshon Judkins? No formal charges filed today by the prosecution and his off-the-field dispute. Looks like he's got to apply pen and paper here in short order with the Cleveland Browns, join mini camp and training camp in the exhibition season. Is he going to be good to go for week 1? If not, how long is it going to take for him to be the main man there in that Browns backfield? To talk about that, Matthew Stafford as well, all kinds of bets in the futures market in the NFL. We are prepping you, most importantly, for fantasy football drafts, because this upcoming weekend is the third busiest fantasy football draft weekend of the entire year. So tap in with us tonight on BetMGM tonight, and we're going to answer your questions live. So call in 833-732-3875.
Hit us with the number again before you go.
833-732-3875. Dance, boy, dance.
You can dance with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat from 7 to 11 Eastern. BetMGM tonight here on the BetMGM Network. Brad, have a great show. We'll talk to you later.
Travis Kelce, donate your hair to me. Kodai Senga, over 2.5 walks. I'm out.
We're not asking for hair donations. Like, what's going on?
We kind of ruined the bald freak thing.
It did. You need to be bald to be the bald freak. You can't be like the well-coiffed freak, because then you're just like a freak, and that's not cool. You want to be a unique freak, as Brad Evans is. But once again, 7 to 11 Eastern, Brad Evans, Ryan Horvath, BetMGM tonight. Stick with us here on the BetMGM Network. It's coming up at you right after we're done. All right, let's go ahead and let the folks know about some cool promotions at BetMGM. Jake, go ahead, drop the dope-ass beat, and let's get to it right here. And hey, everyone. This is what you should do before you're placing any of your bets. Make sure you get in on the excitement at BetMGM with an any sport, no sweat token. If you don't win your wager, you'll get a stake back and bonus bets. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly. All right, it's time for the Power Hour plays for tonight in Major League Baseball. There's no WNBA today, no NFL preseason, just 3 baseball games for us to handicap. We have the Braves at the Mets, Kodai Senga on the mound going up against Bryce Elder, Tarek Skubal on the mound for the Tigers as they take on the Minnesota Twins, and then we have the Diamondbacks and the Rockies. Jake, what do you like tonight in baseball, and why?
I am just going to be on one thing today with these 3 games, and it makes me a little nervous because everybody's brought it up, but I want to back Tarek Skubal, even though he ripped our hearts out and held them in front of us while they were still beating. I think he should be able to shove against the Twins tonight, who basically have everybody on this crew in their lineup after they traded everybody away. So I'll take Skubal over 7.5, over 8.5, over 9.5, over 10.5 Ks. We'll ladder those up and try to get some pretty good plus money.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Minnesota Twins fan, don't you have to be kind of furious as to what happened with Carlos Correa? I would be just furious. And,
yes.
I mean, part of me was kind of like that with Eugenio Suarez at the start of this season. I'm like, really? The Mariners, we couldn't have Eugenio Suarez? But now he's back. Good vibes only, although the Mariners did lose today.
And he's been
plays
terrible
for tonight. And he also has been terrible. It's like almost like he put the Mariner jersey on, and it's like now he's lost all of his powers. This is Space Jam, apparently. My bets in baseball today, it is one bet, but we're going to get square, and I don't care. I'm going to parlay the Mets and the Tigers plus 125 over at BetMGM. I'm going to back Kodai Senga, especially against Bryce Elder. Like, Elder, he's looking to serve him up. And I think the Mets can finally get over this psychological hurdle that is the Atlanta Braves. So I like Senga, and I like Skubal going up against this Twins lineup as well. So plus 125. It's a square, but we only got 3 games to work with. There's not a whole lot of edges, so I want some action. Mets, Twins, full game. We're going after it. Plus 125 on the money line there. So, Jake, you have changed your wardrobe since the last 11 segments of the program. Now you're wearing a yellow shirt. For the audience that's just joining us now, the freeloaders who just want the bets, orange. I guess it looks like it's yellow to us here in the camera.
Yeah.
I mean, the camera's not doing you justice. It looks like it's yellow, but we're not going to go ahead and fight you on that one. Okay, now it looks like Tennessee orange when you back up a little bit.
Yeah.
Let us know, what is this and what's going on tonight in your world over there in Chicago?
All right, it's the moment everybody's been waiting for. Massive, huge kickball games tonight. I will be missing the quarterfinal game as it starts in about 20 minutes. There is not enough time for me to get to the field from here and host this show with you lovely people. As I said, this is a visual show. You should be watching on Twitch and YouTube at the BetMGM Network because, Femi, I'm playing hurt, not injured tonight. I was recently upgraded to the Pro because, Femi, recently in the break, I ditched a piece of equipment. I've been walking around with this on my foot for 4 days.
Whoa!
I rolled my ankle over the weekend during my shenanigans, and my ankle just exploded. Like, there is bruising up to my calf. But we're good. We have changed. We're up to a compression sock and a brace. And I got to tell you, I'm feeling great, Femi. I feel amazing. I have some PEDs in my bag, which we don't have to get into, but I'm ready to rock. Much like an NFL wide receiver, I'm going to go through pregame warmups, but barring any setbacks, I'm good to go. I expect to be active, talk to the coaching staff, myself, talk to the general manager, also myself, and we feel confident that I'm going to be out there for the second game after my team takes care of business in the first game for the semifinal at 7 o'clock Central against my hated rivals, likely the Silver Bullets.
Wow. So a rivalry renewed in the playoffs.
A team that has beat me twice in the championship, Femi. I'm trying to get my lick
redemption. Back. This is your redemption story. Everybody needs a story arc. Jordan had to keep knocking on the doors before he beat the Detroit Pistons. Everyone's had to do it. This is your opportunity. This is your 1991 season. Go out there and kick their ass tonight, all right?
That.
Like get it done. Also,
let's go.
Both you and in the queue right now, like the audience can't see it, but you and Mike Brown both put your feet up to the camera. Like you get one time to do that in a calendar year. Like, I never want to see that again. All right.
Hey, I got a compression sock on. It's not like I'm showing you my dog's bear.
I'm like, save that for your OnlyFans, buddy. Like, I don't know.
This is a family show.
This is Aaron Rodgers putting his toe up there on the Zoom call during the COVID season. I'm like, what is happening here on You Better You Bet? But we wish you the best of luck. Get it done tonight. Bring back the trophy, and we'll talk about it when I'm back from my wedding that I have to go to in San Francisco. So I'm not going to be here tomorrow. Jake will be holding things down with Jared Smith. Make sure you tune into the Wagertainment to wrap up your work week on a Friday. But for our entire crew, for Jake Hassan, I'm Femi Abebefe saying good luck with all the bets tonight. I will be back once again on Monday. Jake and Jared holding it down for you guys tomorrow, and we will see you here on You Better You Bet.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
The story of the Southeastern Conference this year, Cody Decker, is twofold. Number one, in my projected order of finish, I think anybody from number 1, Georgia, all the way down to number 11, Auburn. I think anybody can win that division because it really is going to be surrounded by which quarterbacks turn into high-level quarterbacks and which one don't. And I don't think anybody's going to know the answer to any of that until we get to week 4, 5, 6. I think there are so many questions about quarterbacks that this conference feels as wide open as it's ever felt. It also feels as deep as it has ever felt. There are so many questions at quarterbacks that I will tell you right now. I cover this conference in depth. I am very proud of the coverage that I provide to my local market about the Southeastern Conference in football. That's why I went to SEC Media Days. That's why we're already planning to go next year. I am very proud of my knowledge and ability to break down this conference, and I got no bleeping idea what's going to happen because there are probably 8 quarterbacks in this conference that could realistically change the fate and the finish of this conference by either performing, outperforming, overperforming, underperforming. And I don't think any of us have an idea what they're going to do because most of them are getting their first year at QB1. Very few of them aren't. There are 2 established commodities, Diego Pavia at Vanderbilt and Lenore Sellers at South Carolina. And we don't know if there is or what the ceiling is for those 2 guys. They throw everything in flux. Vandy beat Alabama last year. How big was that upset for that team and in the conference? There's a fistful of those type of upsets available this year. Deck, I've been covering this conference for 17 years. This is the deepest and the best I've ever seen this conference. And there are, to me, as many as 11 schools that could win this conference if their quarterback plays well.
bets commence.
We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone! Oh, and it's gone! No way! It's gone! Holy God! It is gone! I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise of the bowling edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans alongside my guy on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Yeah, it's the one, the only, the outstanding Ryan Horvat. And we have an action-packed program for you tonight. Of course, we're going to give you our cards here momentarily, our top 3 bets of the night in the world of sports. Not exactly a smorgasbord of sports betting goodness, but we're going to squeeze blood from the turnip and try to give you as little action as we possibly can. We only have really a couple of games going down on the diamond, no WNBA, but maybe we'll look ahead to the futures market on some of those wagers, so stick around and find out. Also, coming up in seg 2, Parlay Pete's going to take the night off because of the light slate. We're going to spin the big news in the world of the NFL. Quinshon Judkins could be signing on the dotted line as no formal charges were filed by the prosecution in his ongoing case, and could be a member of the Cleveland Browns and join that organization in short order. What does that mean? If you got a fantasy football draft, maybe upcoming this weekend, Horvat and I are going to spin that info. Also, too, we're going to say hello to our little friend. We're going to roll the shoulders, get seduced by the juice, and do a little bonus time as well. From there, Antoine Staley is popping in. He's going to be spinning all the important news and notes tied to the Jets, Jets, a team that he covers. One that is muy interessante, especially in that backfield. What's the split going to look like between Breece Hall and Braylon Allen? What about Justin Fields? How's he looking training camp? And is there any sleeper on this team that may be catching the rock? As we know, Garrett Wilson is going to dominate the target share. Antoine's going to give us all of those various insights. Following him, Ty Hildenbrand is going to stop on in. We're going to go to the junior circuit and talk a little college football. We'll talk Big Ten. We'll be talking sleepers, bust teams. We're hurling toward week 0. A few unexciting games on that slate, but week 1 right around the corner. So can't wait to break down college football with Ty Hildenbrand. And you know Ryan Horvat is itching to ask him a whole bunch of pertinent questions in regards to his favorite sport. And following, naturally, we're going to talk a little college cash. Tonight, we're digging in on a brand new conference, the American Athletic. We're going to decide overs or unders on Tulane, Memphis, South Florida, and UTSA. Are there any values in those schools? Ryan Horvat is going to pick his side on the over or on the under. Then confidence to cash. Tonight we're talking 1,250 or greater potential wide receivers. And hell yeah, you can bet on that right now at BetMGM. All plus money all the time is what we actually did yesterday. Tonight, we're going to be doing a different prop. It's going to be quarterbacks 30 or more passing touchdowns. So that's going to be the focus this evening. So you don't want to miss that. Oh, and now we are too going to be doing 1,250-yard wide receivers as well. And then another edition of You Spin Me Round, Round, Baby, Round, Round, like a record, baby, round, 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 round. We're in round 10. And again, I think the middle rounds in fantasy drafts are the money-making rounds, trying to unearth and find those hidden gems. So Horvat and I are going to be carrying our pickaxes, plunging them into the ground, and talking about the likes of Juggernaut, Willie B, Javonte Williams, the Dallas Cowboys, Christian Kirk, and Justin Herbert. Could he be a quarterback one in 12-team leagues for the Chargers this season? And two, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine broadcast. If you want to talk fantasy football with us, you want to talk sports betting, whether in the NFL futures market, college football futures, and Major League Baseball, but no Cubs. It is mandatory. They are dead to me right now. Outside of that organization or the WNBA, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3885. You can also hit us up via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Drop us a comment or question there. Addie will notify us, and we'll give you our 2 cents. Also, we have our pole dancing poll question today there right now, and it's asking you this. Hey, failures happen in fantasy football among current first-round picks in 12-team leagues. Who is the biggest risk to draft this season? Your options are Saquon Barkley, the Philadelphia Eagles, Justin Jefferson, and that nagging hamstring injury of the Minnesota Vikings, the CMC Football Factory, Christian McCaffrey of San Francisco, or Ashton Genty of the Las Vegas Raiders. Over 230 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a comment and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. All right, let me bring in my fine colleague right now, the outstanding Ryan Horvat. And Harvey, a busy news day in the NFL, to say the least. And I think the bombshell that was dropped today was Rashee Rice is going to have his disciplinary hearing. It is set for September 30th. Now, the good news, he is going to be available for the first 4 weeks of the NFL regular season. The bad news, the suspension is going to happen. It's just how many games it's going to be. It's going to be 4 games. It's going to be 6 games. Could it be as many as 8 games? So it's going to fall within that range. And I tell you, it's going to be during those key weeks of the fantasy football season for a lot of managers out there who are scratching, who are clawing to try to get into the fantasy football playoffs. I mean, maybe back for the fantasy football postseason. That could be a major shot in the arm, but there is no guarantee your team is going to get there. You look at Rice right now, his ADP and drafts have been conducted here in the month of August. Wide receiver 26, believe it or not. So going in as a premium wide receiver 3 in 12-team formats at 54.02 overall. So in light of today's news, I ask you the question. At 54.02 overall, is Rice overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued?
I'll say overvalued, right? Like, I think the Chiefs, they're making the right decision here, right? I mean, you're going to start the season with him, and then you're going to have him for those primetime games in the playoffs. But as a fantasy owner, man, right? Like when pretty much all the other studs, if you're looking at this, are on a bye week, or when guys are just beat up at that point of the season, once we move past week 5, he's going to be out, right? And he's like, depending what the suspension is, let's say it's 6 to 8 games, he might miss the fantasy playoff. So right now, I'm not drafting Rashee Rice. I was really high on him coming into the season. I didn't know this is how it was going to play out. I do own him in one league where we already have drafted. It's a dynasty league anyway. And so I tried to move him for DJ Moore, and we'll see if that ends up going down. It's to my brother-in-law, who I also blame for the Cubs collapse, because when I went to that last wedding, I showed up and he had a PCA jersey on. And I was like, please don't do this, man. Please don't do this. He didn't even know who PCA was in May. And then all of a sudden he bought the jersey, and I knew we were screwed. But with Rashee Rice, yeah, man, I think right now, I'm not going to say undraftable, but I think right there at that position, he's overvalued. And I'm really high on the player. But this situation, if he could serve this suspension next year, I think it's a value pick. You're getting him for a steal, but right now I'm staying away, and I'm actually trying to move him.
Yeah, I think that's a wise decision. I concur wholeheartedly with your perspective there, Captain. All right, real quick, just give me a player answer. Let's do a quick game of head-to-head.
Yeah.
Who would you rather have in a draft today going in a similar tier as Rashee Rice? Rashee Rice or Jameson Williams?
Jameson Williams for me.
Slam dunk, Jameson Williams for me. Rashee Rice or Tetairoa McMillan?
Ooh. Tetairoa McMillan.
Yeah, McMillan for me. And Rashee Rice or George Pickens?
You know what? George Pickens. I'm high on George Pickens.
I am too. I got him as a top 20 wide receiver. So it's a clean sweep for me. I'm going with those other options over Rashee Rice. All right, let's go ahead and get after with our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays in the world of sports betting. Numero uno, mi amigo, on your card. You're going with a guy that hit for me last night. Who is that?
I'm laying minus 145 on a Major League Baseball prop because, like I told you, the Cubs won for me last night, and I was going to double down, so I went a little bit too hard. So I'm angry not only that my team lost, but also I had too much money on them, and that was a heartbreaker. Let's go Juan Soto. Hopefully this comes home. Over 1.5 on the herd, minus 145. He's caught fire, man. All the Mets fans wanted him out of town, and he's actually went over this number, 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs in 6 straight games. He's had 3+ in 5 of those games. And also, man, I don't hate a home run prop. He's went yard in 4 of his last 6, and he's going against Bryce Elder, who's been brutal this season. He's also 2 for 3 in his career with a homer. And Elder this season has a 6.12 ERA. He's been worse on the road, 6.66, terrible ERA, and a 3.17 OBA. So let's go with Juan Soto, over 1.5 on the herd, minus 145. I know it's a big price, but he's been hot.
Yeah, you look at Bryce, he's certainly been elderly. Dad jokes always applying here because, again, I'm 47 years old, so I'm an ancient man. All right, numero uno on my card tonight, a little same-game parlay. Scooble-Doo, where are you? Hopefully put a lot of Ks in the box score for your boy. So on the same gamer, I'm going to go Tigers on the money line and Tariq Scooble, 8 or more Ks. We're going to take Captain Hook out of the equation, plus 100. That simple two-legger built there at BetMGM. You look at Scooble in the season, 11.58 K per 9. He has struck out at least 8 in 6 of his last 9 starts. Nice. And a guy, too, that had 13 punch-outs against the Twinkies earlier this season back in late June. You look at Detroit, middle of the pack in WRC Plus the last couple of weeks, but Minnesota only number 25 in that category. Detroit, just a modest 5-4 straight up against the Twins this year. But you look at Bailey Ober, he's not exactly been shut down here of late. So put all together, Tigers, money line, Tariq Scooble, 8 or more strikeouts on that same gamer, plus 100 at BetMGM. Numeros on your card. Please share.
All right, so last weekend, I was sweating out preseason football, meaningless football, and our guy Monty said I should be watching Scooble pitch. So tonight, for our boy, I'm going to do just that. He actually had a rare bad outing in that game, gave up 4 runs in 4 2/3. I think he's going to have a bounce back, man. Right? I mean, he's given up 2 or fewer runs in 6 of his last 10 games. He has a 2.53 ERA and a 0.86 whip. He's going to win the Cy Young. And then Bailey Ober, up and down this season, really good in that last one, though. Granted, it was against the Royals, 1 run in 6 innings. So I'm going to go under 7.5, minus 115 in that game.
Numero dos for me, another same game parlay. Kodai Senga, Konnichiwa, 2+ walks, and Pete Alonso, 2+ on the hits plus runs plus RBI. That's plus 102 in that simple 2-leg parlay. They're taking on the Bravos. You look at Senga, a guy that's been all over the map with his control, 4+ walks per 9 mark on this season. He has gone over on 2 or more walks in all but 2 starts this entire year in Atlanta's top 5 and based on balls percentage over the last couple of weeks. Love that. Meanwhile, Pete Alonso batting .389 with over 1,000 OPS against the ATL. I think he'll get the HRR. So love both those legs. Senga 2+ walks, Alonso 2+ HRR plus 102. Numero tres, bring it home.
All right, let's get weird, man. Rockies, team total over 4.5. I can't even keep a straight face. Minus 140. They're 4th in OPS against lefties since the start of June, man. And they're at home. And only Detroit has a higher OPS at home against lefties going back to June. Eduardo Rodriguez, he struggled a little bit against lefties that he's faced. So let's go with the Rockies at home tonight, over 4.5 on the team total, -140. Huge total against the Diamondbacks tonight. Right now it's 13 over at BetMGM. So I like them to score 5 of those runs.
And I'm going to go with Arizona's Ketel Marte. So pour me a little kettle on the over 2.5 total bags in that matchup against the Pebbles. +115 on that one. He has done this, believe it or not, in 4 of his last 6 games. He's batting robust like .417 against Colorado with a 1,300+ OPS this year. And Blaylock stinks. I think Marte absolutely crushes him and catches in a plus money. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, more bets, and we're going to break down the Quinshon Judkins news, so don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. And hopefully Kenny knows the sounder where you can find this, because bartender, Daddy is thirsty. I need a drink. Mas tequila, mi amigos. And just go ahead and leave the bottle, Kenny, if you can actually find the drink pour sounder. Yes, there it is, because the Cubs are destroying my soul. Football season cannot get here soon enough to quell the pain and divert my attention to another sport. But of course, you got fantasy football thoughts coming up. We got the preseason week 2. A number of starters going to be in action. Hopefully, a lot of those key players are going to stay upright. And the dastardly and devastating injury imp is not going to run amok in the world of fantasy football. We're going to be spinning the Quinshon Judkins news. We're giving Parlay Pete the night off. We're going to do that here in a second. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders that Plus Money gets seduced by the juice. And to work in some bonus time bets as well. Friendly reminder, we have our pole dancing poll question of the day live right now on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and it demands your vote and attention. It's asking you this. Failures happen in the world of fantasy football. Among current first-round picks per 12-team league ADPs, who is the biggest risk this season? Your options are Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Christian McCaffrey, or Ashton Genty. So far, over 230 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of BetMGM, get in on the excitement at BetMGM with an any sport, no sweat token. If you don't win your wager, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. So opt in right now. What excuse you have? Yeah, that's right. 0 on that any sport, no sweat token, only at the king of sportsbooks. That, of course, is BetMGM. Again, Parlay Pete is going to hang out the bar all night. Man, he may be comatose by the time they shut services down. So we're going to give him the night off. Light slate on the diamond. We need to spin the Quinshon Judkins news. This broke a couple hours before showtime, as he has been cleared of all charges in that ongoing off the field domestic dispute. So no formal charges will be filed from the prosecution. So that broke from Jordan Schultz on X. He could sign any day with the Cleveland Browns as a result, but there's still a lot of unknowns. You know, he's not exactly been on the field. How much of the system does he know? We have no idea. What kind of shape is he in? We have no idea. So it's going to take some time for him to catch up. And also, too, will there be a separate investigation committed by the NFL? That's another unknown. So until I hear from the commissioner's office, we're not going to formally investigate anything further. He is cleared. He is absolved of any wrongdoing. He is going to be available whenever Cleveland feels he is available. So I ask you this, and I'm going to go and bring up his ADP right now, because Horvat, he has been slipping big time. He's fallen like a rock in a lot of drafts. But, of course, in light of the news, his value is going to spike. So right now his ADP is sitting at RB44, 151.29 overall is where he was going in average fantasy draft. So really the pertinent question here is exactly how high are you willing to take him? So let me ask you, is he going to be a top 40 guy? Are you buying or are you selling on top 40?
I'll buy top 40, right? Like I would take him over a J.K. Dobbins, right? Over, maybe a Jerome Ford or Rashad White, just because I was really high on him. And then this off the field stuff went down. Like you said, though, you have to be cautious because there could be another investigation. Also, the Stefanski offense, it's not like he could just step on the field and learn that. And Dylan Sampson, I was kind of high on. Actually, I picked him up in one dynasty league. But before this all went down, I was pretty high on Judkins, man. I thought there was a chance he could be a top 30 running back. The concern is obviously the quarterback situation for Cleveland. But last year, the offensive line, run blocking wise at least, was top 12 in the league. And they faced the highest number of loaded boxes. So I was pretty high on Judkins. I saw the rushing prop before the season at like 625.5. I thought he'd be closer to 800, 900 yards. There's a reason why they took him 36 overall. Now, I do think it was a mistake. I would have went with his college teammate, Trayvon Henderson. But even last year, man, at Ohio State, almost 5 yards per carry. All the numbers were great. The 40-yard dash, 4.48, the broad jump. So I'm pretty high on him if it all works out and he could stay on the field. But I want to wait and hear more of what's really going on here, because this is a little bit of a shocker. I thought there was a chance we would never see Quinshon Judkins on a field for the Cleveland Browns.
Totally agree. Yeah, totally agree. And a lot of his advanced analytics last year at the FBS level for the Ohio State, I have to say that for copyright purposes, not too shabby. He was number 22 in total yards after contact. He was top 20 in total missed tackles for. So he's got the shimmy, he's got the shake, he's got the power between the tackles, can catch the ball cleanly and regularly out of the backfield. So you think he's going to be a top 40 guy. Let's get more specific. Who would you rather have in a draft? And all I need is a player answer. If you're drafting this weekend, Tank Bigsby or Quinshon Judkins?
Tank Bigsby.
Yeah, I go Frank the Tank as well. Javonte Williams or Quinshon?
Ooh, Javonte Williams.
I go Quinshon there. I think there's a little bit more upside. Last one, Zach Charbonnet. Will it be all day or Quinshon Judkins?
Quinshon Judkins, because I have to stay so true to my boy Kenneth Walker, but I do think Charbonnet right now is a great pickup and a great handcuff, and I'm so worried about Walker. But I'm going to go with Judkins.
Yeah, I would go ever so slightly with Quinshon Judkins as well. However, week one, we'll see who starts against Cincinnati in the battle for Ohio. I wouldn't be surprised that Dylan Sampson is that guy, or at least leads the backfield in touches. Jerome Ford could get a token start in that Cleveland backfield. So there you go. Quick spin on the Quinshon Judkins news. Looks like he's going to be good to go, but we shall see the complete story once it comes out. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvath. What is the phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer.
Yes, sir.
There it is. There it is. All right, so for me, it's been an ever so busy day, but I did find an opportunity to make my way to the great MGM National Harbor. Went over to the BetMGM, the best sports book on the planet. And our boy Kenny's going to like this one because he's a Bears fan, but he's not high on the Bears. He loves the Lions for some reason, so he gets all angry that I'm fading the Lions. Tougher schedule, more outdoor games. They lose both coordinators. I think they take a step back this year. So under on the Lions, but I've talked myself into the Minnesota Vikings, man. Brad, I know you're high on J.J. McCarthy. Love J.J. McCarthy at Michigan. And nobody believed in Sam Darnold last year. I, however, did. I bet him to win Comeback Player of the Year. The league didn't want me to have that vacation, though, to Jamaica, so they stole it from us, and they gave it to Joe Burrow. But I think J.J., even though it's essentially his rookie year and he's coming off a knee injury, I'm a believer in J.J. McCarthy. I hate to say this because I hate the Vikings. I hate that stupid horn. I do love the stadium, and I think Paul Allen rocks. But I think the defense, man, could be top 10, top 15, right at worst if there's some injuries. And you still have Justin Jefferson. I know Jordan Addison faces the 3-game suspension, but I like a healthy TJ Hawkinson. I'm really excited to see what that backfield looks like. You know, I know Aaron Jones is getting a little bit older, but he was still Aaron Jones last year. The only issue is sometimes he fumbles in big spots. Jordan Mason is a freaking tank if he could stay healthy, man. I mean, we all remember what he was doing, before he got hurt himself for San Francisco last year. So plus 115 right now on Minnesota to make the playoffs. I don't think they win the North, but I do still think they're a double-digit win team. And I know I'm high on way too many teams in the North. Maybe I'm just high, but I think the Vikings are going back to the playoffs because Kevin O'Connell is a top 5 coach in the National Football League. He might be the best. So I'm going to go Vikings to make the playoffs, plus 115, even though it pains me. I think it's a great bet.
I think that's an excellent bet as well. And a highly competitive division this year will be the NFC North. All right, I'm going to go with the dime of the game. It's going to start here in 10 minutes. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's go. Ooh, baby. The love juice is flowing on this hashtag Tequila Thursday because a man that I think is practically the L word or the G word. I'm not going to throw it out and jinx it, but I think he's going to win the Cy Young in the American League, and that is Tariq Skubal. I'm going to take the over on 18.5 outs in Minnesota. Minus 105, a little bit lighter juice on this bet. You look at Skubal do. He has done this only about half his starts this season, 11-23. Last time, though, that he faced the Minnesota Twins in late June, 7 innings, only 1 hit allowed, 13 strikeouts. He's got a 2.11 road ERA in this game being played in the land of 10,000 lakes. You look at Minnesota, subpar. Not even in that discussion, really. Number 25 in WRC Plus the last couple of weeks. So I think Skubal's going to go at least 6 1/3 inning tonight. Give me the over from my Sledgehammer special, an 18.5 ounce against the Twinkies at a minus 105. All right, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Oh, plus money all the time. And thank you as always for the generous pour there, bartender. So let's take a shot and catch a buzz. Ryan Horvat, what do you like tonight?
All right, so maybe you don't want to tie up your money for multiple months. Let's try to get one home tonight. Let's go with a Major League Baseball prop. It's a light card tonight, but I found something that I liked kind of last minute. Was waiting on the lineup here for the Tigers. Let's go with our main man, Zach McKinstry, who people forget, hashtag people forget, was a Cub at one point. Let's go over 1.5 total bags tonight, plus 125. His career against Bailey Ober, he is 7 for 16 with a 438 batting average, 3 RBI, 1 homer. This season, batting .263, 10 homers, 39 RBI, and a 786 OPS. Zach McKinstry, third baseman from our Detroit Tigers, the pride of Toledo, Ohio, over 1.5 total bags at plus money. I love this one.
I'm going to do a live dive. This game underway, top of the second inning, 0-0. But give me the New York Mets. Hopefully they're not going to blow a big lead tonight. Minus 1.5 on the run line against the Bravos at a cool plus 110. So little baby seduced by the juice on this one, but still plus money, and it qualifies. Kodai Senga on the bump. Yeah, he walks a lot of dudes. But he's got a 2.42 ERA at home. Yeah, the Mets are just 3-7 in their last 10 ATS, but Bryce Elder stinks. 5.61 ERA on the road, 7.97 ERA in his last 4 starts, giving up a 49.5 hard hit rate on the year. Eventually, the Mets bats will do some talking in this one. I think they're going to win by 2 or more runs at plus 110. Quickly, bonus time, bonus time. Ryan, what else do you have?
Condolences to my only 3 friends left in the DMV. Bruce, Eddie, and Frankie from the morning sauna session that I have every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday at the gym. Commanders, under 9.5 wins. They take a hashtag step back. I love Jaden Daniels. That defense might be nonsense this year. I don't know that Cliff Kingsbury could do what he did last year. And when your big offseason signings are Laramie Tunzel and Deebo Samuel, I'm not a believer. Cowboys in the playoffs. Eagles in the playoffs. Commanders, you're effing out.
I think it's an excellent call. I think they're going to take a step back. Dallas is a team you cannot sleep on in that division. I think they're going to be the real deal Holyfield. Famous last words there, considering their defense is pretty damn woeful, much like the Commanders. Give me Tyler Warren, a guy that you were forecasting for 150 targets, and that's not outlandish of a projection for him.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the over 525.5 receiving yards. That's it for the Colts at a minus 110. He's going to be a show pony for that franchise. No matter if it's Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones, Riley Leonard, I don't care who's under center. He will be peppered with targets. I think we got a taste of that in the first preseason game for Indianapolis. Mike Clay's kind of projected for 57 catches, 618 yards. I was looking around. Yahoo's got him at 551. ESPN's got him at 556, 556 with their projection. So All are healthily over this number, and quite frankly, could blow all of those away. He is the only trustworthy weapon, and this just in, news broke right before the show. Josh Downs dealing with another soft tissue issue, a hamstring coming up lame today in practice. So we'll see what happens if he's going to be available in week 1, which means Tyler Warren even targets in opening week action. It's not crazy to say that, Horvey.
No, not at all, man. I mean, with this injury, with the quarterback situation, I think he's going to eat, especially in the middle of the field. Plus, they might find different ways to get him the football. I love Tyler Warren this year, man. More than I thought I would.
Yep, I do too. Definitely don't forget about your fantasy drafts. Coming up next, we're talking New York Jets with a terrific Antoine Staley. Covers that guy, boots on the ground. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to the madness. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Bartender, keep the drinks flowing, baby. We are partying hard tonight on the show because a whole lot of NFL tackle football. And we're going to be diving back into that subject and talking nothing but Jets here momentarily with the sensational reporter himself. Antoine Staley is going to be dropping by here momentarily. We can also talk football together. We're here to help you with all of your fantasy football needs, whether you're not playing draft strategy or league. Maybe some of the kids are out there, maybe got a hot take on a player. We would love to hear it. So share your angelic voice with us, and all you got to do to contact Tori and I here on the program is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875, 833-732-3875. You can also drop off your comments or questions via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Right now, let's head out and talk to our guy, Antoine Staley, Jets beat writer and columnist of the New York Daily News. Give him a follow on X, where he's always bringing it to you there. That is at Antoine Staley on X, at Antoine Staley. Antoine, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Straight away from me, this fantasy freakazoid is heavily invested in Braylon Allen this season. I saw on social media another highlight reel run was making the rounds, and of course, it really captivated my attention. What do you believe the expected split is going to be between him and Breece Hall starting in week 1, and will they often be deployed together, I guess is another question with Hall's receiving chops. How many touches per game are you projecting for Allen in the opener against the Pittsburgh Steelers?
If I had to bet, it'd probably be somewhere like the 8 to 10 range. Like, I still think Breece Hall is going to get the majority of the carries, but yeah, it might be instances where you see both of them on the offensive side of the ball at the same time. Obviously, the Jets have a less than ideal wide receiver situation, obviously Garrett Wilson. So, the way to combat that is to have a guy that can catch out the backfield like Breece Hall, in addition to, the Mason Taylor, who they also drafted in the second round this year. But, yeah, I think you'll see a lot of Breece Hall there. I know it's been a lot of speculation and talk, but right now he's definitely their number one running back at the moment.
Antoine, I know we're still in the preseason, man, right? But let's talk week 1. I like what I saw from Justin Fields. I've always been a Justin Fields believer, to a certain extent. I really liked him. So even though I'm a Green Bay fan, all my buddies back home give me a hard time. Like, oh, is this the year Fields finally breaks out? And I'm like, shut up. But he looked pretty good in the preseason. I'm looking at week 1, though, and we get the Aaron Rodgers revenge game. And I like betting on Aaron Rodgers when he has a chip on his shoulder. Like when Green Bay drafts Jordan Love that year at 18-1, I'll bet him to win the MVP. Pittsburgh's only a 2.5, in some spots, 3-point favorite. You think there's any chance the Jets win that game outright? Everybody's going to like Pittsburgh, but you think there's any chance that they're at least competitive enough to cover the 3 points or maybe win that game outright against Rodgers week 1?
In a world, the Jets do have a really good defense returning. They finished in the top 5 statistically in yards allowed the last 3 years. So, yeah, that's definitely a chance there. They returned 8 starters on that side of the ball there. They feel like they've improved the safety position there. Also, they had Brandon Stevens, who they also really like, too. Obviously, Sauce Gardner, who's been playing really well in camp. But I think if they're going to do it, I think it's going to have to be their defensive side of the ball. It's going to have to be the catalyst, too, because Justin Fields has kind of been up and down in camp there, had a rough showing in the joint practice against the Giants where, the offensive line was kind of struggling there. They gave up a few sacks, but also he was holding the ball too long and also making some inaccurate throws. It's kind of some of the same things that we've seen in either Chicago or Pittsburgh at times. So, yeah, I think Justin Fields, they want him to be efficient, but they're not going to ask him, obviously, to, throw for 30 touchdowns. But I definitely think he's somebody that, can move the offense there. And also, especially with it being run heavy, also uses legs to his advantage.
Yeah, and that's actually where I wanted to go next because I think the Jets played this right. If Justin Fields finally reaches his potential, you're a run-first offense with that defense. You could surprise people, become a playoff team, then it works out. Or, next year's draft is when there's 5 or 6 quarterbacks that I really like, where this year there was one, Cam Ward, and he went number 1 overall, so you didn't have a shot at him. But I know a lot of people, if you're looking at Justin Fields' rushing prop for the year, it's 600 yards. And I know people that are drafting him in fantasy because of that rushing potential. But, do you think he plays enough games to rush for over 600 yards or to be a quality fantasy quarterback? Because when you look at the depth behind him, it's Tyrod Taylor, Adrian Martinez, and Brady Cook. Do you think that he plays the full season, or do you think they look to evaluate somebody else?
Yeah, I think he's going to be the starter like all season long unless he's injured. Right now, to your point, like Tyrod Taylor is injured. Like he had like a minor knee scope. They expect him to be back for the start of the regular season, but they're not necessarily sure. They actually had a couple of quarterbacks try out today for the Jets too. But definitely, he's going to be the guy. Like they're doing this 1-year experiment. They want to see if he's the guy there moving forward. If he's not, to your point, also they'll probably be in position to draft a guy in the top 10 next year, which is supposed to be a much, much better draft. So it's all his. It's all going to be the Justin Fields show. They said they're going to let him play quarterback, and we're going to see what that looks like. It's probably final opportunity to prove he can be a long-term starter in this league.
We're talking to Jets beat writer right now, Antoine Staley, for the New York Daily News. Make sure you read all the stuff there. He's a fantastic, intrepid reporter. And also follow him on X, breaking down all the pertinent news and notes tied to this organization. Again, his handle on X, at Antoine Staley. Again, on X, at Antoine Staley. Antoine, offensive coordinator Tanner Engstrand, his offense is expected to be one of the most conservative, run-heavy attacks in the NFL this season. With that in mind, what are your thoughts about receiving alpha Garrett Wilson? His receiving yards prop sits at just 925.5 right now at BetMGM. Are you way over on that? And how has this chemistry look so far this lead up to the regular season with Justin Fields?
Well, him and Justin were teammates at Ohio State, so they go way back. So they really picked up where they left off in college. They played 2 years together, so the chemistry is there. Like it's evident. Like Garrett is really his first read. But to answer your question, like go way over because you have to look at the Jets wide receiver situation. Obviously, Garrett is not great. You have Josh Reynolds, who's probably the number 2 wide receiver at the moment. He doesn't necessarily bring a lot to the table, especially from a fantasy perspective. Tyler Johnson, Alan Lazard is also hurt right now, but they expect him to be in the midst too as well. So I think it's going to be, teams are going to key on Garrett a lot because of the lack of weapons that the Jets have offensively. But I still think he's going to find ways to, get open. He's done that throughout his entire career with the Jets. No matter what the wide receiver or the quarterback situation is, he seems to put up big numbers, and I expect him to have another 1,000-yard season once again.
All right, folks, from Antoine Staley's lips to God's ears, way over 925.5 receiving yards for Garrett Wilson. I think that number is soft as well. I think it's a great call, my friend. Antoine, we'll get you out of here on this. Fantasy managers are always looking for hidden gems in the later rounds. Give us a guy on this Jets roster who's flying way under the radar on offense who could ultimately surprise and provide value on fantasy waiver wires.
Well, it's only one name that I could mention is Jason Taylor. Just kind of to the point that I alluded to. Like, they don't have a lot of wide receiver weapons, and you feel like he's a guy that Justin Fields has been finding early and often in training camp, and I think so long as he stays healthy. I mean, we're talking a guy that can pick up maybe like 55 catches and maybe 750 yards and I think 5 or 6 touchdowns. I mean, it's not great numbers, but I think it's going to be efficient. Like if you're looking for a second tight end, I definitely think he could be somebody that could, be in, any of your lineups. If a tight end gets hurt or something that or ineffective, like he'll be a guy that can step in and be solid.
Oh, candidly, man, if he reaches those thresholds he just threw out, it'll probably be a back-end TE1 because oftentimes that position is absolutely trash after like the top 6-7 guys overall. Outstanding information, as always, from Antoine Staley, Jets beat writer and columnist of the New York Daily News. Give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at Antoine Staley. Again, on X, at Antoine Staley. Antoine, we appreciate you stopping by. Please please come back again. And as well, I got to go race right now and bet the over on Garrett Wilson based on your emphatic response. We appreciate the time, my man.
Yeah, no problem. I'll take it easy.
All right, there he goes, Antoine Staley. I love that, man. I mean, it was a windmill slam dunk. It was indisputable. He's like over, way over. Now, it is not kind of a soft number. 925.5 seems like a layup to me. And obviously, the injury imp is always lurking, and sports betting, fantasy land, the NFL, that's the only deterrent, and really the only roadblock that I could see Garrett Wilson not getting there. Now, you mentioned the bubbling chemistry they has with Justin Fields. It goes back to the Ohio State games, which they played 2 seasons together there. So that has been refreshed. It has carried over, and it's been, in lockstep since day one of training camp. Horvath, are you also slam dunking the over 925.5 yards on Garrett Wilson, who I feel is a premium high-end wide receiver 2 in fantasy leagues, even in a run-first, run-heavy scheme?
Absolutely, man. Right. Because I know it's Aaron Rodgers, but last year it was 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers, and it wasn't the 26, 28-year-old Aaron Rodgers that was winning MVPs. And still Garrett Wilson, it seemed like a down year, but he actually set a career high in receptions with 101. Receiving yards, had 1,104, and had 7 touchdowns, and was 10th in target share and 22nd in receiving yards per game, 29th in first downs per route run. Now he's playing with his former college teammate, Justin Fields. So they have great chemistry. And let's be honest, they don't have a whole lot of other weapons to throw the football to either. So I think he goes over 1,000 yards easily as long as he plays, like you said, 14 to 15 games. That's the only thing that I think prevents him from going over this number would be injury.
Yeah, obviously that's the only thing that's going to really drive down the overall profile. You look at Garrett Wilson in August drafts right now. He is going to wide receiver 12, believe it or not. So the value has risen somewhat, 26.52 overall. I think you're honestly drafting him at his peak. That's the lowest wide receiver 1 in 12-team leagues, but still terrific information there from Antoine Staley. All right, we're going to take a little CS. When we come back, we're going to go from the pros to college. Ty Hildenbrandt's going to be joining us, breaking everything down in his view in the world of college football. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
go. There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone! Oh, it is gone! No way! It's gone! Holy God! It is gone! I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. My favorite day of the week because Daddy is always yearning for a little bit of the love juice. I'm also yearning for some information in the world of college football. We're going to be breaking that down here momentarily with Ty Hildenbrandt, and he's going to be on video. Yeah, step it up in live and living color. By the way, we have our pole dancing poll question of the day live right now on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, and it's asking you this. Failures happen in fantasy football among current first-round picks per 12-team league ADPs. Who is the biggest risk? And let me repeat that. The biggest risk this season. Your options are Saquon Barkley of the Philadelphia Eagles, Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings, Christian McCaffrey of the San Francisco 49ers, or Ashton Genty of the Las Vegas Raiders. So far, over 230 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right to keep the votes coming. And drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Let's head out right now and talk to Ty Hildenbrandt and live and indeed in living color. He is a host of the Solid Verbal College Football Podcast. Download, subscribe wherever you get your podcasts, and follow him on X, would you kindly, at Ty Hildenbrandt. Again, on X at Ty Hildenbrandt. Ty, welcome to BetMGM tonight. Straight away for me, Horvat and I recently previewed the Big Ten Conference, which seems rather top-heavy, with Ohio State, Penn State, and Oregon expected to duke it out in that league. Among the next tier or two of teams, which 1 to 2 teams you believe is best fit and best built to challenge the Buckeyes, Nittany Lions, and Ducks this fall? Do we have Ty?
May not have audio on that one. Doesn't sound like we have Ty.
He might be on mute.
I'm looking right now in the I'm looking right now in the chat, and he is not here. So I think that we do not have him, as it appears. Interesting.
Oh,
I thought maybe I was just
we
losing
do
my
not have
mind.
Ty Hildenbrandt. Yeah, I thought it was too. I thought maybe the entire system just crashed. And Evans, that's a show. Good night. Bye, America. No, we got to track down Ty Hildenbrandt, apparently. So, producer Addy, if you don't mind, somebody cue me in my ear when we get him back and live on video or maybe phoner. He shows up there. But I'll ask you that same question I was going to ask Ty. Who is going to challenge Ohio? Who's going to challenge Penn State, Oregon, or one of those teams going to run away the Big Ten title this year?
I think that Penn State's the team to beat, like I keep saying, man. And it's just like if James Franklin can't get it done this year, at least make it to the national title game with this roster, with Katron Allen and Nicholas Singleton coming back. I'm higher on Drew Aller than most. I know, in the college football playoff game, it was a little bit of a stinker. And I'm still high on the defensive side of the ball. You lose your best edge rusher and Abdul Carter, who I think is going to be an absolute stud this year for the Giants. But I love the Jim Knowles hire, man. So I know there's a lot of people that are going to say that you can't trust James Franklin, but I like Kotelnicki, and I like this roster a lot. So I'm going to go with Penn State. I think it's all chalk in the Big Ten, but I could be wrong. And actually, they're not even the favorites. Ohio State is the favorite to win the conference.
Well, yeah, Ohio State is indeed the favorite. Two top 5 teams, very high expectations to say the least. 2 squads that are expected to make some serious noise. I am seeing Ty right now on the screen. Do we actually have Ty? Can somebody come in? Hi, Ty. How you doing, buddy?
Gremlins are out. The gremlins are out on this internet system, but we're good.
All right, I'll go and introduce you the proper way. We're talking to Ty Hildenbrand, host of the Solid Verbal College Football Podcast. Again, download, subscribe to the Solid Verbal wherever you get your podcast, and follow Ty on X. He's handsome, and I like his setup at Ty Hildenbrand. Again, on X, at Ty Hildenbrand. So, Ty, I ask you the same question I just asked Horvat. Again, we recently previewed the Big Ten Conference. I went to Illinois. I live 15 minutes away from the ILL campus. I'm a season ticket holder. I am jacked. I am psyched. I am ecstatic for this upcoming season. Are they one of those teams after Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon, who seem to be the clear front runners according to the preseason polls and the expectations that are, already been tossed out there? Or is it going to be somebody else in the next 2 tiers below those 3 that could really push them for the Big Ten title this year?
Yeah, well, first off, thank you for having me, and thank you for the kind words. I'm glad to hear the check cleared, so that's good. With respect to Illinois, everyone's going to gravitate towards the very top of the conference in the Big Ten, the Penn States, the Ohio States, and the Oregons. The real intrigue, in my view, in the Big Ten is who's going to finish 4th. Because you've got a smattering of teams there. Illinois is one of them. Indiana is one of them. Michigan is one of them. Nebraska is another one of them. You could probably list off a couple other teams. Washington, if you really want to get saucy with it. So you're going to have this grouping of teams there, I think, below that bottom line that really makes it interesting, especially as we get a little bit deeper into the playoff conversation. Now, what I like about Illinois is the schedule is very favorable, and basically the whole team is back. So that's a really good setup for Brett Bielema. The counter is if you look at what Illinois did last season, second order wins, some of the nerd stats, things of that nature would seem to indicate that there was a little bit of fool's gold there with Illinois, though they had a good record. Perhaps some of those wins weren't as they might meet the eye if you're looking kind of in retrospect at the win-loss record. So I like Illinois. I was kind of on the brink. I had them in my grouping of teams that I was looking at as maybe qualifying for that final playoff spot, the 12, and again, just sort of my projections. And I like them. I'm just curious to see how they look this season, if they're able to kind of get over that hump of, as I said earlier, the fool's gold. There's a really big game early against Indiana. That game against Indiana, I think, is going to tell us a lot in the first month of the season.
Ty, moving over to the SEC, I don't even know that it's worth a bet, man, because I just think all these teams are going to be really good. Texas might be overhyped, but I'm a believer in Sark, and I think Arch is going to be good, and they have a ton of talent. I kind of want to buy in on LSU low. The win total is 8.5, and if Brian Kelly doesn't win 9 games, I think he's in big trouble. Alabama now names a starting quarterback finally, and Ty Simpson. His Heisman odds go from 66-1 down to 20-1. I'm not even going to ask you who wins the SEC. Which team do you like the most, or teams do you like the most that can maybe make a run and win it all this year?
My pick is Alabama in the SEC.
Yeah.
I like what they have coming back with that roster. I mean, it's very uncommon that you see an Alabama team with this much back. Usually you're used to seeing 15 guys drafted, 10, 15 guys. It was only 5, I think, last season, and most of the roster is back. Plus, on top of that, Kalen DeBoer brings in Ryan Grubb, his longtime assistant, to run the offense. So I think that works, and I think Ty Simpson works really well for that offense. I mean, they were able to make do with Jalen Milroe, a freak athlete playing in the NFL now for the Seahawks, but Ty Simpson, I think, maybe gives them a little bit more accuracy down the field. He certainly doesn't give them the running ability of Milroe, but he's mobile enough that I think he can get the job done. And their defense is going to be nails. So I'm pretty much in on Alabama at this point. But, more to the point, LSU. LSU went crazy in the transfer portal. Brian Kelly clearly understood the assignment this offseason to go out and find ways to retool that roster. They're going to be in the mix.
clearly Texas, clearly Georgia deserve to be in that conversation as well. I happen to be like unhealthily high. I don't even know if that's a word, on Texas A&M this season because I love their ground assault. I like Mike Elko, the coach. I like their defense. I like their lines, especially on offense. So you have this grouping of teams, I think, at the very top that are obvious in the SEC, but then you start talking about teams like Ole Miss, and what about Oklahoma? And you can go really deep in the SEC. It doesn't seem as if, no matter where you look, to your earlier point, there's a consensus on who that top dog is, and that hopefully is going to make the conference more interesting for the rest of us who maybe don't have a dog in the fight.
I'm not just saying this because you're on the show with us right now. I'm a huge fan of your guys' podcast. My favorite episode was the one that you guys did with Josh Pate, where you were throwing your hot takes. Mine, I think Pitt could win double-digit games this year. Obviously, Clemson is the team to beat in the ACC, man. Who else do you like? I don't know if I could get there with Miami. I mean, I get the Carson Beck pickup, and he was 24-3 at Georgia, but he had elbow surgery on his throwing arm. I can't get there with Mario. Who do you like in the ACC, though, other than Clemson?
Yeah. So first off, thank you for being another guy on the Pitt bandwagon. That makes two of us now. So this is great.
Yes.
Outside of Clemson, who I'm like abnormally high on as well. I think Clemson's going undefeated and winning the conference. I'm with you on Miami. I have questions about how the offense looks a little different now with Carson Beck. I mean, they'll be fine. Clearly, they're going to have a good line. They're going to have a seasoned quarterback. I hope the defense improves, but I have questions what they look like out wide, what the ground game looks like if they have to play at a slower pace. I think it's not going to be a Cam Ward offense, and that gives me a little bit of I don't know. I'm just not there either. Georgia Tech is really interesting to me. Georgia Tech plays with a ton of grit. They've got a seasoned quarterback and running back combo. They were in most of their games last season. They almost dumped Georgia. I think they're poised to take a pretty big step forward. So I like them a fair amount. I don't know if I'm there on Louisville, but the offense will be good. There are questions on defense. They need an X factor guy who can blow the lid off of a defense, but they have a tough schedule. SMU, I think, probably pulls back a little bit. Weirdly enough, two of the teams in maybe a rung down that I think are worth watching, the Duke Blue Devils, who will probably be better than most people think and fly completely under the radar. The schedule's much harder than a year ago, but they should still be pretty solid. And Virginia Tech, another team that's flying under the radar. They were horribly banged up last season, and they were inconsistent at all the wrong times, but it's a schedule that's backloaded into November. It gives them enough runway to maybe pick up some steam before they get to the teeth of that schedule. So if just to sort of summarize, Clemson and Pitt for me are the two. Georgia Tech is another one I'm high on. Everybody else I probably put a rung below.
We're talking to Ty Hildenbrand right now, host of the Soft Verbal College Football Podcast. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at Ty Hildenbrand. Again, on X, at Ty Hildenbrand. Ty, among teams ranked inside this year's maybe top 15 to 20 in the Associated Press poll, which squad will we negatively look back on when the season comes to an end and say, how in the hell were they ranked that high back in August?
South Carolina is my answer. And look, I know why they're ranked there. We all know why they're ranked there. They have Lenoris Sellers playing quarterback. They have Dylan Stewart as a pass rusher. Those two guys in and of themselves are going to be pro prospects. So it's not hard to understand why they are where they are. My question is about everybody else. Everybody else. Those two guys. You could throw Nick Harbor in there, who's a freak athlete, but even Nick Harbor hasn't really shown his potential at this point as a former 5-star. Track speed, you're going to hear it a million times over if you haven't already. But who outside of those three guys, let's say, are going to be the difference makers? Now, I happen to think that just by saying that, there are South Carolina fans out there driving off the road, rolling their eyes, because there is enough back. There clearly is enough back. It's not like they are stripping this thing down to the studs and starting over. That is not the case at South Carolina, but it's a tough schedule as ever, not just in the SEC, but certainly at South Carolina. I need to see a little bit more from the other guys in that roster to prove themselves early and often so that I have a little bit more confidence in them holding up their end of the bargain. I think right now 13th or something in the AP poll feels a little high to me. And I could see just with the schedule they've got in front of them dropping below that. This is not to say completely out of the top 25 or anything crazy, but 13 at this juncture, even though everybody likes South Carolina and I like Shane Beamer a lot, I wouldn't go that high with them.
Ty, we're up against it, man. We appreciate the time. Please come back when we actually have more time and we'll figure out all the quirks and wonkiness of our technology here on BetMGM tonight. The dulcet tones of one Ty Hildenbrand, host of the Soft Verbal College Football Podcast. Outstanding platform. Make sure you listen to his podcast and follow him on X as well at Ty Hildenbrand. Ty, again, we appreciate the time. We got to exit stage left here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, the college football conversation rambles on. We're talking American athletic squads. We're going to be over or under. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
madness. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvat along for the ride on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're going to be rocking and rolling through some more college football talk in this segment, another edition of College Cash. And, we've already zipped through the power conferences. By the way, if you missed any of those breakdowns, you can always go back and listen at your leisure to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Subscribe, download, and go back in time and listen again at your convenience to the BetMGM podcast. So we're going to start focusing outside of those power leagues. We're done talking to Big Ten right now. So the SEC has been covered top to bottom. The Big 12, which is going to be Rock'em Sock'em Robots, highly competitive league this year. We even broke down the Mountain West and the ACC as well. So tonight, we're opening Pandora's box, which is the American Athletic. We got a 4-pack of teams, and we're going to be talking Tulane, Memphis, South Florida, and the Roadrunners of UTSA. So if you like trying to find some value in the world of college football, Ryan Horvat is going to give you his thoughts on the over the under. And of course, I'm going to be playing Numbers Nerd. I give it a little background on each one of those squads. By the way, if you want to talk college football with us, if you want to talk NFL futures, you want to talk MLB futures, WNBA futures, or my personal favorite, fantasy football. One of the busiest draft weekends of the season about to go down here in about 4 to 8 hours. Pick our brains. We're here to help with whatever fantasy draft or keeper advice you may need. Simple way to contact Horvat and I. If you are seeking exactly that, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You could also fire off your questions or comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Don't be shy. We are here to help, and we'll gladly do that gratis because that's how we roll here on BetMGM Tonight. All right, with that put to the side, it's time to get after it with another edition of College Cash.
It's time for chaos.
They're back now to the 30. They're down to the 20. All the band is out on the field.
It's time for tradition. It's time to make the College Cash.
All right. Again, go with the American Athletic Conference tonight. I got 4-pack of teams. We'll cover 4 more tomorrow. And then we're going to see what Monday brings in terms of the college football conversation. But a lot of values out there when you look outside of the power conference leagues. And we're going to talk about maybe 4 of those this evening. So let's start off with a green wave of Tulane. 8.5 is the win total, Horvat. The over right now, juicy, plus 125. The under at a minus 150. Give you a little bit of background. The numbers nerd here to play before Ryan gives his answer and breakdown. Tulane number 36, according to ESPN's Football Power Index. They're projected to win 9.4 games, well north of the 8.5 line right now. At BetMGM, they actually have a 24.3% chance of making the college football playoff. Strength of schedule number 86, so middle of the pack in the sport. And according to the analyst.com, projected number 36 ranking in offensive rating and number 58 ranking in defensive rating. So will they be the class of the AAC? Horvat, over or under 8.5 wins on Tulane. It is minus 150 on the under.
Yeah, so I actually lean under, man. I wanted to go over because I really like John Summerall. They won 9 games last year. He's back for year 2. They bring back both their offensive and defensive coordinator. They only lose their special teams coordinator. The problem was because it was another successful season for Tulane football, they got hit hard with the transfer portal. They lost their starting quarterback, Mensa, to Duke, and Duke paid $4 million for him, so he's a stud. They lost Mekhi Hughes to Oregon. They lost Alex Bowman to Miami. Rayshawn Pleasant to Auburn. So pretty much all their good players are playing for better schools now. They had a 4-man quarterback battle. I'm guessing it's going to be Jake Retzlaff, who left BYU kind of last minute. I do like him. They also have Brendan Sullivan from Iowa and Donovan Leary from Illinois. He left because he knew he wasn't going to get any reps there. Maurice Turner, and they got Mobley from Florida Atlantic. So they get a running back from Louisville and Florida Atlantic in the portal. So I think both of those guys, should be all right. The wide receiver room, though, is all new players. They have Omari Hayes from Florida Atlantic. They get Shackelford from Washington State, Jimmy Callaway from Louisville. So it's like a completely different team. And then on the defensive side of the ball, same thing. They get a defensive end, Santana Hooper from App State, and they get Jordan Norman from South Alabama. The reason I can't go over, right? I think they go 8-4 because right now I'm looking at their non-con schedule and it's tough. They take on South Alabama on the road, which is a coin flip game. They should win that one, but then they get Northwestern, and I like Northwestern a little bit this year. They get Duke and they get Ole Miss. So I think they go 8-4 this season. I would lean under on the Green Wave this year.
All right, juiced up, unfortunately, but not sky high at -150. So under lean with the Green Wave, not going to be much of a tsunami this year, according to Ryan Horvath. Let's go another team with a win total right now at 8.5, and that is the Memphis Tigers. Juicy under -135 on that 8.5 win total number, +110 on the over. Little numbers nerd coming out to play here. Memphis number 65, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, projected to win 7.9 games, so just under the 8.5. A 14.9% chance. You're saying there's a chance? Yeah, there's a chance of then making the playoff. Strength of schedule number 106, so one of the softer slates in the AAC. The Analyst.com forecasts him for number 56 in offensive rating, number 98 in defensive rating. So with all that info, Horvath over or under Memphis 8.5 wins. Again, choose the under. It's 135.
Yeah, I actually like Ryan Silverfield, their head coach. I believe he's 42-20 since he's taken over at head coach. Last year, on the offensive side of the ball, they were great. They averaged 445 yards per game and over 36 points per game, second in the nation in fewest turnovers, fourth in the nation at controlling the clock. But they lose a lot, man. They lose their starting quarterback, Seth Hennigan, who was a great college quarterback. He threw for over 14,000 yards and 104 touchdowns in 4 years. Now, Brendan Lewis should take over. He's in his 6th season. Spent his first 3 years, though, at Colorado, but he's only thrown 28 career touchdown passes. He's more of a dual threat quarterback. They also have a true freshman, A.J. Hill, that might end up playing. He's probably the better passer. They lose their leading running back, Mario Anderson. He's gone. Last year, 1,362 yards and 18 touchdowns. And they lose their backup running back, Brandon Thomas. So it's a rebuilt running back room. The wide receiver room, also, they kind of have to start over, man. They do get Jordan Thompson from Louisville, but he's a 6-year senior. I like them. I just worry a little bit about the defense. Like last year, they should have won double-digit games. The problem was their losses. They gave up a lot of points. They lost to Navy, and they gave up 44 points. They lost to UTSA because the defense gave up 36 points. Likely wins. They beat Chattanooga. They beat Tulsa. They beat UAB. I lean over. I just haven't bet the over because there's some 50-50 games. Tulane's a 50-50 game. Navy should be a loss, but they could win that game. At East Carolina, at Florida Atlantic. They play South Florida, and then in the non-con, they get Arkansas. They should win 9 games, but it's kind of a rebuild season, so I haven't bet it, but I would lean over on Memphis this year.
All right, leaning over on the Memphis Tigers. Let's go down the Sunshine State and talk South Florida. And the Bulls, a 6.5 is the win total right now at BetMGM. -115 on the over, -105 on the under. Numbers nerd says South Florida, number 68, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, projected to win 6.9 games this season. 10.2% chance to make the college football playoff. Number 68 in terms of strength of schedule, one of the harder slates in the AAC. The Analyst.com whole BetMGM rating and offensive and defensive rating. Number 90 is the projection and offensive rating. Number 91 is the projection and defensive rating. So putting that all together, USF over or under 6.5 wins. Again, a heavier juice on the over at a -115.
Yes, sir. And here's one where there's some action. I did bet this one a couple times. I really like them this year, man.
okay.
So when
All
Charlie
right.
Strong left, they won. I bet their win total from 2015 to 2018. They made me a ton of money. And then they won 8 games from 2019 to 2022. But they made a great hire. I talked about him last night. Alex Golish, man. And finally, that offensive side of the ball the last 2 years has shown signs of life. They had 2 straight bowl wins. I think this is the year they could compete for the conference. They could win double-digit games. They bring back their starting quarterback, Byron Brown. He just has to stay healthy. Broke his leg in the middle of last year. When he's right, he's a really good playmaker, dual-threat quarterback. They also bring back the backup, though, Bryce Archie. He threw too many picks, but he's a solid backup just in case Brown does go down for a week or two. They got a lot of talent, man. The offensive line has to be better in pass protection. They're solid in run blocking. The defense last year was the issue. They were miserable at times. They finished 118th in the country in total defense. They gave up almost 30 points per game. But like most teams, they did hit the portal. Reason I like them, besides Brown being back healthy, the coaching staff, the schedule. They don't see Tulane and they don't see Army. So they do get a trip to Memphis and they play on the road against Navy, which should be a loss. I like Navy a lot. But they could win double-digit games, man. So I bet this a couple different times. I like the over on their win total this year.
All right, emphatic windmill slam dunk of the over on South Florida, 6.5 wins at a -115 juice. All right, the conversation tonight. UTSA, the Road Runners are going to be roadkill this year. 7.5 is the win total right now on BetMGM. Really juice up on the over at -155, plus 130 on the under. Numbers Nerd says UTSA number 70, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, projected to win 7.1 games, just under the 7.5 line. 7.7% chance to make the college football playoff. Number 85. And strength of schedule, the analyst has a projection of number 89 in offensive rating and number 74 in defensive rating. With all those numerics dancing around in your head, what is your take on UTSA over or under 7.5 wins? Again, juice the over at -155.
This is what sucks about these markets, man, is they're so caught up, right? Like everything's right on point, but I do think that they win 8 games. I bet this one as well. Also, for those wondering, this is my NCAA 25 team. I'm the head coach, Ryan Horvath of UTSA. Nice. I was a big fan of Frank Harris. He's gone. Now it's Owen McCown. Last year he was solid at times, but he just threw way too many interceptions. But they did have the nation's 11th best passing game. The offense was 12th in the country, so they could score points. They just, like every other team in this conference, struggle at times to get stops. But I don't know, man. I like what they did this offseason on the defensive side of the ball. So they should be a little bit better. Looking at the schedule, you get Texas State, which will be a revenge game because they got blown out by them last year. You get some 50-50 games. Army will be tough on the road against Charlotte, on the road against Colorado State, East Carolina, at North Texas, Rice, Temple, Texas State, and Tulane. But I think they'll beat up on Incarnate Word. Obviously, they'll lose to A&M and South Florida, but I think they win 8 games. I think they go just over the 7.5 total and win 8 games, go 8-4. So I do like UTSA, just like I like South Florida to go over their win total this year.
All right, taking UTSA over on 7.5 wins. All right, so to recap, Horvath is under 8.5 on Tulane and a -150 juice. He likes, though, kind of a slight lean. The over on Memphis, a plus 110 on 8.5 wins. His best bet of the 4-pack tonight, South Florida. He actually wagered on this on the over. Really flexes muscle on the 6.5 at a -115, and also likes the over on his college football video game franchise, and that is UTSA, 7.5 wins at a -155. Good stuff there. We'll have another 4-pack of teams tomorrow in the AAC, and I already got them outlined. We're going to talk Shiver Me Timbers, the Pirates of East Carolina, Florida Atlantic, the Owls, hooty-hoo, your Navy midshipmen, and we'll stick with the armed forces and talk the Army as well. Let's give you a scoreboard update because we've got a couple interesting baseball games real quick. The Nationals have seized a lead over the Philadelphia Phillies on the bottom of the 7th. They're up 3-2 right now. Atlanta now up on the Mets. Up now, rinse and repeat, 2-1, heading in the bottom of the 6th. And Tariq Skubal has looked very human and average. Giving up 3 earned runs in 3 innings. He is down 3-2 now, are the Tigers, trailing the Minnesota Twins, heading to the bottom of the 4th. All right, we got to take a little siesta. When we come back here on BetMGM tonight, confidence to cash, talking NFL wide receiver props. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Hashtag Tequila Thursday edition of the program. We're going to be talking more fantasy football and sports betting here momentarily. The focus in this segment is going to be on threshold wagers available only at the King of Sportsbook, that being BetMGM on NFL wide receivers. We're going to talk to likes of CeeDee Lamb and League Neighbors, A.J. Brown, and Puka Nacua, certifiable fantasy studs. But what specifically is going to be their numerical or statistical output in yards? We're going to break that down. Another edition of Confidence to Cash here momentarily. But a friendly reminder, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, you want to talk sports betting as well, you can quite easily. All you got to do to contact the show is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. And guess what, folks? Mike in Miami did exactly that. Mike, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. How can we help?
Hey, fellas. How you guys doing? I have two questions for you guys. The first one is they both are PPR league related. So who has more upside between Devon Achane and Chase Brown? And my second was pretty much like a theory. After what tier receivers, like after top 10, top 12, can you go after like a bona fide tight end, Brock Bowers, or like Trey McBride, Kittle? So where should I target them after, like, which threshold of receivers, and who has the more upside between the two running backs?
Yeah, I will save the running back question for Horvat because I bleed orange and blue and I'm quite biased. So he's going to give you a very fair opinion, more so than I will. To address your tight end question, honestly, if you're going to be chasing Trey McBride or Brock Bowers, you're going to have to spend round 2 capital in a 12-team league, especially PPR, period, end of story. So that is essentially after the top about 8-9 wide receivers are off the board. That's when they start entering the conversation. And you may actually have to spend a little bit higher draft capital. Like if you're at the turn in a 12-team draft, drafting Bowers at that juncture is completely warranted. It's on the page. It's not outlandish. It's not crazy to do. You're not, snapping tendons and putting your arm in a sling. And McBride will go a little bit later than that because of the touchdown downside. But, Horvat and I both believe he's going to score at least 5 TDs this year. So you're going to get some, positive touchdown regression compared to what we've seen. And I will give you a guy that you can get much later. He's going after pick 90 right now. And I love this dude is Evan Ingram because of the Joker always going to play in that Sean Payton offense. He could catch minimum 80, 85 balls this season in the Mile High City. Touchdowns will be infrequent, but in a PPR format, he'll have a pretty high floor. Now, Horvey, who do you like? Devon Achane and Chase Brown. If you want to get a Christmas card this season, you know what you got to take.
Yeah, I'm going Chase Brown, man. I think, honestly, he could have like an Austin Eckler type season where he catches 70 balls out of the backfield. I mean, the targets, that's going to be tough because you have Jamar Chase, you have T. Higgins, you have some guys, Mike Gesicki, you have, a couple guys in the slot that I really like as well. But he's going to catch balls out of the backfield, and he could rush for close to 1,100 yards. I think he could score double-digit touchdowns. He should, as long as he stays healthy enough to play 14, 15 games. And I'm worried about Achane. I do love your season-long receiving bet, man. I think he's going to get a bunch of dump-offs and checkdowns. But I worry a little bit, man. I mean, I think Tyreek Hill is nuts, but I agree with what he said on the short yardage and goal line stuff. Like, Achane isn't really a power runner, man. And I think Miami's going to be a disaster. I think they might be one of the worst teams in the league. So, Chase Brown for me, for sure. Even though you're biased, Brad, I'm going to back you up on this one. I think Chase Brown is going to have a monster year, man. I really do.
Yeah, I think it's entirely doable for Chase Brown. This isn't remotely a hot take. It wouldn't shock me. It's a little bit of a stretch to say this, but it wouldn't shock me that when the dust settles on this year, Chase Brown is the RB1 of ones because that offense is bar none going to be the best in the NFL. Is going to have a lot of opportunities to splash 6. Mike, we appreciate the call there in Miami. Again, folks, we are open for business. We love talking to the people of America or in Canada or somewhere else in the world. If you're listening to us right now on the BetMGM network, you got a fantasy football question, pick up the phone and dial us, fools. 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. All right, let's get into another edition of Confidence of Cash right now. And this is how this game works. We usually play this in the NFL regular season, so I'm breaking out of the woodwork, dusting it off. The premise is this. On a 1 to 5 scale, with 5 being the highest level of confidence, where do you stand on the player props I'm about to speak in regards to some of the wide receivers? And we got these threshold categories available right now at BetMGM, and one is 1,250 or more receiving yards. So let's start off at that threshold with CeeDee Lamb. Again, is he going to get to 1,250 or more yards this season with Dak healthy and back with George Pickens on the roster, easing some of the burden on his shoulders? It is plus 105 if he gets to 1,250 yards or exceeds it. So Horvath on that 1 to 5 scale, again with 5 being the highest. What is your confidence of cash?
I'm a 5 on this, man, right? He just has to stay healthy. Last year, he had a shoulder injury really the entire season. Dak only played 8 games. He was catching balls from Cooper Rush, and he still caught 101 balls, had 1,194 yards, so he would have went under this number. But look what he did 2 years ago, 1,749 receiving yards and 12 touchdowns. And that was the year where Brian Schottenheimer took over as play caller. Dak led the league in passing touchdowns. I think that could be the case again this year. You know, even last year, man, among 85 qualifying wide receivers with a bum shoulder and bad quarterback play, 15th in target share, 12th in receiving yards per game. And now he has a healthy Dak and George Pickens on the opposite side. So I think this number is short, even at a big number for CeeDee Lamb. I think it's closer to 1,300, 1,400 yards for him this year.
Yeah, man, I would go to 5 too. Hell, I crank it to like 6 if that's an available number that we could pick. I mean, this is as close to the G and the L word as you could possibly get. I cannot believe this is plus money. BetMGM is saying, here's our money. Take it. Take it. We don't like it. We don't want it. Stuff your pocket. CeeDee Lamb, all he's got to do is play 16 games. That's it. He can miss a game. And I still think he gets there. You look at Mike Clay's projection, 1,436. We just see 1,250 to cash, folks. Probably going to get upwards of 160 targets. He averaged 10.1 targets per game last year. Now, he may give up, surrender a few of those at George Pickens, but they could be, very appreciable and efficient looks from Dak Prescott. He was number 22 in air yards. He was number 5 at total yak. He was number 18 yards per route run. He was number 4 in route wins. And this defense blows, folks. They are going to be rancid. That's going to pump up the volume for CeeDee Lamb. Yeah, he's got to get to 1,250. I like that at plus 105. Let's go to Malik Neighbors. Another team with a lot of question marks, especially on the offensive end, not so much defensively. With the G-men, what is your confidence to cash on that 1.5 being the highest, that he gets a 1,250 yards? It is plus 125 if he does.
3 out of 5, right? 1,200 receiving yards his rookie season, with not such great quarterback play. I actually kind of like the quarterback situation a little bit better, even if it's Russell Wilson for 5 games, Jameis for a couple games, Jackson Dart to evaluate him for a couple games. Last year he was 1st in target share, 7th in receiving yards per game. Another year now in the Mike Kafka, Brian Daboll offense. The reason I can't go 4 out of 5, 5 out of 5, I think the defense, especially that pass rush, is going to be pretty good. And injuries can happen. And, it's not the best quarterback situation. But I do think Neighbors is balling out this year, man. I know some people are being cautious with him. I think it's going to be another monster season if he could stay healthy, no matter who the quarterback is. He's just a great player.
3.5 for me. I think Malik is going to make you some money. I do. I'm not supremely confident like CeeDee Lamb, but I think this is worth a wager, especially the sexy juice there at plus 125. Clay's kind of predicted for 169 targets, 107 receptions, 1,421 yards, and 8 touchdowns. Strength of schedule is the worst for fantasy wide receivers. He's going to be peppered with targets, and he just wins in mano-a-mano situations. He was number 18 in total route wins last year, number 11 in total yak, number 5 in total deep ball targets, number 4 in total air yards. I think a lot of those unrealized air yards last year are going to be realized because Russell Wilson throws a damn good moon ball, and it could be magical at times this year. Russell to Malik Neighbor, so I think he gets there. What about A.J. Brown? He getting down for him to get to 1,250 yards at plus 180. What is your confidence to cash on 5 scale, again 5 being the highest?
I love A.J. Brown, man, but I'm only like a 2 out of 5 here just because every year he's beat up, and I know he plays through a lot of these injuries, but he's already not practicing today with a hamstring injury. And last year, Philadelphia finished with the fewest passing attempts in the NFL, 448. He's great. He was second in target share, and I would expect actually that passing rate to go up a little bit. Kellen Moore's gone as the play caller, but Saquon's still there. Jalen Hurts is still there. Devontae Smith is still on the other side. So I'm a 2 out of 5. Great player. Definitely not going to bet the under, but I definitely wouldn't bet the over or bet him to have 1,200 either.
I'm going to go 1.5. I'm not remotely touching this, to be honest with you, because, I've been burned by A.J. Brown so many times with those constant Nixon scrapes that he gets in game. He tries to fight through it. He tries to gut it out, but he'll miss a quarter or 2 or 3 here and there, or full games every once in a while. I know what happened most often last year. I know Clay's got him at 1342 in terms of yardage. But you're right. This is the most run-heavy team in the NFL. That's not going to change. He was only number 24 in total air yards here, 39 in deep ball targets. Here's what's crazy. He was 76 in route win percentage. A.J. Brown, who's supposed to be one of the best downfield game. Hard pass for me for him to get to 1,250 receiving yards this year. I don't own any shares of him anywhere in about the 10,000 fantasy league drafts that I've already participated in. So strong avoid for me. All right, what we can't avoid is a break. We got to pay the bills here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're doing another round edition of Fade or Follow. Tonight's subject, quarterbacks. Are they going to throw for 30 or more passing touchdowns? All at significant plus odds. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you miss the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
it is gone!
No way!
It is gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brian the Big Noise with you. Ryan Horvat alongside me. The bar here on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. And you know what? I feel like I'm still a little bit parched. The bartender, give me another pour. Your boy needs a drink. I'm making an añejo neat. A pour. Thank you very much. Here is a fat tip. Folks, we're going to be sipping down some more conversations that pertain to fantasy football and, of course, sports betting as well. We're all about hybrid conversation here on BetMGM tonight. We're all about gaming all the time, and gaming is far more encompassing than just betting. It also covers fantasy this time of year. We know a lot of you are studying up for your fantasy football drafts, maybe this weekend, next weekend, the weekend after. So you're preparing your thoughts, your minds, and your cheat sheets for one of the most important days of the calendar year. And we are here to help. And we're highly accessible. If you want to contact us, just pick up the phone and dial us, fools. 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. I also a poll on X or the Twitter that speaks to the fantasy football audience. I'll read it to you right now. Hey, failures happen in fantasy all the damn time. Among current first-round picks per 12-team ADPs, who is the biggest risk? Again, the biggest risk this fantasy football draft season. Is it Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Christian McCaffrey, or Ashton Genty? So far, over 230 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Quick scoreboard update. We got some pretty thrilling baseball games going on right now. 5-4, Miami Marlins, bottom of the seventh inning. Washington's suddenly got the lead against Philadelphia, heading in the bottom of the ninth. Actually, the game's over. Just went final. Washington wins 3-2. Over Mets, have not squandered the lead, and Bryce Elder was actually decent tonight. 3-2, they have the lead over the Atlanta Braves in the top of the eighth. The Tigers have come back and tied it in the top of the sixth inning in Minnesota. Got one man on first base and one out. It is 3-3 between Tigers and Twins. And also we got Arizona already up 3-0 on the Rockies. A 3-run homer by our Lotus and Savior, Mr. Gurriel, to get that going. All right, we actually have a caller that just dialed in. Again, you can do the same thing. 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Tom, dial those magical numbers. Tom in Pennsylvania, welcome to BetMGM tonight. How can we help?
Hey, it's great to talk to you guys. So I have a question about fantasy drafts, and I was just wondering what your strategies would be for when you're doing a best ball draft as compared to, a regular standard draft. Things to key on, things to look for that you might do different, or, just basic strategies for that.
Yeah, excellent question. For a lot of people that may not be familiar, best balls are all the rage right now. And I have a friend who's done like, I don't know, about roughly 550 of those damn things. So what you're looking for, obviously you want to have depth at every single position. You got to have a multitude of guys, a quarterback, running back, wide receiver, a tight end, because injuries happen. And obviously, if you only have one quarterback in that kind of format in a standard league, you might be able to ride with him and be like, oh, don't worry about it. I'll just find somebody off waivers in my 10-team league or my 12-team league. That don't work in best ball. You got to have a backup plan. In some cases, sometimes three, because the injury imp is always running amok in the fantasy football community. So, again, you're always looking for values that, are going to fall to you. You're not necessarily concerned about strength of schedule. You're not concerned about the week in, week out. You're looking at the overall big picture. Guys who you feel are going to perform supremely statistically over the entirety of the season because, again, it's best ball. It's set it and forget it. You draft a team and you let it ride the entire year. But bar none, the top rule in that kind of format is drafting for depth. Horvat, have you participated in any best balls at all?
I have, yeah. I always try to take as many wide receivers as possible, right? Like 3 wide receivers in my first 6 picks, 3 wide receivers against 2 running backs. I usually prioritize getting the receivers early. I think that's important, right? It's hard to fill 3 roster spots with reasonable scores week to week, let alone with good scores. So, especially now with this crop of receivers, man, that's usually the way that I do it, and then try to get good value at the running back position a little bit later. Rookies, but I don't know, man, because these rookies are flying off the board now. Marion Hampton, Ashton Genty, but I usually go top heavy on wide receivers for sure.
Yeah, even RJ Harvey, his value is really climbing. Travion Henderson, who you've been mentioning off air, his value is skyrocketing right now. I mean, those guys are all the bee's knees. So good luck to you, Tom, in Pennsylvania. Great question there. And again, depth, and I kind of agree with Horvat. I'd really be focused on wide receivers because most of the elite guys, they have supreme high floors, and your bust rates at that position pale in comparison compared to, say, running back, which is one of the most injury-prone positions in all of fantasy football. All right, with that put to the side, again, you can always call us in if you got any questions, 833-732-3875, 833-732-3875. But right now, we got to get to another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM tonight.
All right, here's how this little game works. And the subject tonight is quarterbacks who may or may not throw for 30 passing downs this year. All plus money options. Going a little bit further down the ladder there at BetMGM. I mean, yeah, you could bet on this at the King of Sportsbooks, so take advantage of that. So I'm going to toss out a player name. I'm going to toss out the juice associated with that player. And then I'm going to ask Horvat a simple question. You're going to fade or follow that NFL quarterback throwing 30 touchdowns this year. So let's go ahead and dive in with possibly the shining star of Jerry Jones's Dallas Cowboys, and that being the Dak attack, Dak Prescott. He is plus 160 to throw for 30 passing touchdowns this year. So I ask you the question, Horvat, are you going to fade or are you going to follow on Dak?
I'm going to follow this one all the way to the bank. We got Dak leading the league in touchdown passes. Brad at 15-1. He could throw 40 this year. He's 1 season removed from leading the league in passing touchdowns. And the Cowboys have scored 65% of their touchdowns over the last 2 years through the year because they spent a ton of money on Ezekiel Elliott the last couple of years. So now the running back room, man, is rough. So I think Dak, as long as he stays healthy, balls out, throws 4,000 yards, 35 touchdowns. And I know that there's this knock that he's always hurt. He's played 16 or more games in 6 of his 9 seasons, man. So I'm really high on Dak this year, especially with a healthy CeeDee Lamb. And on the defensive side of the ball, I'm not very high on the Cowboys defense. Last year gave up a bottom 5.8 yards per play. I don't know what Trayvon Diggs has left in the tank coming back from another significant injury. So I think they're going to be in a lot of shootouts. Love Dak over 30 touchdown passes this year.
Yeah, look, I think Dak Prescott getting George Pickens is like drinking 4 Locos in a row. Bang, 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 and bang. You want a jolt? I think that's going to be like a caffeine high, to say the least, and whatever else is in Four Locos. But I think he's going to throw 30 passing touchdowns. Look, I was in the Kings Classic draft in Canton, Ohio over the weekend, and I bought him for $12 in the auction format, and confidently so, because I think he's going to get to that threshold where he was, as you mentioned, 2 years ago when he had 36 touchdowns that season. I remember he's still in limited action last year, 8 games played before the hamstring tore off the bone. He completed 51.5% of his red zone attempts. That's actually outstanding. And he didn't have George Pickens, who is going to score on some of those long-range throws. And he got CeeDee Lamb, Jake Ferguson as well. And you mentioned it, too. That defense, no bueno. It's got to really crank the opportunities, and he's going to be in catch-up mode a ton this year. Dak, one of my favorite quarterback values in fantasy this season. Let's go to J.J. McCarthy. Is that J.J. to J.J. Justin Jefferson combination going to be dynamite? McCarthy plus 200 to get the 30 passing touchdowns. So I ask again, Ryan Horvat, fade or follow?
I got to fade this one. I think JJ is going to have a pretty good year, but, you know, it's really his rookie year, his redshirt rookie year, because last year he had the knee injury, and we probably wouldn't have seen him anyway because Sam Darnold was damn good. But remember what CJ Stroud did his rookie year? He was magnificent, but he threw 23 touchdowns, 5 picks. Jaden Daniels last year, quarterbacked the team as a rookie to the NFC Championship game, 25 touchdowns. He did miss a couple games. I think like 25, 26 is about the range, 28, for JJ. I would need a better number than 2-1 because I have a hot take, Brad. I think there's a good chance Jordan Mason scores double-digit touchdowns, 15 touchdowns. Ooh. I might bet, if I could find the market, Jordan Mason to lead the league in touchdown runs this season. So I think JJ balls out, but I don't know about 30 year one.
Oh, man, that is a scorching hot take on Jordan Mason,
yes.
Who is a bit of a bowling ball and a guy that does get appreciable yards after contact per attempt. Is that terribly hot take? I mean, you're not habanero hot. You're not ghost pepper hot. On the Scoville scale, that's kind of mid-range, quite honestly, because I could see that, coming to fruition. Yeah, I'll slightly fade McCarthy. He's got to flirt with 30 passing touchdowns. I think he's got to finish somewhere in like the 26 to 28 range, but just shy of what is needed. Remember at Michigan in his championship year, he was number 5 in adjusted completion percentage, really working on arm slot release throughout training camp in the preseason. He's going to exceed expectations. I think he's a nice value, quarterback 14 in average drafts, but I don't think he's going to get to 30 passing touchdowns. What about Bo Nix? A rookie sensation. As he got a slump, though, in year 2. It is plus 210 for Nix to throw for 30 touchdowns this year. Horvey, fade or follow?
I don't think that he's going to slump, but I think it's going to be closer to 22 to 24. So I would have to stay away from this. I actually kind of like the under on his regular number at 24.5. They go out. They use second-round draft capital on R.J. Harvey, who we're both really high on. They sign J.K. Dobbins, who I think gets the early down looks. And then they have a really good defense. So I don't think they're going to be in a whole lot of shootouts. And they themselves are projected right now, when injuries could happen, to play a top 10 most difficult schedule of pass defenses this year. And now there's a whole year of film on them. And so I'm going to go under. In fact, I bet the under at 24.5. I think he has a fine season. He's going to use his legs too, but I don't think he gets to 30 this year.
No, I don't think so either. I think, top of the possibility of range of outcomes for him is like 27. Maybe 26 in the bitter end. Strength of schedule, number 13 among fantasy quarterbacks. Not terrible by any stretch of imagination. He was only number 20 in just completion percentage last year, but he was number 3 in red zone rating. So a guy that certainly with those long drinks of water, you have Pat Bryant, who is that long drink of water with Cortland Sutton. Some of the guys, Devon Vele on roster, Evan Ingram there as well. He's got big weapons, but they will run, and he will call his own number on occasion on the ground. So I don't think he quite gets to 30 passing touchdown, but I do believe he will be a top 10 fantasy quarterback this year. What about Brock? Ain't he so purty? Plus 240 for him to throw for 30 passing touchdowns here in 2025. Fade or follow?
I'm going to follow this one, man. I bet some Brock Purdy 28-1 to win the MVP, right? Threw for over 4,000 yards during the Super Bowl run. Last year, he missed 2 games. He was hurt. The whole team was hurt, and he still threw 3,864. And I think the touchdowns will be there because you have a healthy McCaffrey. Eventually, Brandon Ayuk will be back. Ricky Pearsall, he's going to be healthy this year, and it's year 2. We both like Juwan Jennings. He just has to stay healthy. And I really like the way that they close out the schedule. I'm higher on Arizona, but it's that defense, the Panthers, the Browns, the Titans. Hey, I love Brock Purdy this year.
Yeah, totally agree. He was number 10 last season in a down year in red zone completion percentage. I think he reaches that great value at 240. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back, more fantasy conversations. We're talking about round 10 ADPs, maybe guys that could be a nice value in your draft. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to the madness. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're going to rock and roll through another edition. You spin me round, round, baby, round, round, like a record, baby, round, 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 round. We're in round 10 tonight of our fantasy football ADP breakdowns. This is a really interesting round. Full of guys with some injury concerns and some other guys with just consistency concerns. And there is some upside, to say the least. So we're going to be breaking down the likes of Justin Fields and Darnell Mooney and also Drake May. So some quarterbacks going for the wait on a quarterback crowd. This might be the round for you in your fantasy football exercises. Have many of you already partaken in? Maybe you have a draft coming this weekend. In the next couple of weeks, we're inching ever so closer to the peak fantasy football draft season, which means you have questions. You have decisions to make on some of the keepers. You have to strategize overall based on where you're selecting, and we are here to help. So if you got any fantasy football questions, you want to talk sports betting with us and college football futures, NFL futures, MLB, or the WNBA, simple way to engage and interact with Horvat and I. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. Again, 833-732-3875. Dial us. We'll have a little chat. We'll help you out. And hopefully you'll be stepping in the right direction into your fantasy football draft. Quick scoreboard update. Again, we've had some great games of baseball tonight. Washington won 3-2 over Philadelphia. Cleveland now expanding their lead, about to put the finishing touches on the Miami Marlins, up 9-4 late in that one. Detroit all tied up still with the Minnesota Twins. I'm sweating out. Tariq Skubal, is he going to come out and get me an out? That's all I need to cash in on the over 18.5 outs. It is 3-3 in that game. And Arizona doing things that everybody does against Colorado Pebbles, which is pulverizing them. They're up 5-0 so far in the top of the third inning. Lourdes Gurriel with a 3-run homer, and Jose Herrera a 2-run shot. So a pair of bombs there in the thin air of Coors Field. Arizona up 5-0. Top of the third inning. All right, we got to get after it, though. More spin me round. Again, we're in round 10 of half-point PPR exercises. These are guys that are typically going to this juncture in the draft. And let's start off with the guy we talked about. We had Antoine Staley on the show earlier tonight. He writes and covers the New York Jets for the New York Daily News. By the way, if you missed that interview, you can always go back and listen. Excellent insights. He had a really deep sleeper that he shared with us as well that can maybe, pay some dividends for you well into the 11th hour of your fantasy football draft. So you can always go back and listen at your leisure to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. And he also talked about this dude, former Chicago Bear, Justin Fields, quarterback 14 is ADP, 113.20 overall. He's a guy that could definitely finish well inside the top 12 quarterback ranks this season because of that duality. Horvat, what are your thoughts on Fields as a Jet?
Yeah, I don't know how good the Jets are going to be as a team, but I've talked myself into Fields as a fantasy option again this season, man. I think as long as he plays the majority of the games, 80% of the games, he could be a top 10 quarterback, right? He's finished inside the top 10 in fantasy points now over the last 3 seasons. He was QB7, QB9, QB5. Last year, only 6 starts for Pittsburgh before they lost their minds and brought in Russ Wilson, but he was quarterback 7 in fantasy points and averaged 9.2 carries, 38.5 rushing yards per game. As long as he stays healthy, I know that there was some worry when that toe injury popped up and thought he was done for the year. Turned out it was just a minor injury. So as long as he's out there, man, and healthy, I think he could be a top 10 quarterback. So at quarterback 12, I think you're getting good value because of his rushing potential. And I know he doesn't have the best arm, but he's got some decent weapons in Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall, catching balls out of the backfield, Mason Taylor, who we both like. So I think that he is a steal at quarterback 12, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I actually quarterback 14, so even
14,
more
yeah.
steal in your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got him at, I think, 12 right now at thegamingjuice.com. By the way, you can go to that free site, check out all my fantasy football rankings and fresh content I post every single day at thegamingjuice.com. Yeah, I totally agree, man, on your viewpoint. Mike Clay's got him projected for 3,398 passing yards, only 17 passing touchdowns. But that's not where he makes his hay. He makes his hay on the ground. 823 rush yards is a projection with 7 rushing touchdowns, a quarterback 11. Yeah, the strength of schedule is daunting. The second worst in the NFL for fantasy quarterbacks. But remember, going back to 2023, the last time we saw a large chunk of him as a starter, he was number 5 in the NFL in fantasy points per dropback, and a respectable number 13 at deep ball completion percentage, respectable number 17 in red zone completion percentage. They're going to run a ton in New York in this Inkstron offense, but that is a beautiful combination in music to the ears of people that are investing in field. So definitely buy him with supreme confidence, reteaming with his boy at Ohio State and Garrett Wilson. All right, let's go to Javonte Williams. Goes from Denver, a disappointment there. Now a member of the Dallas Cowboys. Not a ton of competition, though Jaden Blue could push him. We'll see. Remember, Rico Dottle is out of the equation now in Carolina. RB 36, 115.47. Are you all interested in the artist formerly known as Juggernaut Javonte?
Yeah, running back 36, man, I am interested, actually. I think he should be closer to running back 33, running back 32, right? Just because of the rest of that backfield. I don't know who's going to emerge and be the guy. You know, it's Miles Sanders and it's Jaden Blue. And we both like Jaden Blue, but he's a rookie. He has to stay healthy. He has to learn the offense. Last year, you know, he was just beat up, man. But when he's healthy, he could break tackles. I think he could be a solid running back 3. So I think at 36, you're getting a little bit of value with Javonte. Could lose his spot, you know, but I see he's seeing more reps with the starters. I think at least for the first couple weeks, he's the guy. He's running back 1. So I think pretty good, decent value, I'll say. Not good, decent.
Yeah, strong pass for me. I'm not remotely interested. Look, I was a heavy investor in him as a member of the Denver Broncos, and he let me down. I was getting like Monty Ball vibes off of him, to throw a throwback name that, really peed in my Cheerios way back in the day in the world of fantasy football. Now, Clay's got to project for a decent stat line. 803 rush yards, 7 rushing touchdowns, 48 catches, 335 receiving yards, and 2 receiving touchdowns. Got an RB 28. Get his price tag right now, RB 36. But I think Jaden Blue's a threat. I know he's been dealing with a bruised heel, but that guy's got a lot of juice, a lot of explosiveness in the legs. I think he's going to be siphoning off touches as the year drags on. And the other thing about Javonte, man, he had a miserable secondary analytic profile. 55 in yak per attempt last year, 42 in missed tackles forced. Barf, and bleh, more barf. Not a fan of Javonte Williams. And big, or really it's got to be little D. There's not going to be a whole lot of defense in Dallas this season. What about Drake May? My buddy Claudia Bellafato, talks about this team on NBC Boston. She loves Drake May this year. He's a quarterback 15, 119.03 is the ADP. Are you, like Claudia, buying what May is selling? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I like him at quarterback 15. I think, honestly, he could be a top 10 quarterback. I mean, last year, his offensive line belonged in the CFL. His top 2 pass catchers were Demario Douglas and Hunter Henry. You know, I know Stephon Diggs is 31 and coming off an ACL injury, but I bet the over on his receiving yards. You get Williams, Kyle Williams as well, Matt Collins, the offensive line they spent some money on. And you have Josh McDaniels now calling the plays. Talked about this the other night. I bet the over on his rushing yards. He could average 40 rushing yards a game, have double-digit rushing touchdowns, and throw over 3,000 yards. So I'm pretty high on Drake May year 2.
Yeah, look, I don't think he's going to slump. I think you're going to see a modest gain of his statistical output from last year that we saw, in limited opportunities as a starter. He's got the 11th easiest fantasy quarterback projected strength of schedule, a respectable number 17 in fantasy points per dropback last year. He was a guy who was really effective as a red zone passer. He was number 11 believe it or not, and red zone completion percentage. So that's encouraging. And the ground usage. Now, he said, look, I'm going to try to scale back the amount of times I'm going to run. Nah, bro, that's stamped on your DNA. I know who you are. You're going to see an opportunity, a lane. You're going to tuck. You're going to run. And you're going to take advantage of the moment. So I think he's a guy that could easily get well north of 500 rush yards, maybe get you 4 or 5 rushing touchdowns. If he gets there with the 20-plus passing touchdowns, again, the player prop at BetMGM is 19.5 in pass TDs. I think he's going to go definitely over that. Yeah, put all together, he could certainly be in that back-end quarterback one conversation when it's all said and done. What about Christian Kirk? Wide receiver 51, 120.11, former Jag, now Texan. Are you at all interested in him at that price point?
I'm not, to be honest, man. I did read some reports or see some reports that he could be like the safety valve for CJ Stroud. I really, I want to see the rookies from Iowa State, but the only guy I want really is Nico Collins, to be honest with you, man. I just worry after the last 2 years, is he able to stay healthy? When he was weeks 1 through 8, the numbers weren't terrible, about where, they have him right now in the 50 range. But I just worry about him staying healthy. So at that price, I'm staying away from Christian Kirk.
Yeah, I'm definitely giving a stiff arm. I know he was number 2 in route win percentage last year, 12 and ADOT. Clay's got him at wide receiver 72 with his projection. I think it's about right. And why the hell is he going at wide receiver 51? That's head scratching. I have nothing good to say about Christian Kirk. Don't want him. I'm moving on.
Yeah.
Darnell Mooney, dealing with a ding wing. Hopefully he'll be ready to go by week 1. We shall see. His value is really plummeted here. Wide receiver 52, 120.14. As a result, do you think he's a value buy at this current moment in time?
Yeah, at 52, I'll buy low. I'm high on that offense, right? And I know, like you said, he's dealing with this shoulder injury. He's going to be reevaluated in a few weeks. Maybe you're stashing him. But last year, it was the second wide receiver 3 finish of his career, I believe. He was wide receiver 34. You have Drake London on the other side. I think that actually helps him out. Last year, he had a 19.6% target share, averaged over 62 receiving yards per game, 29th best in the league. And now you have Michael Penix taking over, and he's going to look to push the ball down the field a little bit more than Kirk Cousins, and he's able to move around a little bit. So I think at that value, you're getting a little bit of a steal if he could stay healthy and if this shoulder injury doesn't turn out to be anything that lingers all season long.
Yeah, here's the positive, folks. He was wide receiver 34 last year in fantasy points per game. He's got the 10th easiest fantasy wide receiver strength of schedule. He was number 10 in total deep ball targets. He was number 32 in expected fantasy points per game, and he was number 28 in total route wins. All very encouraging. So, and the other good news is this. I think he's a premium discount buy right now. A lot of leagues have IR spots. So you can draft him at this point in the draft in the middle of, round 10, and then you'll pick somebody up off waivers off the draft they can just sit on until he gets healthy. That's the beauty of it because he qualifies for IR right now. So Darnell Mooney, definitely an investor. I love this price. Ton of upside. May have to wait, let it simmer, but by week 5, week 6, he could be firing on all cylinders. All right, let's wrap it up with Justin Herbert, quarterback 16, 120.37. Damn, that Chargers offense is conservative.
Yeah, they are conservative, but at 16, I think you're getting a little bit of a steal here, man, right? Like he was quarterback 14 last year. You worry a little bit about him losing his starting tackle in Slater, but I'm a little high. I mean, I bet high on Herbert, that is. I bet him to win the MVP at 20-1. I mean, I wish the weapons are what they are. Like I like McConkey. You got a lot of young players there, but last year he was 7th in passing yards per game, 6th in yards per attempt, 4th in CPOE. So, at that price point, I'll buy in. I see him closer to like the 11-12 range.
Yeah, look, I think he's appropriately priced. At this point in the draft, I wait on a quarterback. He's the best available option. Sure, I'll invest. I mean, Clay's got him at 4,206 passing yards, 25 passing touchdowns. He could run for like 300 plus. That's kind of the overlooked part of his game. He's a very mobile quarterback and advantageous, opportunistic in those moments when the heat is dialing up and the pressure is mounting. He could take off. Now, Clay's got him at quarterback 13. I think that's aggressive. He only had 29.6 passes per game last year, but he was number 5 in total deep ball targets. Number 15 in fantasy points per dropback. It's about right. It's the red zone downside with him. They don't throw the ball a ton inside the 20. They run some more. Great support for Amari Hampton, and why you and I are so high on him. And I think everybody in the fantasy community is high on Hampton, but I think it's going to come at the cost and the expense of one Justin Herbert. All right, we got to take a little CS here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to review our cards this evening. Man, my picks absolutely stink. How bad? We're going to find out. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to the madness. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat slugging back the love juice on this hashtag Tequila Thursday with your boy. We're going to be reviewing our cards here momentarily. I need to roll and smoke mine, quite frankly. We're going to be covering a couple other important news and notes that made the rounds today in the National Football League, and what are the repercussions as a result in the world of fantasy football. Speaking of fantasy football, phone line still wide ass open, and we would love to hear your fantasy hot takes or questions. If you have any for us, by all means, pick up the phone and dial those fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, wherever pole dancing. Poll question of the day. Let me go and shut that down right now. It was asking you this. Failures happen all the time in fantasy football. Among current first-round options in 12-team leagues, according to ADPs, who is the biggest risk? Again, biggest risk this season. Your options were Saquon Barkley of the Philadelphia Eagles, Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings, Christian McCaffrey of San Francisco, or Ashton Genty of Las Vegas. Officially, 237 votes cast. Horvey, who led the way and in convincing fashion.
I'm torn between, I was going to say Saquon, right, just because of the usage and the carries last year, but I'm going to go with Christian McCaffrey because nobody believes that the man can stay healthy, even though he's had injuries, and then every other year he plays 15 games. So I'm going to go with C-Mac.
Ding, 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 ding. Correct. Yeah, pretty obvious. Recency bias a hell of a drug, and people are like, oh, never again. He burned me last year with my number one overall pick. I cannot suitably, sensibly invest in his services in 2025. 56.1% of the vote was the CMC Football Factory. Next up, Ashton Genty. A lot of people fearful of what he did in the first preseason game. Give me a break, for crying out loud. Yeah, I had 3 carries, -1 yards. It was like a series and a half. Who cares? It's a preseason. It's all vanilla. We need to see a larger sample size. We saw plenty at Boise State. He didn't play at Bethune-Cookman, folks. Genty's going to be A-OK. 24.1% of the vote. Barkley, third. That would have been my guy. That's the biggest concern I have based on the volume and the history of guys coming off that kind of volume and what they do in their next campaign. A lot of downside there, 11%. Dead last, Justin Jefferson. People not too overly worried about the tender hamstring at 8.9%. We did have one comment let's see, it's from Blues Moko, who said Jefferson has an unproven quarterback and buku amount of receivers to steal touches. Really? Buku? Justin Jefferson doesn't have buku weapons around him. Hawkinson's there, sure. Jordan Addison suspended for 3 games. Give me a break. Jefferson's going to be fine. He's going to play. The only concern I have is soft tissue issues flare up. And, that is a drag a little bit, but it's understandable why he is last on list. By the way, did you see Christian McCaffrey today? Kyle Shanahan came out and said he was clocked at 25 miles per hour. 25 miles per hour. That's exceedingly fast. Folks, you might say, oh, yeah, that's rubbish. They're doctoring the stopwatch or whatever they're clocking with. I think he's going to be back, man. I think he's going to storm back with a vengeance. I know he had the bilateral tendonitis last year, had to go to Germany with the, experimental procedure. And people are just like, I'm not going to touch him as a result of that. There's just too much downside there. But Garindo's not healthy. What other competition does he have? And the other thing, too, is, Juwan Jennings is dealing with a calf injury. Brandon Ayuk is not going to be back until week 6. Ricky Pearsall could be a breakout performer. But McCaffrey, where he makes his money is at the goal line. Remember 2 years ago, he scored almost every single damn game of the year. His utilization inside the 20 was off the charts. And in the pass game, he may catch 85 balls. I am buying Christian McCaffrey as a top 5 fantasy player this year, and I have no reservations about it. How about you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. As a fantasy player, unfortunately, I wasn't able to get my hands on him, but I did bet the over on his touchdowns, over 7.5. You're getting good prices on him to have double-digit touchdowns as well. Offensive player of the year. Kyle Shanahan loves Christian McCaffrey. And like I keep saying, man, for San Francisco, this might be it. This year, maybe next year, they go all in to finally win that Super Bowl for Shanny. So I'm with you. You know what else? I think Brock Purdy might use his legs a little bit more, man. He's more mobile than he gets credit for. Last season, 66 carries, 343 yards, 5 touchdowns. None of those runs were called or designed. I'm thinking we might see some more read option stuff with Purdy. Not that he's like stealing yards away from McCaffrey. I'm still really high on McCaffrey, but it's just another reason why I love Purdy for fantasy purposes, man. I think that we might see him use his legs a little bit more this year. Hopefully he stays healthy, but I love McCaffrey. And let's not forget he's going to catch a ton of balls out of the backfield as well.
Yeah, and his wife's pretty. That helps.
Yes.
I think Christian McCaffrey has supreme confidence
awesome.
that he, that he's going to turn out a round 1 value in fantasy football this year. All right, there were a couple other headlines that jump off the wire today. Pewter Report said they would be shocked. Those are their exact words, not mine. That Chris Godwin didn't land on the PUP list to begin the season. Tampa opens the season weeks 1 through 4 at Atlanta, at Houston, against the Jets at home, and Philadelphia. Not the greatest schedule, but holy mother of the fantasy gods, Emeka Egbuka, who's been all the rage, all the buzz of Tampa Bay training camp and so far in the exhibition season. Are you all in? I think his value, he may be like a top 30 wide receiver a couple of weeks from now during the peak fantasy draft season.
Yep. And I loved Egbuka last year at the collegiate level, had 60 receptions out of the slot, which tied for the 23rd most in all of college football. And that's the thing. Why rush back Chris Godwin, right? You still have Jalen McMillan. You have Mike Evans, even though he's getting, he's another year older. He had another 1,000-yard season last year, even dealing with injuries. There's no reason to rush back Godwin, even if he was ready to go. So that's why I went under on his receiving yards at 700. And that's why at the right price, man, I want Egbuka. I think he's going to catch a ton of the balls out of the slot. And every time that Baker Mayfield, talks about him, his eyes light up too. So I'm really high on him, even as a rookie.
Yeah, I am too. So definitely good news there. Stay far away from Chris Godwin. I can't believe he's even going in the top 50 of wide receivers right now. But to invest handsome dollars in Emeka Egbuka and laugh your way all the way to the bank. And the other piece of news, Stu Jackson of Rams.com gave an injury update, straight from the mouth of Sean McVay, about Matthew Stafford and that bulky back issue. Quote, straight from McVay, probably a little bit of both, end quote, describing function and pain tolerance. That leaves me a little uneasy. How about you?
Yeah, a little uneasy, man. This is why I was so high on San Francisco and Arizona coming into the year, is just the age for the Rams. Like, I love Devontae. He's 32 years old, and it's Stafford. Stafford has to stay healthy, because if not, it's Jimmy Garoppolo. You could get by for 3 weeks to 4 weeks, maybe, with Jimmy Garoppolo, but I don't know about an entire season. And then behind him is Stetson Bennett. So they're going to need Stafford to stay fully healthy. I do think, he's a tough guy, man. He got the living hell beat out of him for a decade plus in Detroit. But that's my concern. And even if he is out there week 1, he's had like no reps all offseason long. I know he knows the offense, obviously. He knows Puka and Kyren and all these guys really well. And he's just a pro. But I'm really worried. If I'm a Matthew Stafford fantasy owner, or I have Rams futures, I'm starting to get really worried, man.
Yeah, I am too, man. Certainly raising the level of concern there on Stafford. All right, let's get to it. I don't know why, but let's talk about our cards tonight. How your top 3 picks looking? Mine is loser. Oh, Ketel Marte's doing something. Not quite a loser yet, but how about yours?
All right, so we had the under in Tigers Twins, and right now we're tied up at 3 in the 9th. I would love a walk-off 4-3 winner to win this bet by the hook. Skubal, not as great as I thought he was going to be tonight, so I'm hoping that that's a winner, but right now, not looking great. If it goes to extras, it's dead. Juan Soto, I know he had a single in his first at bat. I had him over 1.5 on the HRR. That game actually went final, and I kind of forgot all about the bet. He did not go over, so that is a loss. Never mind. Scores a run.
He did. He scored a run.
Yeah. So that's a winner actually on Soto. Didn't even notice. So that's a 1-1 start to the night. Last bet for me, it's a gross one. We got the Colorado Rockies over 4.5 on the team total. Should have just took the over in the game at 13 because it's already 7-0. But unfortunately, Arizona's done all the scoring. So we're going to need the Rockies to score 5 runs here. And I don't feel all that great about it. Sledgehammer special for me, Vikings to make the playoffs. I said plus 115. That's now minus 115, but I still like it. And the Commanders to miss the playoffs. I know everybody here locally is really high on Washington. Love Jaden Daniels, but I think that team takes a step back, man. Tougher schedule, not in love with the defense. And they got the Terry McLaurin situation going down right now. When does he show up for work? And I'm not as high on Deebo Samuel and that backfield. So under 9.5 wins on the Commanders.
All right, my terrible card tonight. Tariq Skubal, 8+ Ks. That didn't come through. Detroit still tied up at 3 on the money line. Doesn't matter. So, number 2, Kodai Senga, 2+ walks. He had 1. I don't even care about the second leg. A third one, Ketel Marte, over 2.5 total bags. He's got a double. I need a hit. And if I get a hit and it's only the 4th inning, plus 115. So hold on hope there. Parlay Pete took the night off. I did hit my sledgehammer. Tariq Skubal over 18.5 outs, went 7 innings. Nice. Mets did not hit seduced by the juice on minus 1.5 the run line. They only won. I actually lost by a run. So on that one, slim pickings tonight with the card. But thankfully tomorrow we'll have a full slate of Major League Baseball games to pick from and really break down. We're also going to be breaking down more American athletic teams. I'm going to be introducing a brand new segment in the NFL as well called Percentage Play. That's going to be a lot of fun. And 2, we're doing more fantasy. You spin me round and break down more bets as well. So make sure you tune in tomorrow and we'll talk more of your questions. Until then, adios, amigos. Rockies actually score a couple of runs, please.
There we go. That's what we need.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
begin.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
Presented by BetMGM. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark. The next 60 minutes, Ryan Horvat, will be solo talking a whole bunch of football. We got a great interview planned for you in about 20 minutes. And also, we got to hit some headlines because a couple different things have popped up today on the timeline, both in the National Football League, college football. My guy Mike Montgomery running video just threw at me this. I didn't even see this today somehow. The AP put out their 100 years of AP All-America football teams, who they think the best of the best are by position. And I'm going to throw this out there as a Notre Dame fan, as a homer. Notre Dame, guys, has the most AP All-Americans ever with 85. Alabama, number 83. So, greater sign, Notre Dame over Alabama. Ohio State, 79. USC, 77. Oklahoma, 75. Texas, 65. Michigan, 64. Nebraska, 54. Miami, 45. And Florida State, 43. So no big surprise. Of the 25 players on the first team, 5 won the Heisman Trophy, 21 are in the College Football Hall of Fame. So we'll get to that list coming up here. Some scores going around Major League Baseball right now. If you're betting baseball, I'm saying a prayer for you, man, because it's August 14th. College football is 8 days away, thank God, and grinding out baseball every day, it's just not for me anymore. But the Braves do win 4-3 over the Mets earlier tonight. The Braves were plus 153. The Braves just own the Mets the last couple of years, even though it's been a disastrous season for Atlanta. Huge expectations. A lot of people like them to win the division, and a lot of people like them to win the World Series. Not going to name any names. My co-host on Friday nights, Rob Brown, but he's also a Braves fan, so maybe that was just a homer pick. Anyway, they are not going to the postseason. They're not going to win the World Series, and they do beat the Mets tonight, though, 4-3. Washington, the Nationals, 3-2 winners over those Phillies. Cleveland wins earlier 9-4 over Miami in a rout. In a game that I want to forget, I wanted to tear my eyeballs out and my ears. Although, man, it was great listening to the call on 670. Shout out to 670 if you're listening right now out in Chicago. The great Pat Hughes. But the Cubs suck right now. 2-1 losers to the Blue Jays. Felt good about that game for about 2 hours and 20 minutes. But, again, they just can't hit. They can't score. PCA is in a terrible slump. He's probably going to be on the bench for a little bit here. 2-1 winners, though, the Blue Jays were today. They were minus 102 favorites. Total goes under 7.5 because the Cubs can't score runs right now. Way too much hype around the Cubs the last month, 2 months. I knew this was going to happen. I told everybody, pump the brakes on the PCA MVP bets. He's not winning MVP unless Ohtani is kidnapped, gets himself in some trouble, or, gets himself injured, which we don't like to talk about on this show. Now, all of a sudden, PCA can't hit. The Cubs can't hit. They can't score runs. They can't hit with runners in scoring position. The bullpen's been a mess. And today they get a good outing, and they blow it. 2-1 losers against the Blue Jays. All right, nobody cares. We move on. 3-3 out in Minnesota right now. I actually have the under in this game, so I'm hoping that we get a 4-3 walk-off winner. We're in the top of the 10th, though. 3-3 Detroit and Minnesota. Minnesota a favorite on the live line at minus 152. And Arizona beating the hell out of Colorado, as most teams do. The Rockies actually have been hitting lefties pretty well at home since June, but not tonight. 7-0 Arizona. WNBA action, none of that tonight. College football, like I said, right around the corner. I did place a week 0 bet. We talked about this last night. Right now, Kansas State, a 3.5-point favorite against Iowa State. Total in the game, 49.5. I bet the under last night when we got off the air at 50.5. It's down to 49.5. I still like it. Not getting a ton of value, but I think the total should be closer in English to 48.5. Iowa State has to replace their 2 top receivers from last year, both who are now members of the Houston Texans, and Jalen Noel and Higgins. And they do bring back their starting quarterback, Rocco Becht. But I think it's going to be a little bit of a learning process now with a new offense, a new wide receiver group. I think they're going to run the ball a little bit more. And Kansas State's going to run the ball a ton. That's why I bet Avery Johnson when he was 65-1 to win the Heisman. I still like it at 50-1. I think there's a good chance he rushes for over 1,000 yards, throws for 3,000. But they also have a really solid running back as well that averaged over 6 yards per carry. So I like the under in that game. And I like Kansas State, but now that it's over the key number of 3 and it's 3.5, I just like the money line, which the best price you could find right now is minus 155. The day's headlines, we've got to get to those here before we get back to that AP top 100 in college football history. This popped up on my screen, and I got to bring this to attention because I've been saying this now. Remember back in the day, you guys probably don't, like Addie, who's producing the show, Kenny, who's running the board out in Chicago, Monty. You guys are like a lot younger than me, which sucks for me. You have many, many good years ahead of you. But remember back in the day, people used to smoke cigarettes. I'm so disturbed and disgusted. Now, don't get me wrong, right? You have a couple Coors Lights or a couple margaritas, a couple cocktails, and you're a social smoker. That happens. But like, I went back home around Christmas time, and we went out to an establishment that we used to frequent when I was younger in my 20s. And I was hanging out with my buddies from high school and from college. And my friend's like, you want to go outside and have a cigarette? And I was like, people still do that? And that night, granted he was drinking, I think he smoked like an entire pack of cigarettes. Nothing disturbs me more than like you walk out of the gym, you walk out of Starbucks, and somebody just blows a big cloud of smoke right in your face. Now, some smoke with me is okay, but the cigarette smoke, disgusting. Gets in your hair, gets in your clothes, just disgusting. But I was having this discussion with one of my buddies a couple weeks ago. I feel like the younger generation, nobody really drinks anymore, right? Like when we were 21 in college, like 20s through the 30s, let's be honest, it was like an every weekend thing, binge drinking. This report just popped up. Drinking is out. Now, it is from Barstool Sports. Got to give them credit. Like, they need it. Alcohol consumption in the United States has dropped to 54%, the lowest in America since 1939. So people, especially the younger generations, are drinking less. And I wonder if alcohol is going to be like cigarettes. Like in 20 years, like when my kid is 20, 30 years old, like are people going to frown upon going to the bar, having beers while watching football? I don't know, but that report I thought was really interesting. Anyway, back to sports, what I get paid to talk about, some headlines. Now, I got to get on this AP thing. We were going to talk a little bit about the NFL, but Monty caught my attention with this, and I have not seen this, so I'm going to scroll down the list myself here, which always makes for great radio. But then again, it is a Thursday in August, and it's 10:07 p.m. on the East Coast. And there's not a whole lot of action going down right now in Major League Baseball. Still over a week away from college football. We do have 2 preseason NFL games to talk about. That's tomorrow night, though. So 100 years of AP All-America football teams. Here's who we think are the best. Like I said, Notre Dame has the most AP All-Americans ever. I hope they win a national title this year. Just a little side note. Oklahoma had the most AP All-Americans in 4 decades, in 4 different decades. The Sooners had the most AP All-Americans of any school. Alabama has been the most dominant, though, since 2010. So let's look at this list for the individual players. And let's go first team offense. The all-time AP All-America second team also in here as well. Let's scroll down a little bit, and let's look at the receivers, all first team. No complaints here from me. Wide receiver, Randy Moss, Marshall, 1997. That's how you guys know that I'm old. Like, I was watching those games with my dad. Granted, I was in grade school and I was young, younger than my son is right now. But I remember loving that Marshall team and even hating the Minnesota Vikings, being a fan of a rival team in the NFC North. I always loved Randy Moss. When he mooned the Lambeau crowd and Joe Buck went nuts, disgusting, disgusting. There's children watching this. That was top 10 greatest sports moment in my life. And I don't even like either. Like, I don't even like the Vikings. But Randy Moss was an absolute stud. Practice. We talking about practice. That was Allen Iverson, not Randy Moss. But I love Randy Moss. And a little fun fact for you guys, Randy Moss was also a great basketball player. In high school, he played with White Chocolate, Jason Williams. They were on the same high school basketball team. So there's a little fun fact for you. His quarterback at Marshall was Chad Pennington, who I also loved. But yeah, Randy Moss was a freak, man. I really wish, even though I hate the New England Patriots, hated that dynasty, love Brady, I really wish that undefeated team would have won that Super Bowl and beat the Giants. I know if you're a Giants fan, you hate that I said that, like if you're like Nick Costos, because it was a great year for you. Nobody expected it. One of the biggest upsets in NFL history. But Randy Moss deserves a Super Bowl ring. I know early on in his career, got in some trouble off the field, but turned out to be a great dude. And I'm glad that that health scare is behind him. He's back in the broadcast booth. I love Randy Moss, the player. Seems like a really cool human. I'm talking about the guy like I know him. But yeah, no issue with that. He, in my opinion, is one of the best, if not the best wide receiver of all time. Larry Fitzgerald, also on this list. Pitt, 2003, great NFL career. Played in a Super Bowl with the Arizona Cardinals. Also a really good golfer. Another fun fact for you guys, but no issue with Larry Fitzgerald. The guy was an absolute stud. Did it for over a decade in the pros. Love Larry Fitzgerald. The tackles, Orlando Pace, Ohio State, 95 to 96. And Bill Fralick from Pittsburgh, 82 to 84. I don't really remember Bill, but Orlando Pace was an absolute stud. I was really, really young for those years, though. Guards, if you guys care, John Hanna from Bama in 72 and Jim Parker from Ohio State in 56. Sound like my grandfather here. Tight end. This is a recent one. Brock Bowers, 2023. It's funny because when Brock Bowers got drafted, college football fans were like, man, this guy's a stud. You guys are getting a player. And like NFL fans were like, yeah, but can he duplicate what he did at the collegiate level in the pros? Turns out he had an even better season in the pros than he did that last year at Georgia. And he did it with crappy quarterback play. Now he has Geno Smith behind center. Ashton Genty's there. Pete Carroll's there. Chip Kelly's calling the plays. I have no issue with Brock Bowers being on the first team tight end list, even though he did just graduate 2023. Quarterback, Tim Tebow. No surprise, man. Multiple national titles. The first year that Florida wins that national title, you guys remember, he wasn't really the starting quarterback, though. It was Chris Leak. They used him in packages. They would do the jump pass thing on the goal line. Dude was like a glorified fullback, had a cup of coffee, won a playoff game in Denver. Also spent some time in the minor leagues with the Mets. I don't know why I'm talking about Tim Tebow like everybody listening right now doesn't know who the hell Tim Tebow is. But no issue. One of the greatest college quarterbacks of all time. Running backs, Barry Sanders, Oklahoma State, 1988. In my opinion, at least with my eyeballs, the best running back of all time. Retired really young, obviously, but was awesome in Detroit. You know, you wish you would have won a playoff game or they would have been able to make a run, but the Lions were a mess. Up until last year or 2 years ago. But Barry Sanders, first team all running back, and then Herschel Walker. So no big surprise there. Kicker, I love this. Sebastian Janikowski, Florida State, 1998 to 1999. That dude was a wildcat off the field. I think there was like a couple times where he just disappeared, didn't show up to practice or games. He had a boot on him. I remember Lane Kiffin. Remember when Lane Kiffin was the coach of the Raiders? I remember he had Janikowski kick like a 74-yarder, which he obviously missed. But man, that dude was insane on and off the field. First team defense, ends Hugh Green and Randy White. Tackles, nose tackle, Sue. Man, he was a stud at Nebraska. One of the dirtiest players ever. Hated that guy. Linebackers, Dick Butkus, Illinois, 1964. Bears. Derek Thomas, Alabama, 1988. Chris Spielman, Ohio State, 86 to 87. No issue with any of those guys. Never saw any of them play, though, because I'm not 50 years old. Charles Woodson, defensive back, Michigan, 96, 97. That's one of my favorite years of college football all time, that Michigan team. I love that Michigan team for some reason. Not even a Michigan fan. I'm a Notre Dame fan, but I love Charles Woodson, man. What a hell of a player he was. Goes on to win a Super Bowl, wins a Super Bowl in Green Bay, had a hell of a career with the Raiders before he even got to Green Bay, that second half of his career. But he was awesome, obviously. Won the Heisman at Michigan, and they won the Rose Bowl. That was the year they had co-national champs, though. Nebraska went undefeated. Michigan went undefeated, so they were co-national champs. That's why I'm so glad that we have the college football playoff. I'm so glad that we've moved on from the BCS and we just let the best teams play. What a great concept. Aside him on the defensive backs, Deion Sanders. Those are two great athletes right there, man. Charles Woodson, who could play both sides of the ball, and then Deion Sanders, who could play multiple sports, baseball and football. Florida State, 87 to 88. Safeties, no issue here. Ed Reed, the greatest of all time, in my opinion. Just a mean dude, great in coverage, great tackler. Miami 2001. And then Ronnie Lott, Southern Cal 1980. The punter, Torrey Taylor. Second team offense, let's run through these quick. Devontae Smith, Alabama in 2020, the Slim Reaper. Guy wins a Heisman, makes sense. Desmond Howard, Michigan, 91. Now a member of the ESPN panel on College Game Day. I love fading his picks and his takes, but a hell of a player. And was a member of the Green Bay Packers, that first Super Bowl run with, or the only Super Bowl for Brett Favre. Return to kick. Moving down the list really quick, the QB. This is a little surprising. Second team offense, Vince Young. I guess it makes sense. One of the bigger upsets in college football history. Beats that USC team with Matt Leinart and Reggie Bush and Lendell White and Clay Matthews. And then the running backs were Archie Griffin and Tony Dorsett. So really interesting. Check it out if you want to see more over on the AP. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we got some fantasy football coverage for you here on BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvat along for the ride on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're going to be rocking and rolling through some more college football talk in this segment, another edition of College Cash. And, we've already zipped through the power conferences. By the way, if you missed any of those breakdowns, you can always go back and listen at your leisure to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Subscribe, download, and go back in time and listen again at your convenience to the BetMGM podcast. So we're going to start focusing outside of those power leagues. We're done talking to Big Ten right now. So the SEC has been covered top to bottom. The Big 12, which is going to be Rock'em Sock'em Robots, highly competitive league this year. We even broke down the Mountain West and the ACC as well. So tonight, we're opening Pandora's box, which is the American Athletic. We got a 4-pack of teams, and we're going to be talking Tulane, Memphis, South Florida, and the Roadrunners of UTSA. So if you like trying to find some value in the world of college football, Ryan Horvat is going to give you his thoughts on the over the under. And of course, I'm going to be playing Numbers Nerd. I give it a little background on each one of those squads. By the way, if you want to talk college football with us, if you want to talk NFL futures, you want to talk MLB futures, WNBA futures, or my personal favorite, fantasy football. One of the busiest draft weekends of the season about to go down here in about 4 to 8 hours. Pick our brains. We're here to help with whatever fantasy draft or keeper advice you may need. Simple way to contact Horvat and I. If you are seeking exactly that, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You could also fire off your questions or comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Don't be shy. We are here to help, and we'll gladly do that gratis because that's how we roll here on BetMGM Tonight. All right, with that put to the side, it's time to get after it with another edition of College Cash.
It's time for chaos.
They're back now to the 30. They're down to the 20. All the band is out on the field.
It's time for tradition. It's time to make the College Cash.
All right. Again, go with the American Athletic Conference tonight. I got 4-pack of teams. We'll cover 4 more tomorrow. And then we're going to see what Monday brings in terms of the college football conversation. But a lot of values out there when you look outside of the power conference leagues. And we're going to talk about maybe 4 of those this evening. So let's start off with a green wave of Tulane. 8.5 is the win total, Horvat. The over right now, juicy, plus 125. The under at a minus 150. Give you a little bit of background. The numbers nerd here to play before Ryan gives his answer and breakdown. Tulane number 36, according to ESPN's Football Power Index. They're projected to win 9.4 games, well north of the 8.5 line right now. At BetMGM, they actually have a 24.3% chance of making the college football playoff. Strength of schedule number 86, so middle of the pack in the sport. And according to the analyst.com, projected number 36 ranking in offensive rating and number 58 ranking in defensive rating. So will they be the class of the AAC? Horvat, over or under 8.5 wins on Tulane? It is minus 150 on the under.
Yeah, so I actually lean under, man. I wanted to go over because I really like John Summerall. They won 9 games last year. He's back for year 2. They bring back both their offensive and defensive coordinator. They only lose their special teams coordinator. The problem was because it was another successful season for Tulane football, they got hit hard with the transfer portal. They lost their starting quarterback, Mensa, to Duke, and Duke paid $4 million for him, so he's a stud. They lost Mekhi Hughes to Oregon. They lost Alex Bowman to Miami. Rayshawn Pleasant to Auburn. So pretty much all their good players are playing for better schools now. They had a 4-man quarterback battle. I'm guessing it's going to be Jake Retzlaff, who left BYU kind of last minute. I do like him. They also have Brendan Sullivan from Iowa and Donovan Leary from Illinois. He left because he knew he wasn't going to get any reps there. Maurice Turner, and they got Mobley from Florida Atlantic. So they get a running back from Louisville and Florida Atlantic in the portal. So I think both of those guys, should be all right. The wide receiver room, though, is all new players. They have Omari Hayes from Florida Atlantic. They get Shackelford from Washington State, Jimmy Callaway from Louisville. So it's like a completely different team. And then on the defensive side of the ball, same thing. They get a defensive end, Santana Hooper from App State, and they get Jordan Norman from South Alabama. The reason I can't go over, right, I think they go 8-4 because right now I'm looking at their non-con schedule, and it's tough. They take on South Alabama on the road, which is a coin flip game. They should win that one, but then they get Northwestern, and I like Northwestern a little bit this year. They get Duke, and they get Ole Miss. So I think they go 8-4 this season. I would lean under on the Green Wave this year.
All right, juiced up, unfortunately, but not sky high at -150. So under lean with the Green Wave, not going to be much of a tsunami this year, according to Ryan Horvath. Let's go another team with a win total right now at 8.5, and that is the Memphis Tigers. Juicy under a -135 on that 8.5 win total number, +110 on the over. Little numbers nerd coming out to play here. Memphis, number 65, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, projected to win 7.9 games, so just under the 8.5. A 14.9% chance. You're saying there's a chance? Yeah, there's a chance of then making the playoff. Strength of schedule number 106, so one of the softer slates in the AAC. The Analyst.com forecasts him for number 56 in offensive rating, number 98 in defensive rating. So with all that info, Horvath, over or under Memphis, 8.5 wins. Again, choose the under. It's 135.
Yeah, I actually like Ryan Silverfield, their head coach. I believe he's 42-20 since he's taken over at head coach. Last year, on the offensive side of the ball, they were great. They averaged 445 yards per game and over 36 points per game, second in the nation in fewest turnovers, fourth in the nation at controlling the clock. But they lose a lot, man. They lose their starting quarterback, Seth Hennigan, who was a great college quarterback. He threw for over 14,000 yards and 104 touchdowns in 4 years. Now, Brendan Lewis should take over. He's in his 6th season. Spent his first 3 years, though, at Colorado, but he's only thrown 28 career touchdown passes. He's more of a dual threat quarterback. They also have a true freshman, A.J. Hill, that might end up playing. He's probably the better passer. They lose their leading running back, Mario Anderson. He's gone. Last year, 1,362 yards and 18 touchdowns. And they lose their backup running back, Brandon Thomas. So it's a rebuilt running back room. The wide receiver room, also, they kind of have to start over, man. They do get Jordan Thompson from Louisville, but he's a 6-year senior. I like them. I just worry a little bit about the defense. Like last year, they should have won double-digit games. The problem was their losses, they gave up a lot of points. They lost to Navy, and they gave up 44 points. They lost to UTSA because the defense gave up 36 points. Likely wins. They beat Chattanooga. They beat Tulsa. They beat UAB. I lean over. I just haven't bet the over because there's some 50-50 games. Tulane's a 50-50 game. Navy should be a loss, but they could win that game. At East Carolina, at Florida Atlantic. They play South Florida, and then in the non-con, they get Arkansas. They should win 9 games, but it's kind of a rebuild season, so I haven't bet it, but I would lean over on Memphis this year.
All right, leaning over on the Memphis Tigers. Let's go down the Sunshine State and talk South Florida. And the Bulls, a 6.5 is the win total right now at BetMGM. -115 on the over, -105 on the under. Numbers nerd says South Florida, number 68, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, projected to win 6.9 games this season. 10.2% chance to make the college football playoff. Number 68 in terms of strength of schedule, one of the harder slates in the AAC. The Analyst.com ho-hum rating in offensive and defensive rating. Number 90 is the projection and offensive rating. Number 91 is the projection and defensive rating. So putting that all together, USF over or under 6.5 wins. Again, a heavier juice on the over at a -115.
Yes, sir. And here's one where there's some action. I did bet this one a couple times. I really like them this year, man.
Okay.
So when
All
Charlie
right.
Strong left, they won. I bet their win total from 2015 to 2018. They made me a ton of money. And then they won 8 games from 2019 to 2022. But they made a great hire. I talked about him last night. Alex Golish, man. And finally, that offensive side of the ball the last 2 years has shown signs of life. They had 2 straight bowl wins. I think this is the year they could compete for the conference. They could win double-digit games. They bring back their starting quarterback, Byron Brown. He just has to stay healthy. Broke his leg in the middle of last year. When he's right, he's a really good playmaker, dual-threat quarterback. They also bring back the backup, though, Bryce Archie. He threw too many picks, but he's a solid backup just in case Brown does go down for a week or two. They got a lot of talent, man. The offensive line has to be better in pass protection. They're solid in run blocking. The defense last year was the issue. They were miserable at times. They finished 118th in the country in total defense. They gave up almost 30 points per game. But like most teams, they did hit the portal. Reason I like them, besides Brown being back healthy, the coaching staff, the schedule. They don't see Tulane and they don't see Army. So they do get a trip to Memphis and they play on the road against Navy, which should be a loss. I like Navy a lot. But they could win double-digit games, man. So I bet this a couple different times. I like the over on their win total this year.
All right, emphatic windmill slam dunk of the over on South Florida, 6.5 wins at a -115 juice. All right, the conversation tonight. UTSA, the Road Runners are going to be roadkill this year. 7.5 is the win total right now on BetMGM. Really juiced up on the over at -155, plus 130 on the under. Numbers Nerd says UTSA number 70, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, projected to win 7.1 games, just under the 7.5 line. 7.7% chance to make the college football playoff. Number 85. And strength of schedule, the analyst has a projection of number 89 in offensive rating and number 74 in defensive rating. With all those numerics dancing around your head, what is your take on UTSA over or under 7.5 wins? Again, juice the over at -155.
This is what sucks about these markets, man, is they're so caught up, right? Like everything's right on point, but I do think that they win 8 games. I bet this one as well. Also, for those wondering, this is my NCAA 25 team. I'm the head coach, Ryan Horvath of UTSA. Nice. I was a big fan of Frank Harris. He's gone. Now it's Owen McCown. Last year he was solid at times, but he just threw way too many interceptions. But they did have the nation's 11th best passing game. The offense was 12th in the country, so they could score points. They just, like every other team in this conference, struggle at times to get stops. But I don't know, man. I like what they did this offseason on the defensive side of the ball. So they should be a little bit better. Looking at the schedule, you get Texas State, which will be a revenge game because they got blown out by them last year. You get some 50-50 games. Army will be tough on the road against Charlotte, on the road against Colorado State, East Carolina, at North Texas, Rice, Temple, Texas State, and Tulane. But I think they'll beat up on Incarnate Word. Obviously, they'll lose to A&M and South Florida, but I think they win 8 games. I think they go just over the 7.5 total and win 8 games, go 8-4. So I do like UTSA, just like I like South Florida to go over their win total this year.
All right, taking UTSA over on 7.5 wins. All right, so to recap, Horvath is under 8.5 on Tulane and a -150 juice. He likes, though, kind of a slight lean. The over on Memphis, a plus 110 on 8.5 wins. His best bet of the 4-pack tonight, South Florida. He actually wagered on this on the over. Really flexes muscle on the 6.5 at a -115, and also likes the over on his college football video game franchise, and that is UTSA, 7.5 wins at a -155. Good stuff there. We'll have another 4-pack of teams tomorrow in the AAC, and I already got them outlined. We're going to talk Shiver Me Timbers, the Pirates of East Carolina, Florida Atlantic, the Owls, hooty-hoo, your Navy midshipmen, and we'll stick with the armed forces and talk the Army as well. Let's give you a scoreboard update because we've got a couple interesting baseball games real quick. The Nationals have seized a lead over the Philadelphia Phillies on the bottom of the 7th. They're up 3-2 right now. Atlanta now up on the Mets. Up now, rinse and repeat, 2-1, heading in the bottom of the 6th. And Tariq Skubal has looked very human and average. Giving up 3 earned runs in 3 innings. He is down 3-2 now, are the Tigers, trailing the Minnesota Twins, heading to the bottom of the 4th. All right, we got to take a little siesta. When we come back here on BetMGM tonight, confidence to cash, talking NFL wide receiver props. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark. Ryan Horvat with you for about 15 more minutes as we wrap up the show. We'll be back tomorrow to wrap up the work week on a Friday night talking fantasy football. We'll have 2 NFL preseason games and a whole bunch of Major League Baseball action, which actually begins tomorrow, 1:20 on the north side of Chicago, 2:20 here on the East Coast, as the Cubs look to get themselves right after another 2-1 loss today to the Blue Jays. Right now, the Cubs tomorrow, minus 200 favorites. How, you ask? Well, they're playing the Pittsburgh Pirates, who are 51-71 this season. It's going to be Colin Ray going for the Cubs, 4.09 ERA, going against Ashcraft for the Pirates, who's got a 3.19 ERA and a 3-2 record this season. Total in the game is 9. Haven't looked at the weather yet, but hopefully the Cubs could sweep the Pirates this weekend, although I don't feel all that great about it. Brewers tomorrow, they're going to start the Miz, 2.70 ERA. One of the better stories in baseball, unless you're like me and you're a Cub fan, then you just want this Brewers team to go away. But unfortunately, I don't think they're going away. It's like people used to say, the old adage, if you can't beat them, join them. What I did a couple weeks ago when it was still 15-1 was just bet the Brewers to win the World Series. Now that's all the way down to 9-1. Last night there was still some 10-1s out there, so maybe shop around. Or maybe just stay away, because I know the Brewers are a great regular season team, a good regular season team, and it seems like right now they can't be beat. But once we get to the postseason, do you trust Milwaukee? I keep hearing everybody say that, but I feel like people forget a couple of years ago, man, they were in Game 7 of the NLCS playing the Dodgers, and compare those two teams' payroll. So I know nobody wants to believe that the Brewers are good, but this team might just unfortunately be good. But big series for them and for the Reds. And the Reds are starting to get hot. That's the team that really concerns me right now in the Central. I've just kind of come to this agreement with myself, I guess, that the Brewers are probably going to win the Central. Now I just want the Cubs to have that top wild card spot. And looking at it right now in the National League, you got the Brewers leading the Central. They're 76-44, 10-0 in their last 10. They're on a 12-game win streak right now. Their run differential plus 159 this season. At home in Milwaukee, 42-20, and they're still 10 games above 500 on the road. So I've just come to the facts that they're a good team, man. They're 76-44 this season. The Cubs are right now in that top wild card spot by half of a game over the Dodgers. The Dodgers not winning that division would be crazy. At one point, they were like minus 1,200. I think they opened the season minus 900. And obviously on paper, they should have been big favorites. Their issue has been all their arms are hurt. Like, everybody in that rotation has got hurt this season. They finally get Ohtani back, but Glass now missed time. Eventually, when they're right and they're healthy, they're obviously going to be the team to beat. But right now, the Padres actually leading in the West. They're 69-52 this season. And that's the team that everybody was buying into. Rob Brown, Cody Decker, who we have on the show occasionally. You hear them on Saturdays, Bet for the Cycle. They both like San Diego, and we're betting San Diego features, and they still got some good prices out there. The Phillies lead in the East. They're 69-52 this season. But yeah, the 3 teams in the wild card race right now, you got the Cubs at 68-52, 4-6 in their last 10. They lose again today. You got the Dodgers, also 4-6 in their last 10 on a 4-game losing streak. The Dodgers are as well. Thought they were going to take care of business against the Angels. 68-53 this season. And then the Mets, who are also in a slump. 1-9 in their last 10, 2-game losing streak, and 64-57 on the season. The Reds, though, just hanging around, 64-58, a half game back. That's a big series for them this weekend against Milwaukee. And then the Cardinals won't go away. They're 3.5 games back as well. BetMGM Tonight, that's the name of the show. Looking at some scores from tonight. We got Arizona up 8-1 on Colorado. And that's it, live. Like I said, tomorrow the day starts with the Cubs. They're minus 200 favorites. I think they win the game, but I'm not laying minus 200 right now on this Cubs team that just cannot score runs and hasn't been able to produce runs since the All-Star break. Brewers, Reds, there's no line on the game yet. There's no price. There's no total, but it's the Miz. He's got a 2.70 ERA going against Martinez for the Reds. So I would expect the Brewers to be anywhere from minus 135 to minus 150 favorites in that game once that does get dropped. The Washington Nationals, you could tell them in football mode, because I almost said the Washington Commanders. Tomorrow, plus 145 dogs, taking on the Phillies. Phillies are going to throw Zach Wheeler. He's got a 2.68 ERA this season going against Mackenzie Gore and his 4.09 ERA. I know our guy Monty's excited for this one. I'm going to bet the under in that game. I'll go under 8. If I was off, I would probably make the 20-minute drive to go watch this one. Wheeler on the mound against the Nats, that game here in D.C. Also tomorrow, we get Jacob deGrom on the bump, 2.86 ERA this season, going against Chris Bassett. deGrom 10-5 this season, and you got the Rangers sitting there at 61-61, right at 500. There's a team where I thought that they were going to be competing for the World Series this year. They've let me down. Hopefully they could get hot. I'm ready to give up hope. Bassett this season, 11-6 with a 4.17 ERA. That one, first pitch at 7 p.m. So we'll have plenty of Major League Baseball action tomorrow night on the show. And then 2 preseason games. We will get the Atlanta Falcons, 4.5-point dogs. They actually take a little bit of money. Got up to 5.5. People out there are just wondering, like, who the hell is betting preseason football? A lot of people, actually. And people like Atlanta, and I like Atlanta. I like Atlanta more in the first quarter or the first half tomorrow, though, because we're going to see the starters. And right now, Michael Penix looking a little shaky at times in camp, we're hearing. Those are the reports. I do ultimately think that he's going to win that job, though, just because Kirk Cousins last year, granted he was coming off a devastating injury and he's another year removed from that torn Achilles, did not look good. Could barely move in the pocket. So I do think Penix ends up winning the job. We'll see him for a series or two. You get Bijan Robinson out there for a series or two. And I'm pretty high in Atlanta this season. I took a stab with them to win the division. I think Tampa Bay, they've won it the last 2 years. Baker's looked really damn good the last 2 years, especially last year. But now he's on his 3rd offensive coordinator in 3 seasons. They lost Dave Canales. He became the head coach of the Carolina Panthers. And then last year, Liam Cohen did an excellent job. Now he's the head coach of the Jags. So took a stab with Atlanta. We'll get a better look at them tomorrow. Granted, it's a preseason game, but they are 4.5-point dogs at home in Atlanta, taking on Tennessee. And we'll see Cam Ward, the number 1 overall pick, tomorrow for Tennessee. I don't know what to do with Tennessee. I think they're going to be more competitive this year. I found myself betting Tennessee way too much last year. They were legit the worst team against the spread, one of the worst teams against the spread. But, the talent, they're not the most talented team, let's be honest, right? But they were in every single game. The issue was Will Levis every single week would have a back-breaking interception or turnover, and it would always be meme or GIF-worthy because then he would be like laying on the ground with his head in the dirt. But now you have Cam Ward. I really like Cam Ward, right? It might take him a year or two to become what he's eventually going to be in this league, but I definitely like him way better than Will Levis, Mason Rudolph, really anything that's been in Tennessee since Ryan Tannehill. Total in the game tomorrow, 37.5. I lean under, but man, it's been a run of overs to start the preseason. These totals a little bit too low, but under in that one. And then we also get Kansas City taking on Seattle tomorrow. The Seahawks are at home in that game. It's going to be a little bit of a new look season, obviously, on the offensive side of the ball for Seattle because you replace Geno Smith, who's been there forever, with Sam Darnold, who balled out last year in Minnesota, till we got to the final couple games of the season, though. Then Sam Darnold didn't look as good, right? Like when they really needed him against Detroit and then in the playoffs. I just worry that that's the version of Sam Darnold that you might see this year in Seattle, because the one thing that he had in Minnesota last year, well, he had a lot of things in Minnesota, let's be honest. He had a really good offensive line and Christian Darrisaw at left tackle, but he also had Kevin O'Connell calling plays, coach of the year, Justin Jefferson on the outside, top 3 receiver in the league, Jordan Addison, and then eventually TJ Hawkinson. Aaron Jones had a pretty big year. I like Jackson Smith and Jigba, but I'm not in love with the Seattle offensive line. Outside the top 15 last year in pass protection, Darnold splits. He's a much better quarterback when he's protected. Geno Smith can make every single throw, even when he's under pressure. I'm not saying he's the best quarterback in the league, but I don't know how this works out for Seattle. I want to believe because I like Mike McDonald. Loved him as the defensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens a couple years ago. That was a historically good defense. And the Seattle defense should be good, especially the secondary. Love Devin Witherspoon out of Illinois. They can do anything from win 11 to 12 games to win 6 games. They're like the ultimate wild card in that division because I really like Arizona to make the playoffs. Plus 150 is the price you could still get on them. I like them over 8.5 wins. I do think San Francisco benefits from the easiest schedule in the league and getting Christian McCaffrey back healthy. Trent Williams is another year older, but he's still one of the better tackles in the league. George Kittle's 30 years old, but he just got a big contract. Only concern with San Francisco is the defensive side of the ball. But Robert Saleh's back, so that makes you feel a little bit better. Not a good head coach, obviously, as we saw in New York, but the guy could call a defense. The total in that one, 39.5. Kind of lean under on that one as well. So maybe a couple unders for me tomorrow, and we'll see how that goes down. Looking right now, we also have Miami and Detroit on Saturday, and the reason I was stuttering there for a second is somebody just bet this game at 10:52 on the East Coast. Detroit goes from being a 3-point dog now to 2.5, which doesn't seem like a big deal, but it's a huge deal because you're moving through key numbers. So somebody likes the Lions at home. I know it's a preseason game, but I will be betting against Miami pretty much every week, even in the preseason. I think there's a good chance Mike McDaniel is out after this year. I don't know if they fire him in season unless it's a complete disaster, but I'm just not a believer or a buyer in the Dolphins. Not that this is like a hot take. It's been a disaster of an offseason. Every time you go on social media or turn on ESPN or the NFL Network, they lose another defensive back to injury. Tua already struggles to stay on the field. Tyreek Hill, it's not going great for him, and he's dealing with an oblique injury, bunch of weird off-the-field stuff, and his teammates don't really like him. So I'm staying away from the Dolphins, except for Jalen Waddle props. I already bet the over on his receiving yards, which I believe is like around 850. I think he finishes with over 1,000. But I just think Miami's going to be awful this season. Even in a division that's not all that tough. You know, Buffalo's obviously a Super Bowl favorite. They're going to win double-digit games as long as Josh Allen stays healthy. But we have no clue what the Jets are. And I know everybody's in love with New England, but last year they won 4 games. Now this year their win total is 8.5. They're going to be better with the hiring of Vrabel and all the additions on the defensive side of the ball, and they fix up the offensive line, bring in Diggs. But I don't know that they're good enough to win 9 games. But I am positive that Miami does not win 8 games or 9 games. So under on their win total, and even though it's a preseason game, I understand why that just went from 3 to 2.5, and I'll be betting against them a lot this season. Even a couple years ago when they made the playoffs, they won double-digit games, but they went 1-6 against teams that made the actual playoffs. And the point differential was like -24. They got their asses kicked in those games. And then in the playoffs, they went to Arrowhead, cold weather game, and Tua looked like the worst version of himself. You know, like he was a Hawaiian quarterback trying to win in 30-degree weather. Back tomorrow night, BetMGM tonight, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, talking preseason football, Major League Baseball, all that fun stuff here on the BetMGM Network.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.